where we went swimming after Sunday school. Learned how to make, break, and bend the rules. Skipping class and slate rocking, getting stoned. Not knowing any better's all we've ever known. Calico Creek runs deep through the hollering hills, washes our sins clean as it feeds them old copper-made stills. Word has a way of getting around. Every year some kid will drown in Calico Creek. Little town where the old dogs turn mean, full of pesticides and cans of kerosene, where a stray cat can feel right at home. Not knowing any better's all we've ever known. Calico Creek runs deep through the hollering hills, washes our sins clean as it feeds them old copper-made stills. We're getting by on an empty tank, found ourselves getting lost on the bank of Calico Creek. Calico where the road swings are rotten, had our toes touching bottom. It'll be dry by July, but if you walk down the sides, you can find some Rapala. Calico Creek runs deep through the hollering hills, washes our sins clean as it feeds them old copper-made stills. Calico Creek. Calico Creek.
background to the Attlee-Truman discussions, 1 million people crammed New York's Central Park to hear the president outline America's stand on atomic power.
There has been talk about the atomic bomb. We must find the answer to the problems created by the release of atomic energy. Indeed, the highest hope of the American people is that world cooperation for peace will soon reach such a state of perfection that atomic methods of destruction can be definitely and effectively outlawed forever.
Осталось 10, 9, 8, 7, 1, 0. Нажатие кнопки, все спасибо ярчайшим.
Far beyond normal shipping routes they lie, and until 1952, only pearl fishing boats entered the blue waters and left the cliffs surrounding their shores.
Censored by the French authorities, but this picture is impressive evidence of the bomb.
The great result of the cooperation of education with research. This is another victory.
Emergency alert system capabilities.
This is an emergency action notification.
National Alert and Warning Authorities, in coordination with emergency alert system participants.
My fellow Americans, as you know, our attempts at preventing nuclear war have failed.
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
I see you, enemy. I see you, enemy. Enemy! Enemy! You are my enemy! And I swear total resistance to you with everything I've got. Disingenuous, fake, false, broke back, twisted, a defiler, a betrayer, a backstabber, a devil! You will pay. Yeah, you think I don't see your face, scum? You don't think I don't see you? I see you, you understand me? I know what you think of me and my family. I see you right back. You understand that? You understand that? You will fall! You will not bring humanity down! God is going to destroy you!
What to do, what to do, what to do. What a night, what a crazy night. Oh, man. So far, so good. I'm gonna just say it. Guess I can knock on some wood here, but I haven't had any technical difficulties. Restream is connected everywhere for some reason, so I don't have to open up multiple chat windows. I have not had any boop boop yet. We'll wait and see what happens when I open up Fallout 76. We'll see. But, yeah, so far so good. And I'm 2 away. I am 2 away from being a Kick affiliate, which has been a long journey. But I will say, being a Kick affiliate is a lot easier to get than a fucking Twitch affiliate. Twitch affiliate, you have to be a curer of cancer in order to get a fucking Twitch affiliate. Kick, you just need the follows, I think, so... I'm 2 away, so it's probably going to happen tonight or tomorrow. We'll see. And I think that'll be a major milestone. I think that for me, it'll be like, okay, it's time to wind down Twitch. I've settled, you know, I remember talking months ago about rebranding. And it's not going to be an intense rebrand. It's still going to be Legate, right? Legate, Legate, however you want to pronounce it. But it's still going to be Legate, but it's going to be Legate something. And it's either going to be something very similar to what I have now, or just slightly different. So I think that's what it's gonna have to be. But I don't know. Just getting this Kick affiliate would be interesting. It'd be fun. I really just don't even care about Twitch anymore. The only reason I'm on Twitch at all ever is just because there's like a handful of people that I really like, and they just they cannot shake their Twitch addiction. So I only do that for them, but otherwise I could care less about exposing my content to Twitch. It doesn't even matter anyway. Nobody on Twitch wants to watch me. They want to watch either people playing Valorant or something, or they want to watch Hasan, you know. It's like there's no audience for me on Twitch, so I mean, it, you know, some of the relationships that I built over Twitch, I mean, that would suffer. Like, you know, I don't know how many raids I would get from somebody like Rezi or Casey or whatever, but you know, they're both on Kick and YouTube anyway, so they could just raid me there. Either way, I don't know. Twitch is in its death throes. Especially now that I've decided on either one of 2 names, which I may or may not consult you on. I don't want to say what the names are because then somebody's just gonna like just go snatch it up real quick, and then it's like, all right, fuck it. So, but yeah, it was a crazy night. The Panthers lost, which sucks. It would have been nice to win tonight. That would have been the series. Then we would have gone on to face Carolina in the conference finals. But it's going back to Toronto, which I don't know. I mean, we destroyed them last game on their home ice, like 6-1, I think. So there is precedent for us, you know, having some victories over there. But anytime you can avoid, whatever. I mean, it's a gift and a curse because Game 7s, it's like, Game 7s are amazing. Game 7 is what you want as a sports fan. Game 7 is like, it all comes down to this. So, like, there is that inherent, like, just the level of excitement is way up here. But if it's your team, You don't want it to go to Game 7. It's just like, fuck, man, let's go. Let's get it. Let's be done with this already. Odd Ollie, what's up? How you doing? Welcome in. Bro's yapping. I am yapping. I just started streaming. I literally just started streaming. I can't fucking yap for a second, get warmed up, get settled in. How you doing, Andrew? What's going on? Welcome in. No, I can't. That's cool. That's cool. That is the kind of energy I expect from Kick Chat. And I like that. I appreciate that. I think that's awesome. I think it's way better than Twitch. Twitch chat, it's like, I don't know what it's like, but it's not like Kick. You know, Kick is just like, you're wrong. Here, you're wrong. Which I like. Fuck Twitch. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just saying. I was just saying. I'm the only reason I even still stream on Twitch is because there's a handful of people that I enjoy their company, you know, but other than that, it's like, you know, I wish they would just get off of their Twitch addiction and move over to Kick or YouTube. And, you know, but I mean, they're going to have to anyway if they want to come to my streams anymore, because I will be done with Twitch at some point. Yeah. I'm sick of it. I mean, for me, like my favorite example, people like tricks. Yeah, exactly. No, they do. They do. It's not that they like Twitch. I mean, I guess they do, but it's that they're addicted to it. They're addicted to the user interface. They're addicted to their emojis. They're addicted to fucking the chat or whatever. You know, that's where their friends go. It's this big circle jerk of just Twitchery, and it's just fucking like, for me, the biggest thing is that if you want to support a streamer, it costs you quadruple the amount of money to give the kind of money that person's actually going to receive. Right? If you want to give, if you buy, what is it, 1,000 bits? 1,000 bits on Twitch costs $20 to buy, depending on where you buy it. If you buy it on the app, it's going to be a lot more. If you buy it on the browser, it'll be less. But either way, it's around like $20 to buy 1,000 bits. 1,000 bits represents $10. But then when you send the 1,000 bits to the streamer, they only keep half of it. So you have to spend $20 to give the streamer $5. To me, that's ridiculous. That's just the epitome of fucking greed, man. Absolute epitome of greed. So I can't. I'm like, and I don't even care about money. Like I'm not doing this for money. I'm a fucking 3-viewer Andy. I could care less about money. You know, I'd much rather people just kind of like, you know, go around and follow me on Kick and YouTube. You know, that's a. I don't care. I don't ever want anybody's money. I have a great job. I have a real life. I only do this for fun, a couple nights a week, randomly. I don't need people's money, and I don't need 500 people in my you know, I don't or 1,000 people, you know, in my chat or viewership or whatever. I like my cozy little corner, you know, 10 to 20 people that I enjoy talking to. You know, if I grow from that, that's fine. I could care less, but I don't care about the money. But Twitch makes it. Twitch is like, it's predatory. That's what it is. Twitch is fucking predatory, but people are addicted to it. They're addicted to Twitch. You know, they can't just go to Kick and YouTube. I'm also over there too. So I have 5 platforms with Restream. So right now I'm on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. But once Twitch is done, it's gonna be Kick, YouTube, Rumble, Twitter, and then one other random one. Just out of spite. It'll be like Trovo or something, or Instagram. I don't know. It'll be anything except for fucking Twitch. Just to fucking drive the point home. So, but I was waiting for, you know, a good moment to do that. And now that I'm you know, like I said, I have a slight rebrand in mind. I've been Legate Lannis Jr. for a while. I'm not going to change my name completely. I'm still going to be Legate, but it's going to be Legate something, and it's either going to be something super similar or just slightly different. But yeah, I don't know. It'd be like a fresh start. Either way, Twitch is run by trainees and weirdos. Well, that is true. There's the deer person. Remember the deer person? Who was that fucking deer person? Stephanie the deer? You ever see that video of like Stephanie the deer or whatever, whoever the fuck that person is? Who was like a Twitch moderator, but it wasn't like not like a chat mod, like an actual Twitch mod, and it was just this person that thought they were a deer, and they called everybody fascist or whatever. Yeah. So there's that. Yeah, somehow. Okay. Well, look. All right. I know you're on kick, and welcome. You know, I hope you stay and chill and everything. I will say I'm fucking adamantly anti-slur, so I'm just gonna be flat out honest. If I just see a bunch of fucking slurs, I'm just gonna be like, all right, I'm not gonna ban you, but you'll be like, all right, I'm gonna time you out for, 12 hours or whatever it is. I don't know. I'm anti-slur. I don't like slurs. The thing about my chat is that I have all kinds of people in there. I have fucking hard leftists and fucking sometimes I even have Christian nationalists. I have everybody in between, right? And I just want people. People don't need to get along, but fucking slurs to me is just like a fucking thing. So, does Twitch even allow conservative streamers? Yeah, sure. Yeah, they don't not allow them. It's just you have to be careful about what you say. Who's a conservative? Well, Ranger Rogue, that guy's conservative. Grumple's on Twitch. He's conservative. Admiral Gibbs is libertarian. He's more like an AMCAP kind of guy, but I'm pro slur, but just for you, no slurs. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's just my thing. I got all kinds of people in the chat. And the thing is, for one, it's like, what's the point of a slur, right? The point of a slur is to do harm. It doesn't achieve anything. It doesn't accomplish anything. It doesn't equate to anything other than harm to me. So, look, if that's what you're out to do, if using slurs equates to harm, then it's like, okay, well, I'm not trying to do harm. I don't feel the need to be like so edgy all the time that it's like, oh, what would take my edginess to the next level if I just start dropping slurs everywhere. Now, if you're creative with your language and you want to express like super controversial opinions and spell things in different ways and whatever, I'm not going to stop you on that kind of stuff, right? If you're creative and funny about it, hey, look, have at it. But like the direct fucking slur thing, I'm just like, okay, well, for one, like, wow, aren't you fucking original? Two, it's like, okay, well, I don't know who's in my chat right now. You may or may not be doing harm to somebody. I'm just not a fan of harm, and I don't think slurs do anything other than, create harm. So, but if you're funny and edgy and you're creative and you twist your words and say things in different ways, I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to be like, oh, okay, here we go. Here's somebody being hateful. That's not my vibe. But just like the very obvious direct slurs, I'm just like, I don't know. It's just kind of not my vibe, man. Kind of sad. I was hoping this would be a hate speech safe zone. You can still be hateful. You just be hateful in a non-slur way. That's my thing. Be as hateful as you want in a non-slur way. Go for it. I'm not gonna stop you. All right. Like, I'm not a leftist. Okay. I'm just basically a Republican. I think fucking libertarians don't draw any hard lines at all, and conservatives to me draw like sometimes too hard lines around something. So I just kind of I fall somewhere in between that. So I just call myself a Republican. And this is for the most part a free speech zone, as long as you're not fucking putting my channel at risk with terms of service or anything. But for the people that are in my chat and the people that are reading the chat on the screen, I'm just like, okay, I don't care if you want to be hateful. I don't care if you want to do that. But just don't do the slur thing. Find interesting, edgy, funny ways to be creative and twist words around and do whatever you want. You might even get a laugh out of me from doing that kind of stuff. But the slur thing is just like you're shooting your load all in one shot, And we're here to edge it out a little bit. Okay? We want to be romantic with our hate. Okay, this is not a you know, this is not some fucking slut on the corner for $5 kind of hate place. All right. If you want to be hateful, you're going to have to romance the shit out of it. All right. That's my only thing. That's my only thing. Like I said, I have all kinds of people. I have like Marxist Leninists come in here from time to time. I have Stock Dems. I have libertarians, Christian nationalists, like, you know, like regular normie people in between. I have all kinds of people that come in, and I enjoy all of them. So, but you know, I don't like the easy way out. The easy way out is slur, and it's like, okay, well, you know, anybody can do that. Anybody can do that, but can you be funny and smart and edgy and creative all at the same time? You know, it just usually doesn't involve a slur. Anyways, sorry for the lecture. Let's see. Let's get some slop in. Let's do a little slop warm up. What's going on in the world? What is going on in the world? Let's get some slop. I got all kinds of slop saved up. Trust me, if you hate the world, I got some stuff for you here. Where are we at? Where is it? Oh, there it is. There we go. Moral fagging. I don't care. You know, like if I'm meeting somebody new for the first time, I'd rather just get it all out in one shot. So that way you like, you know, at least you know, and I hope you come back, you know, come back once in a while, hang out with us. You know, we're just like, I just started streaming a couple minutes ago, so there's nobody here, but I'm not leaving. Okay, good. I just want to be upfront and honest. You know, I don't care if, also, you know, that would have been considered, you know, part of the slur thing there, but you managed to merge the words there, which is creative, and you're making fun of me, so that's funny, and it's definitely edgy, and I guess for the most part that's creative. So like something like that is kind of so you're getting close, Andrew. You're getting close to the whole, you know, getting that vibe. I will say though, dropping an F, like, you know, like there's a certain few passes I might give somebody, but F is also in that category. N's, you know, K's, S's, F's. I think some of the mainstay slurs, I'm a no-go on, but I live dangerously. I know. Just do me a favor, okay? Just try to take the slur thing out, you know. I understand you're anonymous, you're on the internet, and it's like the more anonymous somebody is, the more amplified their you know, internal personality is or whatever. But just for me as a streamer who's here to try to provide some kind of laughs, some kind of fun, some kind of content, the only thing I ask is just no fucking slurs, please. You know. Anonymous, my name's right there, Andrew the Saturn. Yeah, exactly. True, Andrew. True. Okay. Let's see. What do we got? We got some slop here. I will feed all my right-wing brethren. I have all kinds of hateful stuff here. Where are we at? Here we go. We're going to start off strong. You'll like this, Andrew. I know you'll like this.
I am more favorable towards white immigrants and white refugees than non-white ones. And let me tell you why that's reasonable. That's reasonable because this is a white country. Want to know why? It was established by white people, founded by white people, built by white people. White people settled the continent. And up until very recently, almost exclusively white people lived here. That's why. And people like to say, well, what about the American Indians? The American Indians did not even call this America. That's a word that comes from Europeans. The Indians did not establish the government of the United States. They did not establish the territory of the United States. Many of them didn't even have permanent settlements. They were nomadic. And they fell out of their position of prominence 300 or 400 years ago. Since then, white people built the United States, founded it as a political entity, settled it, and have occupied it for at least 3, in some places 4 centuries. This is a white country. White people are more assimilable than non-white people. It's dubious if non-white people even are assimilable. They have different religions, different languages. They're genetically different. They have different cultures, different customs. And you can see that even among the black people here today. Black people have been here longer than any other non-white group inside the United States of America, excluding the Indians who were put on reservations or lived in an adjacent civilization. Black people have lived within the United States the longest. Arguably, they're still not assimilated. They still don't talk like us. They still don't have the same culture. They still have these persistent disparities and inequalities in education, employment, in testing, SAT, and other standardized tests. It's dubious if they even can assimilate. To the extent that they do or can, it's much more difficult, and the differences remain. So, for very good reasons, we should want white people to live here. What's more, there's an even bigger argument. White people are better at making civilizations. White people are less violent, have higher IQs, more creative, more productive. And when you're not selecting based on the top 1% of the top 1% of Nigerian doctors or Indian programmers, and there's a lot of inflation going on there, on net, white people are just better immigrants than the others. That's just true. I am more favorable towards white immigrants and white
people say they're offended by what he says, but they'll never call him a liar. I don't think you can call him a liar. I mean, he's even said himself sometimes. There was one. There's one. I might even have the clip, but there was one clip where he says, you can't really, hold me to account for the things I say, because sometimes I just say things. It's like, I'm just kind of riffing. So I don't know. I mean, how seriously to take Nick Fuentes, I'm not sure, but he's too open about who he is to be called a liar. And I am not in any way obsessed with white identitarianism at all. But I will say that when he mentioned Native Americans, at the moment he said that, my mind flashed to that meme. I don't know if you've ever seen that meme, but there's a meme where you see some Native Americans, it could be North American or South American. I just say Native American. It could be any of them, but they're essentially they're sacrificing somebody on an altar, and they're turning around as they do it, and they look at Columbus and a couple other people coming in, and they're like, oh no, here comes the far right. And it's meanwhile they're throwing people into volcanoes, and they're fucking chopping people's heads off for the god of the harvest or whatever. Yeah. I don't know. Anyways, I mean, look, I watch all kinds of content here. I watch hard right, hard left, hard middle, whatever. I watch everything here, so we'll get a taste of everything. Speaking of hard left, here we go. No, we're not watching David too. It's so crazy to hear Allahu Akbar in that context. I'm wondering how many actual Muslims in the background are saying that, or if it's just people that are so pro-Palestinian that that they will do anything to trigger I don't know, conservatives or Zionists or whatever. They will just say anything sometimes. And I'd be called racist if I said I don't want those people in this country. Those people, what do you mean? The leftists in the video? Or I don't know what the context of this was. I'm looking around. I mean, obviously this is a pro-Palestinian protest, but you see a lot of kafiyas. I'm wondering if this is a college campus, though. Because look at this guy. This guy looks super white. What's this guy doing here? Or is that the guy that tries to save the flag? Oh no, this is this guy. Look at this guy. This guy's base as hell. He's trying. He's trying. The people burning the flag. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, though. I mean, the thing is, it's hard to say what the actual crowd makeup is, because even though you see a lot of kafiyas and people are saying Allahu Akbar, this could be a college campus. I see white dude here, white dude here. I don't think this is in Israel. Or well, this is definitely not in Israel, but this is probably just like a college campus, maybe like in on the West Coast or Canada or something. The crazy thing to me is that people can, I don't know if it's horseshoe theory or not, but how to go as far left as you can go, and then end up becoming supportive of cultures that throw people off rooftops and things like that. To me, that's just like definitively horseshoe theory. Salute to the brave white guy. There you go. What else do we got here? What else do we got? I got a lot of stuff here. I usually do this for about half an hour just to kind of warm up, and then we watch a video. I will say, I am not taking requests tonight. Normally, I kind of, take some requests here and there. I am not doing that. I know exactly what I want to watch tonight. There was an amazing debate between Andrew Wilson and some woke feminist dude that is just absolute chef's kiss. It is literally textbook 101 about how not to either A, debate a conservative, B, debate an anti-feminist, or C, debate Andrew Wilson. Like, I don't know, maybe it's all three, but the way that this guy went about his debate, the feminist guy versus Andrew Wilson, it was fucking lights out, dude. Andrew Wilson could have fucking, put a blindfold on and destroyed this guy. It's one of these guys where it's like, I'm gonna come to the debate with a bunch of data. Oh yeah, and it's like, man, come with a little bit of data, but you got to realize, like, debating people like this, Andrew Wilson, first of all, you need to be concerned about optics. Optics is huge. Secondly, he's gonna go hard in the paint. He's gonna bully you a little bit. So you have to fight fire with fire. And if you sit back and think that you're just going to seem reasonable the entire time, you're not going to win, especially if he puts you in some logical corners that you can't get out of, which he does endlessly. And that's why we're going to watch it, because like I watched about half of it, and I was like, this is hilarious. This is amazing. This is textbook 101, how not to debate a conservative. Don't do this. Maybe you could do it like personally, or on a college campus, but you can't do this on the internet. On the internet, a debate needs to happen a certain way. Yeah, you know what? Come with a little bit of data, but you really need to figure out how to win the optics war. So, Onion. I always fight fire with water. What's up, Onion? How you doing? Welcome in. Where are we at? How about something lighter? A little bit of hockey. My Florida Panthers lost tonight. This fucking guy came back. This was after the game.
Hi, I'd just like to cancel my tea time for tomorrow morning.
Sounds good. What's the name on this tea time?
Austin Matthews. It's for 4. It was just like to cancel the tea time. Yeah, I think the boys actually might want to play Game 7 this year, so I think we might just reschedule.
All right. Yeah, sounds good. Golf course. How may I help you today?
Hi, I'd just like to cancel my tea time for tomorrow.
Yeah, so a lot of people thought Toronto was going to lose and they would just stay in South Florida and play golf for the rest of the summer, but nope, they won. I think it was like 2-0. So you can't win them all, but Game 7 playoff hockey is the best, man. Game 7 playoff hockey is where it's fucking at, dude. So we get to go back to Toronto and shove it up their ass, and then play Carolina. So I can't wait. I think it's going to be amazing. What else do we got here? Oh, this fucking chick. The most entitled fucking shit I've ever heard in my life. This fucking chick. Holy fuck.
My dad just decided he's not going to pay for my wedding anymore. My parents raised me to be an independent thinker. It's the year 2023. Women are not property anymore, which is why I decided I will be walking myself down the aisle. My parents do not own me, and I'm not some property to be given away. My dad was not very happy to find out he wouldn't be walking me down the aisle. In his eyes, I'm taking away one of the most important parts of the day. Dad keeps going back to the point of, we've never treated you as property, why would you say that? Because the other day he came back to me and said, well, if you want to be independent, then you can pay for it yourself. Which to me still feels like if you're not going to do your wedding the way I want, then I'm not going to pay for it, and that just doesn't feel right to me. So anyways, do we agree that my dad's being a complete jerk right now? Really hoping he comes around, because there's no way I can afford this wedding if he doesn't help me with it. So I'm just kind of holding out hope that he'll come through. My dad...
I feel, if you're in your 20s and you have to deal with chicks like this, I feel bad. I really do. I mean, good luck. Good luck, man. She's not even, like, remorseful at all. Like, I can't believe I made my dad feel this way. He was so nice to pay for my wedding. And, I'm taking, he raised me his entire life. And he probably thought one day I'm going to walk this girl down the aisle and give her away to another man. And it's going to be a great day. And she just takes that from him instantly, And then has the nerve to complain about whether or not he's still going to pay for the wedding. This is one of the reasons why I'm not married right now. All that shit is such bullshit. I went on a rant the other night about fucking simps and fuckboys, so I'm not going to go through that whole thing again, but this is one of the reasons why I'm not married right now, because marriage doesn't even mean anything. If more than half of fucking marriages end up in divorce, then what is even the point? What is even the point? What is the point of dropping 15 grand on a ring, 70 grand on a wedding, 5 grand on a photographer, flying a bunch of people in, causing this whole fucking situation, and then like 2.5 years later, it's like, yeah, I'm just not feeling it anymore. Yeah, but you just dropped $100,000 on the rest of your life, on a ceremony that's supposed to represent the rest of your life, and a piece of jewelry that's supposed to represent commitment, and they just fucking treat it like it's garbage, like it's nothing. They just girl boss their way through their fucking 20s, and it's like, oh, well, you know what? Hey, look, good luck. Look, I'm not saying every chick's like this. There's obviously some awesome chicks out there, and also some guys are lucky and they get to find that chick, But I mean, with a 50% divorce rate, I mean, who fucking wants to take that gamble, bro? Hope our father holds his ground. Well, I mean, this is from a couple years ago, so who knows what happened, but yeah, it's like, insufferable. Like, if I do get married, it will be a humble ceremony. I'm kind of adamant about not buying some kind of stupid fucking, $10,000 or $20,000 ring, or definitely anything above that. I think it's fucking stupid to fucking buy like some $10,000 to $20,000 piece of jewelry, just to have it, sit on your finger, and you get to, and it's like, oh, look what I got, and it's like, bro, that's 20 grand. You know what I can do with 20 grand? 20 grand, bro. That's a down payment on a house. That's a lot of fucking bills being paid for our future kids. All that shit. Like, let's just get 2 wedding bands. Nice wedding bands, too. Real gold, real silver, whatever makes sense, whatever we like. But we don't need a fucking $20,000 diamond, I've been married 20 years. My wife has never been like this. Yeah, well, like I said, some guys luck out, Some guys luck out, and you on your own, you might be one of them. But I just, the thing is, like, this day and age is completely different than the kind of day and age our parents grew up in. Completely different, Now it's like, all it can, think about it this way. All it could take to ruin your entire marriage, everything that you fought for, all the struggles of the relationship, going through a wedding, the ceremony, the expectations, all of that could be brought down by one DM on Instagram. That's it. Imagine that, bro. Your whole life. Imagine you pour all of this love and resources into this one woman, and it can all get brought down by one DM on Instagram. Okay? We don't live in the same era that when, you know, you've been married 22 years, that means you grew up a while back. Like, I'm 42, right? I grew up a while back. We don't live in that world anymore. We live in a different world now. And I mean, even before, you know, social media, my dad divorced my mom. They divorced each other. My stepdad divorced his wife. My stepmom divorced her husband. All my friends are divorced. I mean, it's like fucking ridiculous, man. Don't have Insta. Hey, you're probably better off for it. I mean, I have it just to, you know, this is Insta, so I have it here to kind of rage bait people, but I really only scroll through Insta to just save the content for the stream, and that's about it. What else do we got here? Oh, this was interesting. This was cool. I like this. I enjoyed this.
First day of camp, but something really important. Okay.
This is a coach addressing a hockey team, like in the wake of like BLM and all these athletes not standing for the national anthem and things like that.
We're not women's soccer. We're not the NFL. If there's anybody here that's going to be disrespectful to either the American or the Canadian national anthem, grab your gear and get the fuck out now, because you'll never see the ice in this arena. We don't have that problem in hockey. We're better than that. But there was no sense in wasting anybody's time if that shit was going to happen. I don't believe it would happen here. We're the most patriotic sport that they have out there. So just keep that in mind. Thank you. First day of camp.
I would have done the same thing. I would have been like, look, you know, on your off time, if you want to do shit like that, that's fine. But we're playing in front of 40,000 people. Okay. You know, this is hockey. All right. This is hockey. This is not fucking women's soccer or whatever. You know, on your off time, if you want to make some controversial comments or whatever, you know, if you want to be on social media, I don't care. I'm not going to stop you. It's not my job to stop you when you're not playing hockey. But the moment you walk through that locker room and you're in this arena, this is what we're doing. Because you need to have, like, when you do stuff like that, when you play organized sports, you need to have shared perspective. You need to have a common purpose. And if players are divided about certain things like that, you will not have cohesiveness. And then what's the point? You know, what's the point? You're not going to win. There's no way. You know, there's going to be too much division. What else do I got? I got a bunch of stuff here. Oh, this is the scene in New York tonight. New York Knicks. The New York Knickerbockers, for the first time in 25 years, are going to the Eastern Conference Finals. And I'm kind of like a little bit not sad, because I'm not a Knicks fan. I'm a Heat fan, but you know, I lived in New York for 7 years. My old roommate, he actually works at Madison Square Garden, so he was there tonight when this happened. But they won. They beat the Boston Celtics. They destroyed the Boston Celtics by like 30 or 40 points. And New York right now is going crazy. The last time the Knicks had a reason to celebrate this, something like this, was a quarter century ago.
Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale that they weigh the whales with. Parsons on the Jeep, Bugatti made the prototype. Hope you get the picture, but you just can't photo light. Determined niggas make it, kicking down the door and we burning niggas naked. The house costs $1 million, sitting on the beach, and the only thing I know if it's furnished, I'ma take it. My bathtub lift up, my walls do a 360. We got the shit that the government got. Talking money, then you rubbing the spot. Real niggas say that they be wild. We on the Cayman Islands, on a yacht with our favorite albums. A bad hole in a plate of salmon, smoking and drinking. Nigga, is you thinking that our fate is valid? I love my nigga for the fact that he real, and nobody on the faculty square. What? And if you facing capital pun, pass me a gun, and I would give you time to run while I rapidly peel. We gon' get it.
this makes me miss living there. I do. There's a lot of things that I don't miss about New York. I don't miss the taxes. I don't miss not being able to own and carry a gun. But I do miss the energy. I miss the people. I miss the energy. I miss the surroundings. I definitely miss that. I'm probably gonna the past holiday season. I spent like a couple weeks up there. I just hung out with my old roommate and just lived at his place and worked remotely and just fucking went out at night and saw my old friends and went to restaurants and everything. It was amazing. So I'm probably gonna do that again this holiday season. I'll probably just go up there for a few weeks and do all this. I miss this whole thing a lot. But there's just certain things that I can't get there they're like necessities that I can't get in Texas. Texas is not kicking me in the nuts at all with taxes. There's no state taxes here. And nobody cares how many guns I own here. In fact, they basically want you to own guns. So I do miss it though. What do we got? What else do we got?
Oh my Lanta, you cannot make this stuff up. The DNC is no shiz, moving to unseat David Hogg from his seat as vice chair due to procedural concerns over gender balance.
Speaking of no guns, Mr. Hogg.
Yes, apparently there's been a complaint by Oklahoma Democratic Committee woman Kaylin Free, who lost to Hogg in February for that spot, to redo the election because she claims two men, including Hogg, were given an unfair advantage and they skirted the national party's requirements that its executive committee achieve gender balance. Well, you'll recall this they-them gender fiasco from the DNC party election.
Our rules specify that when we have a gender non-binary candidate or officer, the non-binary individual is counted as neither male nor female, and the remaining 6 offices must be gender balanced. With the results of the previous elections, our elected officers at this point are currently 2 male and 2 female. In order to be gender balanced, we must add 1 male, 1 female, and 1 person of any gender.
Could y'all follow that? Because I couldn't. But you could say this is the perfect example of the snake eating its own tail. I mean, bravo, chef's friggin' kiss with a cherry on top. Now, the DNC says this is not due to David Hogg's efforts to primary and unseat what he views as impotent Democrats, but that's a load of crap and we all know it. The Democrat Party does not tolerate dissent. They Nancy Kerrigan the hell out of anyone who dares defy the party line. They did it to Bernie in 2016 and 2020. They did it to RFK Jr. ahead of the 2024 election, well before Joe dropped out. They did it again when they squashed a primary process after Joe dropped out and they anointed Kamala to the nomination with zero competition. And now they're also trying to railroad poor John Fetterman because he refuses to carry their BS water. That party demands compliance, and yet they call MAGA a cult? But even if Hogg's outspoken crusade against the Democrat establishment, as bizarre and ineffective as it may be, isn't the reason they're trying to kneecap him, their lame excuse and reason is actually even more cringe. Gender balance. The left doesn't believe in gender conformity, so Hogg should really just identify as a trans black woman refugee and call it a day. But also, this whole calamity just goes to show the Democrat Party is wildly out of touch with the American people. Americans made it crystal clear we are sick of DEI, sick of identity politics, sick of this obsession with race and sexual preferences and all the other woke garbage the left has been shoving down our throats since 2020. Their party is a woke and tone-deaf mess. If MAGA is a movement, whatever they've got going on is best described as a bowel movement. Oh, my Lanta, you cannot...
I mean, look, Tommy Laurent is gorgeous, but I mean, a lot of these, right-wing commentary influencer types, I'm just, to me, a lot of it's just really cringe with the way that they express their rhetoric. Oh no, don't they understand that DEI is fucking done and people are done with woke? Yeah, they are, but I mean, it's cringe to say how done they are. We don't need to say how done people are anymore. But she's not wrong. I mean, if Democrats want to carry this gender balance stuff into the fucking 2028 election, I have no problem with that. I don't think anybody that fucking thinks that the Democrats have no future, would disagree. You know, they like, look, it's one thing to be accommodating, considerate, respectful, even supportive. You know, it's one thing to do all that. It's another thing to fucking put it on full display and think that you can, and think that the 300 plus million political body was going to be able to absorb these reasons why we need to fucking gender balance the DNC or whatever. I mean, less is more. Keep it simple, okay? Who wins? Somebody wins, somebody loses. Is it a guy? Is it a girl? That's basically it. That's all you really need to do. You don't need this fucking 20-person committee about, you know, if there's a non-binary person, then that like resets all the numbers or everything. It's not going to work. It's not going to work in 2028. It's not going to work in 2032. Maybe it'll work in 2078 or something. You know, I don't know, but it's not going to work anytime soon. What else do we got? What else do we got? Oh, this was interesting. How the fuck did these people win a fucking debate? These people won a debate competition. They were doing slam poetry. Watch, you'll see. They were doing like fucking slam poetry stuff. They were not debating. I don't know how they won this debate thing, but I don't know. Maybe I'm not gonna say it because I just told Tommy Loren not to say it, but but you'll see what I mean.
There's no arguing it. Towson University's debate team wins, claiming an historic win. They are the first all-black women's team to win the Cross-Examination Debate Association's national championship. This morning, we have two of the team members here. We have Amina Ruffin and Corey Johnson, both here to talk about the major victory. Ladies, way to go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You've made so many people proud in this area. Now we want to pick your brain a little bit as we admire your huge trophy, by the way. That's ridiculous. But I'm going to ask you first. We'll start with you, Amina. What was the topic, first of all?
The topic was restricting presidential war powers authority.
They say the nigga's always already queer. That's exactly the point. It means that the impact is that is an impact turn to the that it is a case turn to the affirmative, because we are saying that queer bodies are not able to survive. That it necessarily means that the body of the nigga is not able to survive.
We got the topic in about July, and we started doing our research then.
And when the nigga sees these pains and suffering, that he can only envision himself, that he does not see another nigga that he can feel sympathy for or embrace, but rather that otherness gets obliterated.
We've been supplementing our research throughout the season.
Man, photogenic object, disfigured, lynch, and trauma enough. The insight, the trauma representation that central to the black child devouring and identifying with the story.
I don't get it, man.
To think and act subjectively like a white man, a black man.
So where do you go from there? You know, when you start preparing for a national competition, once you know the topic, what's next?
Well, you do a lot of research.
The way that the status quo
Who were
works
they
through
debating?
Whiteness allowing
Were they
forcing other
mute,
bodies
you know?
to tell narrations of whiteness and the violences that whiteness does. We say that is linked to.
There's no arguing it. Towson University's debate team wins, claiming an historic win. They are the first all-black women's team to.
I mean, how do you win a debate competition like that? They were doing like slam poetry. They were literally slamming on the desk there. They were dropping N's all over the place. They were like, I mean, look, I am not going to say if that ain't DEI, then I don't know what is. But if you thought that, I wouldn't blame you. Who knows? Maybe the people they were debating were really bad, and that's why they won. Because I don't know how you win a fucking national debate competition by doing, slam poetry like that and dropping slurs and stuff. That's not how you win a debate, man. Fucking crazy, man. Lots of nonsense in policy debate. Yeah, but they weren't even. What's up, Shang? How you doing? They weren't even talking policy. They were like, and the white man, and slam. I don't know. I don't know what they were trying to achieve there, but maybe the people they were debating were just really bad. But that should not have won any kind of debate. Anyways, what else we got here? A little bit of Matt Walsh. A little bit of Matt Walsh here. What's he got to say?
Is it possible to be a strong, independent woman without also having to pay for dinner? You know, this is the dilemma. It's the great philosophical debate. Feminists are in a difficult position because they've insisted for many years that they don't need no man, that they're a bunch of girl bosses, large and in charge. They shouted from the mountaintop that they are exactly equal to men, the same as men in every respect, and they certainly don't need a man to take care of them or provide for them. They have growled and they have shrieked and they have made their voices heard. And then to their horror, many men started to take them seriously. Men listened to these protestations and they said, okay, well, if you say so, as you wish, you can have what you want. Which means, among other things, that when the bill is put down on the table, many men will not instinctively reach for it anymore. They will let the independent girl boss pay the tab, or at least pay half of it. But feminists have recoiled at this development. No, they cry. We want to be independent, but not like this. Not if it means I have to pay for my own Santa Fe salad at Chili's. Is it possible to be a strong, independent woman without...
Classic Matt Walsh. The meta in certain policy debate competitions is just to call your opponent racist, basically. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure they did that. They definitely mentioned like the white man or something like that at least once or twice. So. I don't know. I don't know what debate competition that was. They just called it a national debate competition, but who knows? Who knows? Oh, this lady. Get a load of this lady. All right, Shang. I think you're gonna like this lady. This lady's gonna be speaking your language. She's gonna be right up your alley here.
The Western leaders, your borders are fading. Your disease is being sucked out, and the unity of the Islamic Brotherhood is taking form. The Sons of Islam have already pledged that this battle is a battle of either victory or martyrdom. We reject your flags, and the call for jihad has started, and it won't be long before it is you that will be feasted upon. The Western leaders, your borders...
That's like Ilhan Omar's cousin or something. Yeah, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Oh, yeah, here's another one. Here's a more subtle version.
The fact of the matter is, the UK is never going to be white again. It's just not going to happen. People can wish it, but it's not realistic. Similarly, our parents who have left Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iraq, Somalia, Muslim countries, for them to think that they can re-establish those countries and the lives that they had there over here, it's not going to happen. And I recognize the fact that that's a big loss for both people, for both sides. But the reality is that we have to move forward. The reality is that we're together going to have to find out, what does it mean to be British moving forward? What does it mean to build a society that includes all of us, where it means looking like me and looking like you?
Did you ever watch?
The fact of the matter is...
Oh, man. I might have to replay that one when Conrad gets here. What does it mean? Well, first of all, the only place on the planet that has the societal and cultural infrastructure to even have that kind of thing happen is the United States of America. Okay. That's the only place. There's no place in Europe that has the societal and cultural infrastructure to absorb those differences. And every other place in the world is intensely homogenous, so they're not doing it either. So there's only one place to do that, and it's here. And I'd be interested to know what her opinion is on the United States of America in general. You know, are we the great Satan? Are we the imperialistic devil? Oh, speaking of multiculturalism.
Is multiculturalism working? Here is what you told us. 5% of those of you who voted said yes, it is. 95% of those of you who voted this morning said no, it isn't.
This is the BBC, bro. I think this is from a while ago. I posted this in another group, and somebody was like, "Oh, this is from a long time ago." So I don't know. Maybe it was like 5-10 years ago. But this is crazy to think that the BBC would put out a poll like this, and then have the balls to air the results. I mean, credit to the BBC to actually fucking have the balls to air the results, but that's ridiculous.
Is the result, is multiculturalism working? Here is what you told us. 5% of those of you who voted said yes, it is. 95% of those of you who voted this morning said no, it isn't.
Probably not the kind of results they wanted for whatever kind of topic they were talking about there. The BBC, I imagine it's probably not what they were, not what they were hoping for. What else? What have we got? Oh, let's do a Japanese girls versus Western girls. Japanese girls.
読者の皆さん、はじめまして。乃木坂46期生の瀬戸口美月です。今日は楽しく撮影しています。黒の衣装も大人っぽくて好きでしたが、こっちも私らしくフレッシュに行きました。レッツゴー読者の皆さん。
All right, Western chicks.
You slept with 1,000 men, not 999.
Bro. Gross. That is gross, man. I don't care how sex positive you are. Sleeping with 1,000 dudes in 24 hours is fucking gross. And I don't need a study to fucking say that, all right?
In 12 hours.
Yeah, well, 1,057. I hit the 1,000 and there's still 57 men queuing. I couldn't say to them, sorry guys, I know you've just put in a long shift waiting, you've brought your packed lunch, you need to go home.
She felt bad for the 57 dudes that were still in line. The goal was 1,000. And for some reason, there was 57 other dudes there. And she's like, oh, you know what? All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Home. Of course, I was like, welcome in.
You slept with 1,000 men, not 999, in 12.
Fucking gross, dude. Hola, buenas. What's up, Runic? How you doing? Welcome in. Buenas. ¿Habla inglés, Runic? ¿Sí o no? ¿A dónde tú eres? Or are you just doing like gringo, hello, ironic, multicultural language exchange? What's going on here? From Mexico City? Oh, okay, cool. Welcome in, yeah. Very cool. I have friends from Pueblo, from Oaxaca. I have a friend or two from Mexico City. A lot of people I worked with in hospitality over the years. Some cool people I know from Mexico. So, welcome in. Mi español muy mal, pero yo tengo yo creo que mi pronunciación está bueno. Yo soy campeón mundial de los gringos. Y yo practicar la idioma español todos los días. Yo vivo en Estados Unidos, pero para toda mi vida yo vivo en la ciudad de Miami y toda la gente en Miami no habla inglés. Toda la gente habla español. Y esa es la razón porque es necesario para practicar el idioma. So. Not speak much English at all. It's very good, your Spanish. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, well, I mean, this is an English-speaking stream, but I do speak Spanish a little bit. I was raised in Miami, and I don't know if you've ever been to Miami, but nobody speaks English in Miami, so you have to practice with everybody. You have to live as if you're living in another country, basically. So, es la única razón porque yo tengo un poco de español. But in self-fluent English, I don't understand it much. That's okay. That's okay. We'll teach each other. We'll teach each other. I'll teach you English. You teach me Spanish. All right. Pero cuando hablas en español, por favor, lenta y fácil, porque yo soy un gringo y mi español, yo creo que mi español es muy mal. Okay, what else? What else do we got here? This guy, look at this guy. This guy is clear. This is an ironic TikTok guy, but it's still funny because you know that there's definitely guys out here that are like this unironically.
Hey girl, why'd you flinch? He hits you, doesn't he? I'll teach him a lesson. Hey, buddy, you should never hit a girl, especially one as hot as her. You'll burn for this. Girl, these dragon claws can keep you safe on the battlefield and satisfied in the bedroom. Dragon is waiting for you. Hey, girl.
He's like an ironic Reddit mod type TikTok dude. He's pretty funny. He's got a lot of good content. What else do we got here? Oh, what's going on in Sweden? Habibi, come to Sweden. Come to Sweden, Habibi.
Habibi, come to Sweden.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! La ilaha illallah! La ilaha illallah! Muhammad Rasulullah! Muhammad Rasulullah! La ilaha illallah! La ilaha illallah! Muhammad Rasulullah! Allahu Akbar!
Habibi, come to Sweden.
I had a clip. There was a clip of a guy. My algorithm got pretty right wing over the past couple months. There was a clip of this guy. He's a Jewish guy, and the account that posted it was obviously posting it to highlight, Jews being, ruling the world or whatever. It was like one of those kind of accounts, most likely, but the guy was being like really honest. I'd have to scroll way down to find it, but one of the things he said is that that Malmo was revenge for the Jews because like Sweden apparently is like really anti-Semitic or something like that, and because of how much anti-Semitism is in Sweden, this guy was incredibly happy. He described Malmo as revenge for the Jews. Everything that's going on in Malmo is just. I mean, well, I don't know. It depends on what you think Malmo. What's going on in Malmo, but from the things that I've seen over the course of the past, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years, however long Sweden's been going through it, Malmo is probably the worst. And this guy was describing, unironically, that it was like revenge for the Jews or something like that. So, what do you recommend for me to learn more fluently English? Well, the first thing that I would recommend is, it's not even about it. To me, it would be thinking in English. Yo creo que la palabra es pensar en inglés. Yo creo que es más importante para pensar en la idioma que hablar en la idioma. Cuando tú pensar en la idioma es mucho diferente, es mucho fuerte para practicar la idioma. If you can think, if the thing is like, if you can think in English, it's going to be very, very good. It's gonna like one of the ways that helped me to understand Spanish was not even to speak it. It was just to think in Spanish. If you think in Spanish, you're kind of like directly training your brain to speak it, and like obviously speaking it helps because it develops your accent. But the biggest thing would be like my biggest recommendation is just to like think in English and then watch American television. English is hard. Yes, you can mean no, and no can mean yes. Yeah, and plus there's a lot of slang. I think English is like probably one of the easier languages to learn from a basic perspective, but there's just so much nuance with English that obviously it would take a long time to learn the nuance. I'm very good at reading English, but speaking it's more difficult. Like I said, like yo creo que es más importante para pensar en la idioma. No a la, like es más importante para pensar en en inglés. Y un otro ejemplo, vivir en una ciudad que es mucho gringos, Like I said, like yo vivo en Miami para 30 años y toda la gente en Miami no habla inglés. Toda la gente no habla inglés. Siempre al día se practica el idioma con la gente. Pero yo creo, yo creo es más importante para pensar en el idioma. When you can think in the language, it's much more powerful. What's going on? Nick? What's going on, Nick Fuentes here?
Women hate women that are younger than them. They hate them. Mothers hate their own daughters. Women hate women that are younger than them, more beautiful than them. And so you basically have this collection of like 28 to 35-year-old women who have run out of options. They're in this dating market where they're encountering like bald men that don't have a good income, like, just generally income. Like a lot of losers and stuff. And they're like, I thought I would have a more handsome guy. I thought he would be blonde hair, 6 feet, blue eyes, trust fund, blah, blah, blah. They all think that it's going to be a movie, and it's just not. Like, they're just going to get an average-looking, looks-match guy. You're a 29-year-old woman. Your looks are okay.
Yeah, Onion's right there. So, un cosa diferente de inglés y español es muy importante en español para hombres y mujeres. Es diferente. As, amos, imos, an. En inglés es not important. Es no importante para I don't know if that's a word. I want to say diferenciación, but I don't think that's a word. There's no gender. En inglés no importa un mujer o un hombre, es lo mismo. Pero en español es diferente. Cuando eres un mujer, cuando tú hablas es diferente. As, todas las palabras es a. Y el otro para hombres es o. En inglés es lo mismo. Lo mismo para mujeres y hombres, es lo mismo. Y es muy... es una diferencia muy importante. Several verbs have different meanings when talking about a person. Yeah. Yeah. But it's just like when you speak English, it doesn't matter if you're speaking to a woman or a man, you say the word the same way. Pero en español es diferente. Cuando es un mujer, you speak differently. You know, the way that the words that you use are different than when you speak to a man. So that's a big thing, you know. You know, like in English, we don't care about that. we don't care. It's the same word. If you're a woman or a man, it's the same word, you know. What else do we got here? Here we go. JLP, Jesse Lee Peterson.
I am not an African American. I don't have an afro. I have an Amerifro. There are no African drums beating in my chest. The American guitar is playing in my heart. I'm as black as the ace of spades. I grew up on a plantation down in Alabama, but I am 100% American. I love my country, and I really mean that. I really mean
it. Another language I learned is German. Yeah, I have German people come into my chat. You'll see them soon. They'll probably be here soon. But yeah, you'll meet some German people. They speak English, but they live in Germany. They speak German, so you'll see them. They'll be here. Oh, I saw this. Look, if you encounter a celebrity in the wild, don't fucking go up to them, man. Don't treat. Look, if you guys like bump into each other organically, then yeah, maybe you can say something. But if you see a celebrity in the wild, just leave them alone, man. I saw this and I was like, you know what? I don't even blame Theo Von for this. This fucking asshole right here with the balloons. Watch.
Jason, drop the balloon.
Don't go up to celebrities, man. Just fucking leave them alone. They just want to be like normal people. You know, can't you just give them that? You don't always have to, oh, there's a celebrity, I gotta go say something to them. No, just leave them alone. If you're cool enough, if you're funny enough, if you're smart enough, if you're important enough, then whatever. You'll probably bump into them at some point, and then you get to just treat them like a normal person. And I guarantee you, if you treat a celebrity like a normal person, that's gonna make them want to know you more. But if you come up and say, oh, I'm your biggest fan, blah, blah, blah. It's like, bro, leave these people alone, man. German, is that there are several words with English? Probably. I don't know. I've heard German is really hard. It's made from German and French, Latin, other languages based. Yeah. It's a bastard. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard German's hard. Oh my god. What else do we got? A little bit of Alex Jones. What's he got? What's AJ got to say?
Who do you think watches this show? Who do you think I talk to? It's not like I just fell off a turnip truck or something. I'm the OG. And I say that to not sit here and crow or blow my horn. It's to let everybody understand. If I'm telling you something, about 98% of the time, it's accurate. Who do you think watches this show? Who do you think I talk to? It's not like I just fell off a turnip truck or something. I'm the OG.
I gotta sound clip that. It's more difficult because if you say I'm going to the movies, you say I'm going to the movies. Yeah, they'll probably say movies. Movies going. I am too. You know, they'll probably say some shit like that. I know. It's like way different.
They are still human beings. So you don't care if they're the worst criminal in the world and they have raped and murdered children. They're okay and they're still human beings and they should be here?
I believe that they are human beings and that they deserve dignity just as everybody else.
You think child rapists deserve dignity?
Absolutely, I do. They are still human beings.
Bro, this person had to have blue hair. They had to have blue hair while saying that. That's fucking ridiculous, dude.
I don't care if they're the worst criminal in the world and they have raped and murdered children. They're okay and they're still human beings and they should be here?
I believe that they are human beings and that they deserve dignity just as everybody else.
You think child rapists deserve dignity?
Absolutely, I do.
This
They
country
are still human.
You're gonna see a lot of this in the debate that that we're gonna watch with Andrew Wilson and this feminist dude. Where Andrew Wilson will say something just as blatantly, or ask the feminist dude something that blatant, and because of all the fucking logical corners that feminist dude was backed into, he's like forced to answer these questions in a certain way because he thinks that in order to win the optics war, I have to be morally and logically consistent on everything, so I'm just going to answer this question a certain way. And it's like, no, dude, you sound crazy. Trust me. There's so many times when I was listening to it, I was like, you sound fucking crazy. There was one example, we'll see it, but I mean, I'll just bring it up real quickly. They were talking about like alternative lifestyles, right? And one of the things that came up with that was like, if gay couples could adopt children, would that be good? Would that be better? Would it be better than if a straight couple adopted a child, or if a straight couple had a child, or whatever? And this guy was just like kind of wishy-washy about it. And then Andrew Wilson was like, okay, from your worldview, it sounds like if there was two brothers and they wanted to adopt a child and they were in a relationship, you would be okay with that. You would be okay with incestuous brothers, just going ahead and adopting children. And the guy was like, well, no, I mean, I think most people would agree, that two brothers having a sexual intimate relationship is not good, or it's not the best alternative lifestyle out there. And Andrew Wilson would just be like, yeah, you know what? I agree, but why? Tell me why. Tell me why all these other things are okay, but this thing isn't. Just tell me why. And the guy just could not fucking answer it. What time is it there in Miami? I'm not in Miami. I'm in Texas. I grew up in Miami. I lived in Miami like most of my life, but in Miami right now it is 3 o'clock in the morning. Right now it's 2 o'clock here in Texas. Did you like this movie? Yeah, I like that movie. Is it stating questions like it's a statement? Is that what Germans do? What else do we got here? This video, like, it reminded me of the topic of conversation I had with Casey. One of the topics that I talked about with Casey like a week in the past week or two was, does anyone deserve to die? The concept of, like, if somebody said, oh, they deserve to die, do we mean that unironically? Do we actually think that some people just deserve to die? And I mean, my answer to that is definitely yes, but I was surprised Casey actually said yes, and NOK said yes as well. But this is one of those scenarios where it's like, bro, you deserve to die, okay? You can just see this is like a typical kind of, hold up at a gas station or whatever. Now his buddies come in. I know she back door, I'm gonna still take my chance. That was a fully turn. The cashier pulls out a method of self-defense, and they run over their buddy who just got shot. You can see he's just fucking scrambling on the ground here. I mean, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. I don't know. I don't need a fucking study to fucking say it. Like, you come in, point a gun at somebody, they have a gun and you don't know it. Hey, look, from that person's perspective, it looked like you were willing to shoot them. So that other person should be able to reciprocate. And I don't know. I don't see any reason why thinking that that guy, deserving to die is bad. Maybe I'm not gonna get a lot of pushback on that, but I don't know. Maybe it's a controversial topic. Texas caught my attention to go to San Antonio, Austin, Corpus Christi, but I've only gone to McAllen. Yeah, that's where I live. I live in San Antonio. Austin's great. I haven't been to Corpus Christi, but no problem for me. Yeah, exactly. I love Austin. I go to Austin, once in a while. I have some friends that live out there. But I live in San Antonio. What else we got here? Oh, okay, look, here's the thing, all right? If you walk your dogs without a leash, you deserve to have a fucking javelin missile shot at you, okay? First of all, don't run up to a giant fucking dog like this, okay? Screaming. What do you say about New York? I lived in New York. I lived in New York for 7 years. I love it. It's great. It's a beautiful... the thing is, what do you mean? The city or the state? Because most people, when they say New York, they mean the city. I lived in New York City for 7 years, and I miss it. I had a lot of friends there, and I miss the city a lot. So, if you don't train your dog, no, there is no circumstance where any dog should be off their leash in public. Period. If you walk your dog without a leash, you deserve to be hit with a javelin missile. I don't care. I don't care. I don't fucking care. All right. That's my qualifier. I don't care. You got a giant Doberman, and you got these two little yap dogs just running around. Who the fuck walks their dog without a leash? Who does that? Who doesn't fucking control their fucking domesticated animal that has fucking, sometimes completely unpredictable wild instincts? Who doesn't put a fucking leash on their dog? Never cause a problem and they walk past every animal. Look, Onion, you may have a javelin missile coming your way, okay? You may have a javelin missile coming your way. I don't see any reason to... tell me the reason why people should walk their dogs without a leash. What is the reason? That's what I want to know. Give me the best fucking reason on the planet. I'm not saying, if you go to a dog park that's fenced in and you want to take your dog off the leash and let him go, that's fine. But if you're just walking your dogs around in public because they are not dicks, yeah, but other dogs are dicks. If I had a dog, I would love my dog so much that I would want to have control over them in the event that something crazy happens. And, maybe my dogs aren't dicks, but some other dogs are dicks. And some other dogs aren't on leashes too. Just doesn't seem like it's fucking... what's the advantage? My point is, what is the advantage? What's the advantage of not having a leash on your dog?
Susanna? Soba?
It's ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous. I don't care. Why does anybody do that? I don't understand it. What's the advantage? What advantage does anyone get or gain from fucking walking their dog without a leash? I don't understand it. What changed in that situation? I don't know. What do you mean? This is it. Two little yap dogs fucking wildly approach a fucking Doberman, and the Doberman actually seemed pretty cool for a second here, but then the owner comes running up and yelling. I mean, that's not something you do. I mean, even the other day, for example, I was riding one of those like little electric scooters down here in like downtown San Antonio, and I was riding, and I was on the street, and there was somebody walking their dog, and they stopped for a second to like check their phone or whatever, and as I passed them, their dog like leaped at me and started barking, and got pretty close to my scooter as I'm riding the scooter down the street with other cars and shit, you know. And thank God I didn't like flinch too much. It did startle me for a second, but I just kept going. And the dog was like just jumping at me and barking or whatever. Can you imagine if that dog was not on a leash when I was riding? That dog could have just jumped into me, ran into me, and then fucking knocked me into a fucking oncoming car or something like that. But because the dog was on a leash, that didn't happen. You know, as soon as the owner sensed that the dog was acting up, just pulled on it real quick and said, okay, we have control of this situation now. But had that owner not had a fucking leash on him, I might not even be here right now to stream. My head might be under somebody's fucking tire, you know. Owners need collars, I guess. I mean, whatever. I mean, there should be measures in place, you know. I don't think that dogs should be roaming around in unconfined spaces. It's one thing if you take your dog to a dog park and you open the fence and you walk inside the dog park and then you close the fence behind you and then you take your dog off their leash so they can run around and meet the other dogs and jump around and do whatever they do. That's fine. But that whole area is confined and controlled. But if you're in an open area where there's no fences and there's no fucking rules except the law of the land, there should be no reason why your dog's just fucking roaming about. It doesn't matter how cool your dog is. You don't know what's going to happen. Your dog might meet another dog that's not cool. Your dog might meet a human that's not cool. Your dog might meet an alligator. You know, it's like, if your dog is not on a leash in an unconfined space, anything can happen. And like, I just don't see that there's any advantage or reason why in an unconfined space, in open sidewalks with streets and no fences and just human life everywhere and all kinds of things going on, just having dogs going crazy. Like, I trust my dog. My dog's the nicest dog on the planet. It doesn't matter. My dogs do exactly what I say. Well, it's all right. Whatever. I'm not going to win with you on this one. On y'all, we're not going to agree on everything. This is not something I'm going to agree with you on. You know, I'm sure your dogs are great. I'm sure they are. You know, but at the same time, you might be too comfortable with them being great. You know, there might come a time where they don't listen to you. There might be one time where they see something that's so tempting that they have to go pursue it, and they're not going to listen to you, and maybe nothing could happen from it. Maybe something could happen from it. But to me, it's just like, I personally would never take my dog anywhere without a collar and without a leash, ever. Now, if I'm in a confined space where I know I can control the scenario a little bit, and it's like, okay, I know my dog just can't escape to go do some crazy shit, or some other dog can't do some crazy shit, or even if they can do crazy shit, at least we're in a confined space where they can't go hurt people outside of the confined space, then that's fine. Okay, we are all, you know, that's the social contract. If we go to a fucking dog park, we let the dogs run loose a little bit, okay, fine. But if I'm in a place where there's no fences and there's people and other animals and my dog could just start running forever and there's nothing to stop them, That's, to me, that's a red flag. That's like a huge red flag, man. Well, look, Anya, you have great dogs. I look, you're lucky, okay? You're lucky that your dogs are great, and I'm sure they are. Good night. Finding sleep for the rest. Yep. Runic, see you. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in. It's just not my vibe, man. I could not. If I'm in a confined space, yeah, I'd be fine with my dogs being on their own. But if I'm not in a confined space, if it's just the open world, like it's a fucking MMO or something, like we're playing fucking Skyrim, it's like I'm not letting my dogs just do whatever they want, If I'm in a confined space, a dog park or a room or something like that, yeah, okay, fine, go ahead. But if they could just run anywhere and do anything and I'd have to fucking chase them and there's nothing to stop them, there's no way. Like I'm just a no-go on that one. All right. Anyways, let's watch a few more and then we'll watch this debate here. What time is it? Oh, it's 2:30. Okay, it's not that bad. What else do we got here? Oh, land acknowledgement. Oh, I think we watched this the other day. This fucking land acknowledgement lady. Have you seen this? This lady is giving a press briefing about missing children.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon. I am Corporal Carly McCann, Provincial Public Information Officer for the Nova Scotia RCMP. Thank you all for being here today. Bonjour, je suis la capitale Carly McCann, agent d'information publique pour la GRC en Nouvelle-Écosse. Merci de votre présence aujourd'hui. First, I acknowledge that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional and unceded ancestral territory of the Mi'kmaq people. I also recognize that African Nova Scotians are a distinct people whose histories, legacies, and contributions have enriched that part of Mi'kma'ki known as Nova Scotia for over 400 years.
Anyways, about these missing kids. Fucking A, man. Ridiculous. Make your dog walk behind you. Yeah. I follow a couple dog trainers on Instagram, and like that's a big thing about what they. First of all, I guarantee you, none of those dog trainers would be like, yeah, go ahead, just let your dog do, no lead, no leash, no collar. I guarantee you, none of those dog trainers would be like, yeah, go for it. However, the methods that they use to interfere with the dog's senses involve like having them walk behind you, making sure that they're walking to the side of you, and depending on something that might excite the dog, you got to adjust depending on the situation so that you can walk into the dog's path and redirect them. I've seen a lot of that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, look, I'm sure all that's great. I'm just saying there's going to be like, it's not foolproof. It's not foolproof. Right? And nothing's foolproof. I know. You could just say, well, nothing's foolproof. I know. But it's not foolproof that they're just always going to listen. There's going to be one time where there's going to be something that excites them so much that they're not going to care about all the discipline you instilled in them. There will at one time just be something they can't resist, They're not dumb. They need to be taught. I know they're not dumb. I'm just saying there's going to be one time where it's just like, holy shit, I didn't, this wasn't in the book. I didn't account for this thing. And the dog's just going to go fucking beeline for whatever that thing is, It will happen. It will happen. Now, maybe nothing bad happens. Maybe they do beeline it, but then after 10 seconds, they stop and then they come back to you. I mean, I'm not saying like it's always going to be the worst case scenario. It's just not me. It's just not me. I would never have a dog off their leash in public with no confined space and around other people and babies and other dogs and things like that. It's not worth it. I'd rather just have the leash. Like I don't lose anything by having the leash. Let's put it this way. Do you think you have more control with the leash or less control with the leash?
Yeah, this is for all you YT South Afrikaners that are being shipped in by Trump. You need to know the majority of Americans don't want you here. You just jump back on another plane and fly your little racist YT supremacist butts right on back to these.
Go back to your country. Go back to your country.
To your country. Go back to Africa. We do not want your racist butts here. You are not welcome in the United States, and Trump is not going to be in charge forever. Yeah, you're not welcome.
This lady's crazy, dude. See the way her eyes lit up right there?
Welcome here. We don't want any more Snazis in America. We're done. And we're the majority. MAGA wants you to believe they're the majority, but they are not. Just saying. Fly your asses to another country where they want racists like you. Because you're not welcome here. Yeah, this is for all you YT.
Go back to your country. Did not think I would be hearing that from like normie American progressives. What else we got? Oh, look who it is. Look who it is. Look who it is. Everybody's favorite streamer.
453,000 likes. Why do people consider Luigi a hero?
Fighting for his breath, Duran Wells is battling stage 4 lung cancer. The husband and father of 3 is also now battling his insurance company.
People are mad and are celebrating a terrorist murderer guy because an insurance company won't cover a double lung transplant for somebody with stage 4 malignant lung cancer. What they're even trying to cover, if you read the article, is literally like an experimental, like clinical trial tier treatment. It sucks, but something that Americans just aren't ready to hear is that sometimes people get sick and sometimes they die, and that sucks. But Americans have this weird concept of like every American should be guaranteed basically like immortality or the maximum amount of medical intervention that is even theoretically possible up until the very it's just not possible. It's not feasible. But what are you gonna do? I don't know. I am really sad that my life is in the hands of these decision makers who seem to make these decisions in such a cold way. Your hands were in the life of God when he gave you stage 4 lung cancer, which sucks. That sucks. But like, Destiny, if money is the only obstacle, then there are enough resources. Money is not the only obstacle. You think that it is because you're, but money represents other things in an economy. If you had infinite money for every single American, that still wouldn't give them the medical treatment you want. There aren't enough people that work these jobs to even do these things. Like that's not how that works. 453,000 likes. Why do people consider Luigi a hero?
Yeah.
Fighting for his breath, Duran Wells.
Yeah, I mean, if you have stage 4, if you're terminal, and you think you could just get a double lung transplant, I mean, I guess you could, but there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that your stage 4, your terminal cancer hasn't metastasized. But what up, bud? You missed it. There was a guy in here from Mexico City who was learning German. I told him the Germans will be here soon. The Germans will be here soon. Welcome in. Yeah, I think I agree with Destiny on this. It's like, oh, it's 2025. I should be able to just get a double lung transplant. No big deal. No, that's not how this works, man. I mean, for example, if there's somebody out there with stage 1 lung cancer, 2 people out there with stage 1 lung cancer in 1 lung each, and those 2 lungs can go save those 2 people, why do you deserve to live more than those other 2 people did? You know, your stage 4 could have metastasized enough that it's going to exist in other areas, and then when you get your new lungs, it's going to migrate into the new lungs, and then you're back where you fucking started. You know, I mean, German invasion. Yep. I got some German stuff here. Where's it at? Germany. Why do Germans have to be so direct?
Tough love is when you have to be mean to somebody because you love them. And the more you love a person, the meaner you have to get. Tough love is when you have to be mean to somebody.
Yeah. Here's another one. Is it over for Germany? This isn't Afghanistan. This is Leipzig, Germany. Thousands of men shouting Allahu Akbar. We will leave you to draw your own conclusion.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
It's never over. What's up with Leipzig? Is that like a small town, or what's the deal with Leipzig? What if one was Jesus and the guy with stage 1 was Hitler? Oh, interesting. Interesting, yeah. Interesting. Where is that? I think I had some more German stuff here. Oh, no, I have one. There was one. It's not about Germany. It's about the UK, but this is one I wanted. We watched it a little bit a second ago. Close to Dresden? Okay. This one right here. Or no. Where was it? Yeah, this lady. This one, I saved this one just for you. This is for you, Conrad, this lady. Quote, "The UK will never be white again."
The fact of the matter is, the UK is never going to be white again. It's just not going to happen. People can wish it, but it's not realistic. Similarly, our parents who have left Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iraq, Somalia, Muslim countries, for them to think that they can re-establish those countries and the lives that they had there over here, it's not going to happen. And I recognize the fact that that's a big loss for both people, for both sides. But the reality is that we have to move forward. The reality is that we're together going to have to find out, what does it mean to be British moving forward? What does it mean to build a society that includes all of us, where it means looking like me and looking like you?
Did you ever watch?
The fact of the...
Yeah, what does it mean, Conrad? What does it mean? What does it mean? They won't go back. Oh, man. I think I had another Germany clip here. Oh, how about... What was it? Yeah, Japanese girls. And then American Girls.
I lost my virginity really young at like 13, and then by 15 my body count was like 40 or 50.
By 15?
And all the guys were like 5 to 10 years older. I lost my virginity.
It's like a flex. It's like they're flexing their body count, bro. Good footage of policy debate, though. I don't know. If you want to play it, since one F word is used. I mean, look, one slur will ruin it for me. However, if I knew when the slur was and I could mute it when the slur was, I could care less and I could watch the policy debate. But that's not what happened tonight. I already know what we're watching tonight. It's not for debate. I'm not taking any requests tonight. You guys know me. I'm pretty flexible, and I try to incorporate as many requests as possible. However, we don't need it tonight because we are watching the Andrew Wilson debate with this fucking male feminist guy. That's what we're watching. It is absolute gold. It is amazing. It's so good. It's so good. I was watching. I think I got through about half of it, and I was locked in the whole time. It was entertaining as hell. This woke feminist dude was just like not ready. He came to the debate with all his data and I'm just gonna be reasonable and blah blah blah, and he got fucking destroyed. It's fucking amazing. It's like watching a car crash, dude. That's what we're watching tonight. Okay. There's the type of people who are like secret Nigerian and they're like super pro-British, draped in like Union Jack, pro-conservative party, whatever. If you really love Britain, let it go. Or if you're going to show us Mia Khalifa oiling her tits for the house. Andrew. No. No, it's Andrew. Andrew, he debated this feminist guy, and it was a car crash, dude. It was like watching a car crash happen. Like being at the car crash, and like you have like a chair with some popcorn, and you're just eating popcorn, watching the car crash. It's amazing. It's great. It's amazing. It's a lesson in how not to debate Andrew Wilson. It's also a lesson in not how to debate conservatives. I think I probably do this a lot when I have debated people in the past, where there's gonna just be times where you just can say things that are common sense that you don't need fucking data about, and this guy just could refuse to use common sense, refused, and it put him in these positions where he was backed into these logical corners that he could not get out of, and it was like watching like Andrew Wilson shoot fish in a barrel. I'm not even saying he's the best debater ever or that I like him, but it was fun to watch him take apart all of these fucking bullshit arguments that were supposedly in support of feminism and like alternative lifestyles or whatever. Throw it in the Discord, and if you want, you can watch it whenever. Maybe you can actually edit the footage myself to remove the word. No, you don't have to. I'll just, I'll just like pre-watch it, find the F word, and then just remember where it's at. You don't have to go editing everything. Like the oil tits, yeah. Debated the Zionist guy, and he made a total ass of himself in that debate. It should have been easy for him. Sure, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a good thing on this channel. I don't give a fuck about Zionism or debates about Zionism. I could care less about that stuff. I care about fucking destroying the fucking feminists. That's the one. That's the one. The only true form of bigotry that is accepted here on this channel is misogyny, which I don't even know if you could consider that bigotry, but misogyny is welcome here. Absolutely welcome here. Debates about Zionism, I'm just like, okay, well, let's talk about 1947 and the Nakba and fucking two-state solution, blah, 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 blah. No, not doing it. Never doing it. Not having it. Period. The end. Ain't happening. He's watching bald Mexican guy wearing a white beater. Oh, interesting. Is he? What's he doing? What's he doing? He's watching PPG on Twitch? He must have been doing that because he's not doing that right now. Well, now I want oil tits. Yeah, well, can't help you there. Can't help you there. But I'm gonna start this debate. I'm gonna go to the bathroom too, so I'll be right back. Trust me, it'll be fun. Okay, I'm not taking any requests tonight. We're gonna do the Andrew Wilson debate. To me, it was super fun. If you don't find it fun, I don't blame you. You know, a lot of people are just like, oh my God, another Andrew Wilson debate. This one is fun. I enjoyed. There was so many times where I was like, yeah, dude, you just ruined your whole argument. You just backed yourself into the worst possible corner you could have ever backed yourself into. The stupid things. Like there was one part where they were talking about alternative lifestyles and gay couples adopting children. And Andrew Wilson was like, well, if alternative lifestyles are cool and blah, blah, blah. He was like, well, what if two brothers are in an intimate relationship? Should they be able to fucking to adopt children? And the guy just like was like, well, no, I don't think so. And then it's like, well, why? All this other stuff is cool, but that's not cool. I mean, you support alternative lifestyles, don't you? These are two men, two consenting adults, two men who are intimate with each other, and they want to adopt a child, and you just don't have a good reason. It's like just basically gives you the ick, you know, which is not an argument. That's not a fucking argument. Anyways, it's great. It's fun. It's fun. It's funny. I enjoyed it. We're gonna watch it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, but I'm gonna start it now. So I'll be listening, but I'll be right back. All right, let's go.
Then the rest of the show will just be open conversation with no prompt changes, but there will be breaks for messages from the audience. Andrew, you're going to open first, so go ahead.
Well, first, thank you again to the Whatever Podcast audience for having me. I always appreciate that. And of course, it's through you guys' donation the show is possible. And to the Crucible crew, I know you guys are watching. I'm wearing black today because it's going to be a funeral. And with that, I'm going to get into my opening statement. My opponent today told Jim Bob there's nothing wrong with having sex with a cadaver. Usually that would be enough for me to just kind of laugh and walk away because no one will ever take you seriously again. But in this case, I feel the rest of his pro-feminist stances need to be eliminated. My opponent also refuses to define what a woman is, so I don't know how he can bother advocating for their specific rights or issues if he can't even determine what one is. Interestingly, my opponent believes there are no specific duties for men, at least according to his debate with Jim Bob, so I thought I would take a moment to... I'm sorry, hang on. I'm doing this from my cell phone, so give me a little grace. Interestingly, my opponent believes there are no specific duties for men, at least according to his debate with Jim Bob. So I thought I would take a moment to point out the societal and social expectations and duties which men have. Now, you may not believe they should have them, but they do have them under the current expectations which feminists have put in place. First, the draft. Second, any say over abortion, which the left demands they have no say in. The ability to deny association with women in the occupation for the purposes of safety. The ability to defend yourself physically against a woman. The social demand of sacrifice for chivalry to strangers who are women and children. The expectation they can't tell women what a real woman is, but a woman can descriptively attack what a real man is or isn't. Men have a bias against them in domestic violence issues. Men are expected to approach women for the purposes of dating and marriage, but are often called creepy and told they are making a woman uncomfortable by doing so. Men can't discuss issues they have with women in a collective way, or they're called misogynists and told they want to hurt women. Expectation to provide financial support during a divorce without the expectation of child custody. Expectation of having courage in dangerous jobs for the purpose of society where women are not. Expectations that male-only spaces like the Boy Scouts and clergy and other groups be opened up to women, while women, especially feminists going into all female spaces, are completely celebrated. The inability to bring charges of SA or battery against women for the same types of things. Women can claim battery and assault and be believed, and it's insisted that they're believed, just to name a few. Men are expected to be stoic, while at the same time more emotionally available and empathetic. Men are sent to schools governed by female teachers, which have rules which are tailored to the behavior of the feminine in girls and not the masculine in boys, and are oftentimes drugged to keep their masculinity under control. To celebrate male increases in powerful jobs is bigotry and oppression, but in females it's celebrated as glass ceiling breaking. Also, feminist things that we'll see often in society now, which have taken heel from the left, is men need to stop coming in women, not women need to stop opening their legs. There's almost no mutual assurance here when it comes to promiscuity in women. Most importantly, men are always the solution to any problem, even if they are the problem or aren't the problem. Men need to fix the porn problem because they watch it, even if women are the ones making it. Men need to get other men in line. Men need to be more XYZ. Men need to stop the simping, not women need to stop enabling simps by simp fishing. Women always appeal to men's behavior as the problems which need to be fixed, ducking all accountability thanks largely in part to the leftist males who want to fuck them. Next, let's examine some actual blatant stupidity, which will be the first thing I destroy my opponent on. My opponent claims that women's fear of men is justified, and their bias around a collective experience is what justifies it. Well, the obvious contradiction here, of course, is that I seriously doubt he would say bias against black people or fear would be justified based on white people's collective experience. Watching him try to reconcile that is not only going to be amusing for me, but it's where I'm going to begin my line of inquiry. When Jim Bob asked about the bear question based around race, he twisted himself into a pretzel to attempt to justify that the collective experience of one group was valid, but the other was not. What's so amazingly hilarious about this is it shows you just how weak the leftist position really is on this front. They selectively show that they back up the idea of group bias worse than the right does by acknowledging that group experiences are justified unless those experiences don't fit in with their version of political action. They are unjustified then. This is such a blatant contradiction, it's staggering, and also it shows the primary weakness with intersectional feminist worldviews like my opponents. What happens if we do intersectionality only to find out minority classes oppress or show hatred towards the majority class, thus justifying the hatred of the majority towards the minority? Well, in my opponent's worldview, this is simply not a possibility. He's willing to entertain and this is because it destroys the entire narrative of the oppressor-oppressed dynamic from which all of his views reduce to a silly harm reductionist principle. Unless, of course, it comes to the collective power of women. Then one man can easily oppress 20 women, and the minority can oppress the majority, but somehow this is impossible with racial groups or other dynamics. Further, let me just finish. I'm almost done, and I'll give my opponent a little extra time if needed for his opening. I'm sorry, real quick, just finding my place. He believes people have a duty to pay taxes, but can't tell us why there would be that social duty, but not a social duty of reproduction, which is by far the most beneficial aspect to the health of the society, especially its elderly. He claims women have no duty to have children, which means he sees no duty to keep the human race alive, which aligns with his harm reductionist mindset as the ultimate harm reduction, in which there would be no human beings, thus no harm could ever happen to any of them. He believes democracy is the finest form of government, ignoring the glaring weakness that we can democratically vote for no democracy. He has typical left world stupid views. The progressive mind is totally tainted by ignoring objective reality for the ideas of untenable systems and senseless ideology. On the core of feminism, he's just as bad, refusing to denote that if he were actually a harm reductionist, the best way to reduce harm would be to strongly encourage traditional gender roles, because men, who are the most fit sex for the workforce and jobs which aim to protect society, would obviously do the most amount of good in those capacities, and women in the nurturing capacities, leading to better general outcomes for society. Now, the truth is that he wants there to be a genderless, equitable society which does equal promotion of all lifestyles and worldviews, even if it is detrimental to the very society in which we live in, which, by the way, just isn't an anti-harm reductionist principle, even though he claims he's an anti-harm reductionist. It's also stupid, and it ignores the nature of people altogether for the purpose of ideology. He claims he's against the draft, but is for compelled taxation, which makes no sense. Both would be duties to protect and run the society one is in. He's basically a walking contradiction. All of his views are contradictory, and with that, I'll yield my time.
Since Andrew went a little bit over, Oliver, you're welcome to have additional time for your open if you'd like. Go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Andrew, for that opening statement. Thank you, Brian, for having me back. It's good to be here. So the resolution that we're debating, I guess we've kind of agreed on, is whether feminism is good or bad for society. I will be taking the affirmative claim that it is good for society. So, two things that are important when we're having a conversation about feminism and good is to kind of define both of those terms. So the way that I'm going to be defining feminism is, and this is not an exhaustive definition, and there might be some development on this, is the belief that individuals should have equal rights, freedoms, and opportunities regardless of gender, and that barriers based solely on gender should be dismantled. The way that I'm defining good will be kind of a constellation of goods. So it's going to be kind of a lot of things that feminism benefits or that feminism leads to, and a lot of these things I'm going to presuppose are good because I think a lot of the audience will be sympathetic to these being good. These include things like stronger families. This includes things like healthier families. This includes things like reproductive autonomy. This includes things such as greater economic output. I have stuff to back up all of this, the idea of stronger families in shared responsibilities and shared parenting, healthier families in reproductive autonomy, and parental leave and workplace protection. So something like parental leave is associated with reductions in infant mortality. It improves maternal health and long-term child well-being. Reproductive autonomy is linked to healthier pregnancies, lower rates of maternal depression, better childhood nutrition or better child nutrition, and immunization rates. And Medicaid expansion was something that was pioneered by feminists, which led to maternal coverage of things such as childbirth, and it narrowed disparities in health outcomes and birth outcomes and improved access to prenatal services. We can move on to some of the economic benefits. So, for example, dual income households, where there are two individuals who are working, are significantly more protected against poverty and food insecurity during economic downturns. Feminism advocates education as well, high-quality childhood education programs. For example, for every $1 invested in these high-quality childhood education programs, we get $16 in return. This was given by Nobel Prize-winning economist James Heckman. And the benefits to children of working moms from the Harvard Business School show that daughters of working mothers earn 23% more than daughters of stay-at-home moms, and their sons also spend 7.5 hours more per week caring for the children that they end up having. So just in general, I'm going to be affirming that. I'm going to be arguing that feminism is a good for society based on these constellation of goods. I'm not necessarily defending a worldview here today. I'm merely defending that these things are good and feminism contributes to these things that are good. So these statements are ultimately conditional statements. So if you care about greater economic output, if you care about a decreasing infant mortality, then you should care about feminism and support feminism as a good for society. So that is all I have for the opening statement.
All right.
We open?
Yeah,
Open
go ahead.
dialogue.
Can we start? Let's back up real quick.
Sure.
With your, I just want to write it down word for word. What's your definition for feminism?
Yeah, sure. I've got it for you. So the belief that individuals should have equal rights, freedoms, and opportunities regardless of gender.
Hang on.
Okay.
Belief.
Sorry.
Individuals should have.
Yes. Equal rights, freedoms, and opportunities.
Would you guys like to define any other terms here at the start, or?
Yeah, hang on. There's a few that I want to do. Should have equal rights and what?
Freedoms and opportunities.
Freedoms and opportunities.
Yes. Regardless of gender.
Well, that'd be regardless. Well, I guess.
Sex and gender.
Sex, right?
Yeah,
Regardless of sex. Okay. Regardless of sex. And is this, do you consider this to be a proprietary definition or a historically apt definition?
I mean, I'm just providing the definition. If you disagree with the definition, then we can go back and forth and determine which definition we feel is best, or the audience can decide which definition they feel is a better definition.
Yeah,
of
I
feminism.
understand that we can decide that which definition we want to do. I'm asking another question, though.
Okay.
It's not a trick question.
Okay.
Is the definition, do you consider this to be proprietary, meaning this is what Oliver believes feminism is, or do you think that this is a historically accurate definition?
I mean, I think it's a combination of both. So I think, yes, it's the definition that I'm putting forward. It's
and
rooted,
what historical,
if you're
looking at it from a historical standpoint, what would be the kind of like idea that you would draw this from for what feminism is?
I mean, various feminist thinkers who propose definitions of this nature. Betty Friedan is one of them, who wrote a book called The Feminine Mystique.
Okay.
We can talk about various other individuals who contributed to that. Sally Haslinger put forward definitions that are very similar to this, but that's kind of what I would say is there. So it's kind of a combination of both.
Okay, got you. And then you utilize utilitarianism for good?
That's not the position that I'm defending here. So no, I'm not defending what good is in this debate. These are conditional statements in that, for example, greater economic output is a good thing. If greater economic output is a good thing, then feminism helps achieve that goal. I'm not ultimately defending what essentially good is. I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole of
I'm not
what makes
looking
something
for
good.
a moral debate saying what is good and bad. I'm just looking for the viewpoint that you. So, if you're saying that these are conditionals for what is good or what is bad, what would make them conditional for what is good and bad? Just somebody else believed that conditionally they were good and bad?
If someone disagrees that, for example, greater economic output is a good thing, or that stronger and healthier families are a good thing, if they disagree and think that those are not necessarily good things, then so this is conditional on if stronger families and healthier families are good things.
Do you believe they're good things?
Yes, I do believe they're good things.
Okay, so how do you make those ascertain? How do you ascertain that? Through utilitarianism?
No, not necessarily through utilitarianism.
Okay.
I'm appealing to generally commonly held beliefs that I think most people are sympathetic to, and I'm moving just from that. Shared premises, hopefully.
So general beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
So, like shared intuitions?
Sure, we can go off that. Just, I think a majority of people, I mean, I don't know, we can ask the audience, think that stronger families is a good thing, healthier families is a good thing, reducing childhood poverty and things like that are good things. So that's kind of what I'm basing it off of.
So shared intuitions.
Sure.
Okay. And that's what you're basically, when you're saying good and bad, you're saying based around, just make sure I got it clear, based around the shared intuitions of me and most people,
Trust me, it's going to pick up here in a second. Say hello to Casey. What's up, Casey? Actually, they eventually touch on a topic that Casey and I talked about the other day, which was duty. Casey and I talked about it before, but we talked about it in, I guess, a little bit further with NOK. And it comes up. Men's duty comes up, which to me is fascinating. It's literally some of the same things that we were talking about in the sense, but mostly in the context or the sense that, men have this understood, widely accepted societal duty, right? At least to protect. So if we can imagine a world where they at least have one duty, that they might have others, but we know they at least have one, but women don't have any, right? They don't have there's no duty or obligation to procreate. There's no duty or obligation to nurture or whatever. I don't know. Insert word, basically. But it does come up. This is word salad. Trust me, it's going to pick up here in a second. They're kind of like going through they're getting their definitions down and just getting some of the technical stuff out of the way, but it's going to pick up here in a second. It's going to pick up here in a second. They're going to start talking about alternative lifestyles and get into the whole brother lovers. So it'll be interesting, trust me. This whole thing was like hilarious.
I think most people would agree that these things are good.
Sure, for the purposes of this debate, yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm not claiming that whatever the consensus believes is automatically therefore correct. I'm just claiming for this debate, I'm appealing to these shared premises and intuitions that I think most people will hold.
Most people believe this. Okay. All right. And then I think there was one more thing. When you say conditional,
yeah.
So you're saying the conditional belief, I just want to make sure I got this right. This is based around the condition that people agree with you.
Agree that things such as stronger families are good, that healthier families are good.
Which are things you believe.
Yeah, which are things I believe.
So it's people who agree with you.
Yes.
So then conditional here means people who agree with me.
The belief is conditional on if you believe that stronger families is a good thing, or if you believe that healthier families is a good thing.
Which you believe.
Yes.
I have no duty that men also do not have, or at least I could not produce one, not have no duty. Yeah. No, I know. No, I wasn't saying that you said that they have no duty. I'm saying that. I mean, even me. You know, the thing is that we both agree that men have a duty, right? But then the question is, okay, well, is this exceptional? Because if it was, then that would mean or imply that men have these duties that they just do, or do women have any duties at all, right? Now, I will say this idea that we should just let the world die off. You know, if women refuse to have children, then we should just let the world die off. I think that's ridiculous. You know, we had a good run, guys. All right, boys, we had a good run, but the ladies, they just don't want to have any more kids. I don't know about that. All right, I'm more of the mindset of, I mean, minimally, we're going to try to incentivize this, and if we can't incentivize it, then we may have to get a little evil. we may have to go to lengths that we wish we never would have had to have gone to. But one thing is for sure, we are not accepting the death of the human race because feminism, you know. Just I don't know, call me crazy, but just the idea of the human race dying off because women don't want to have children anymore sounds absolutely ridiculous, you know.
Okay.
So that's why it's conditional. If you don't believe those are...
What's up, Salty? How you doing? I'll take one for the team in order to populate. Yeah, there you go. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, God. Here we go. It's starting. Hold on. It's starting. Don't do the thing. Okay, good.
are good things, then of course my argument's not going to follow because you haven't accepted the first part of it. So if people want to disagree with that, that's fine. I'm not going to go into detail to justify why strong families or healthy families or greater economic output is a good thing.
Okay. I'm actually fine. So let's start with, if you want to build your pro-feminist case, let's do it.
Sure. So, I mean, I kind of did it a little bit here.
Let's go, if you don't mind, let's go a point at a time.
Okay, sure. So, as I talked about a little bit regarding stronger families, this idea that stronger families, in a way, includes shared responsibilities and shared parenting. So when both parents are involved in the child's life, it leads to...
Yeah, no, I understand that. Obviously, at some point, it's like, well, who gets to decide, you know, that the human race is dying off at such a point where we have to make these kind of drastic decisions? Of course, right? It's not about logic. For this point that I'm trying to make, it's not about logic. It's about inevitability. If we know we're dying off, you know, now of course you can say, well, who gets to determine the rate of which we are dying off and whether or not this is the time when we need to open up the grape caves or whatever, you know? Obviously, that's another aspect to this. But the thing is, like, at some point, you're still going to have to grant me that. At some point, you will have to concede that if you don't want the human race to die off, and we're at a point now where the threshold is met, then we probably need to figure out a way for these ladies to start popping out babies. Even now, like, we have to have more babies or else. I'm right. I know exactly. Yeah. Elon Musk. Even Elon Musk is saying that kind of stuff. I understand that there's a threshold argument there. There's some kind of like situation where it's like, well, who gets to determine that, right? Or when does it get to be determined? I understand that. But either way, whatever the spectrum is in that, I'm already advancing my argument all the way to the furthest extreme of we're at the point of no return. We either have the babies or we don't. And when we're at this point, what do we do? Do we let the human race die off or do we not? Or do we just always wonder if we're ever at that point?
As I talked about, higher levels of children. For example, the girls end up earning more money when they end up going into the workforce, and the men end up spending more time with their children. So I think that's just kind of one example of a way in which that is a stronger family.
Is that they make more money?
Well, for the women, they make more money.
Yeah. So how does feminism promote better outcomes for their children?
For their children directly?
Yeah.
There's various ways. I can go back to, if we want to go to...
Because the family is really important, right?
Yeah, I
Do you
agree.
consider the family to be mommy, daddy, child?
Not necessarily.
What do you consider the family to be?
I don't think there is one singular definition. For example, I am a child of divorced parents, so they've been divorced since I was about 2 years old.
Yeah, but
and
if you
I
have
a-
divorce...
Who's not represented as the richest, most IQ people, women from best countries in the West and East, within our quote race, like a criminal underclass, be billions of Africans and Indians in a century. The human race angle is missing a point. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't care what race it is. It doesn't matter. I don't care who's doing the fucking, right? I don't care if it's high IQ, low IQ, whatever race. To me, this is just mathematical. You either have humans or you don't. All right? 1 human is better than 0 humans. 2 humans is better than 1 human. Whatever the fuck race they are, whatever IQ they are, whatever country they come from, whatever flag they fly, I don't care. That's not part of the argument. This whole thing is just purely mathematical. If at some point the human race is going to die off, what do we do? What do we fucking do?
Divorced parents, are you a family?
Well, I would say that I have a family with my mom, and
You
I have a family with my dad.
but you're not a family.
Well, with those people, I'm not a
they
family.
are your family.
Correct.
But you're not operating as a family.
I would say that my mom and I were a family, and my dad and I were a family for that time period.
So you had 2 families.
Yeah, in a sense.
Okay, so do you think that was stronger? That was a stronger family unit?
I actually do think so, because we're assuming that the 2 people splitting up would be better than them staying together. And I
Yeah.
do think in my situation, it was better that my parents did end up getting divorced. So in an ideal situation, of course, having 2 parents in the household is better.
It's going to
than
be
having
much better,
divorce.
right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
I'm not
okay.
disagreeing with that.
So how is feminism assisting with that?
You don't care if our planet is just full of Africans and Indians walking across our planet, but Europeans and Asians go extinct by not producing. Come on, mate. Come on, mate. I don't know why you're specifying this whole race country thing. I am seeing everyone as one. Like if I committed some kind of fallacy by doing that, then I'm happy to observe that. I'm just looking at this mathematically. The human race is dying off, and we need more humans. How do we make more? I don't care where they come from. I don't care if the entire planet turns African, okay? That kind of shit just doesn't even fucking enter my mind. There's either humans or there's not humans. That's all I'm fucking saying.
By promoting alternative lifestyles.
Wait, but I didn't say that the nuclear family with like 1 mom and 1 dad is necessarily the best thing. I said 2 parents being in the household.
What's better?
I think that same-sex relationships can be just as good in terms of flourishing for children involved.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. If 3 men who are homosexuals wanted to adopt a baby in a throuple, would you support that?
I haven't fully fleshed out my views on in terms of multiple people marrying, so I'm not sure. I just haven't looked into the data on it.
Well, you just said to me that feminism strengthens the family unit.
Yeah.
And I asked you why is promotion of alternative lifestyles something which promotes family units. And you said, yes, that would be an alternative lifestyle, right?
When you say it promotes alternative lifestyles, that doesn't mean that I accept every alternative lifestyle that may be out there.
Which one? Okay.
Well, that's a crazy argument. No, it's not a fallacy. It's like, who cares at that point if all humans go extinct? Okay, look. Fine, Conrad, if that's the perspective, first of all, that's hilarious. Secondly, if that's the perspective you're coming from, it would. Are you saying it would be better to have 0 humans than all people from India or the Congo or something? Would it be better if there was 0 humans? Or let me go extinct if that's the future. At least it'll be all deers. Look, I get it. Okay, we get it. We get. Conrad does not need to prove how Conrad is, okay? We get it. I know Conrad. I know. I get it. I understand. I'm just making this is just a philosophical kind of question pondering. What's the word I'm looking for here? Thought experiment. That's all it is. It's just a thought experiment. I don't care about the race. Doesn't matter. I get it. You know. I already answered before you asked. I know exactly. I know. I'm just talking about the thought experiment stuff. You know, there's either no humans or there is humans, and if we're getting to a point where there is no humans, we either continue to let that happen or we don't. And if we don't, you know, would that represent a duty that women have? Would that represent the duty that women have had this whole time? Or do we only observe this as a duty they have when we're on the verge of fucking extinction? You know?
I was talking
Which
specifically.
ones do you accept?
I would largely accept that same-sex relationships of two individuals of the same sex would be. Now, three?
Okay.
No, probably
what
not.
if they were brothers?
What if they were brothers?
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go with the brother lover shit.
No, I don't. Yeah, I'm not a fan of incest, Andrew. You're not gonna.
Well, I don't understand. You just said if two same-sex people had a child,
okay,
right? You would be fine with that, right?
No, not if they're related. Just because. Wait a second.
Why?
Hold on.
Why not?
When you ask me a question like that, there's so many presuppositions surrounding it. For example, do you think two men, but they both abuse their children? Do you think they're good? That's a good
what
family?
presupposition did I add?
You added a presupposition, or you added something to it that they're related. Of course, then if they're related, then they shouldn't be in that relationship. The same way that if they're like abusive,
no, you wouldn't
then they
even.
shouldn't be
No,
in it.
that standard wouldn't even apply. Like if somebody was fourth cousins to somebody or third cousins, you probably wouldn't care. So it's not just the relational aspect. In this case, though, there's no harm which is applied that I can detect if it's two consenting adult men, right? And they're in a relationship and they're both brothers. Why shouldn't they be able to adopt, dude?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into a conversation, I don't want to get into a conversation surrounding the ethics of incest. I think that
it's not a conversation around the ethics of incest. It's a conversation around the idea of alternative lifestyles being somehow better because you promote alternative lifestyles. Right? You don't have justification to stop other alternative lifestyles.
So once again, just because I say that there are certain alternative lifestyles that are a possibility, it does not entail that I think every single alternative lifestyle
That's
is
fine.
the case.
So tell me what your objections are to this alternative lifestyle. What?
I'm not really sure.
You don't know.
Wait a second. No, but wait, Andrew. I haven't looked into if there is research behind three people raising a child. I know there's the phrase that it takes a village to raise a kid.
Okay, great. So let's try this a different way. If two brothers adopted a child, they were in an incestuous relationship, they can't reproduce. You agree with that, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. And let's just say that there was a trial run where there was like, I don't know, 5 of incestuous brothers that were tracked. Okay.
Well, that's...
And we were able to, and it's a low sample size, there's probably not that many. But let's just assume for a second that the outcomes of the children were good. And all the available data said the outcomes for the children were fine. Would you support that?
I don't think so because I don't know how I feel about the idea of two brothers. It's not the fact that they're... Because I think if they're in a relationship, like, are they just raising a child together? Are they
also having sex with each other?
In a romantic?
Yes.
I think then you're mixing, for example, like normal familial relations with a type of romantic and sexual relation. I think there is research on this that shows that if there is that type of relationship that happens in an incestuous relationship, it does kind of pervert the meaning of family in that type of way.
I see, but not when it's two homosexual men.
I don't necessarily think so.
Why?
If you'd like, because I don't think that
You would just be basing both of these arguments on stigma.
What do you mean on stigma?
Well, you say that if there's a social dynamic which is not there, but you can't point to any direct harm to the child, you would just be pointing to social stigma.
I'm not necessarily going on a harm principle here.
What are you going on?
What am I going on?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going on the best interests of the child, but that's not just harm.
The best interest of the child. What other than stigma here is actually problematic here?
What's other than stigma? It's not just stigma, though, because if you're mixing like sex.
To be fair, from like this angle, the idea of extinction can be debunked. Like even in the Japanese population right now, there will be people who are reproducing sustainably right now, and they will replace those who don't reproduce with every generation until Japanese population is stable and grows again. It'll just go down by millions before that happens, but they won't die out as things right now, feminism or not. Okay, whatever. Conrad refuses to engage in my thought experiment. The thought experiment involves duty. Duty, okay? I don't care about population or countries or races or anything like that. None of that stuff fucking matters to me. Just talking about duty. Men have a duty. Do women have a duty? That's the question. That's the question. Except for about morality and how no one agrees. Like, this shit is about feminism, but he still just hijacks the debate to be about. Yeah, well, I mean, like, look, you know, I don't watch his debates thinking like this is the purest form of debate or whatever. He's clearly, you know, farming and, you know, making content or whatever. You know, you got to divide the debate in half and like at least attribute 50% of the bullshit he says towards just content. The other half is fucking, you know, pseudo-philosophical debate bro tactics or whatever. Like, don't agree to debate if you're just going to blow it up like this. It's a discussion of feminism, for fuck's sake. No, it's content. That's where you're wrong, Casey. It's content. That's where the priority is here. Okay, this is on the Whatever podcast. There's fucking 10,000 people watching this debate at the time that it was aired. This is content, all right? That's the first off. That's where you're wrong. Then it's a debate. Content first, then it's a debate. Which this guy right here does not understand. This guy came in here thinking, I'm going to come in here with a bunch of peer-reviewed research and data points, and I'm going to push my classes up and be reasonable. No. You got to understand. You're going up against a bully. This is a fucking dating podcast. This is content central, okay? You have to fight fire with fire. You have to win some of those optics. Maybe get a jab in here and there with Andrew Wilson. That's the win. Being able to hang, right? Being fucking technically, philosophically, fucking morally correct about whatever. I mean, like, yeah, that'd be great if you can do that, you know, sure. But primarily, the first thing is that this is content. That's the lens that you got to view this from, and then there's like, you know, education and information and philosophy and all kinds of stuff that's mixed in that's actually not content. You know, you should call the Crucible Casey versus fucking Andrew. Casey versus the Crucible. The Caseable. The Caseable. That's what we should do. Casey versus the Crucible. That would be like the Caseable. Let's do it. But we won't go extinct. That's the linchpin of the debate. I'm just talking about duty, okay? Whatever they want, I get it, okay? I just, you won't even let this topic go at all, Conrad. You won't even engage with my duty talk at all. I don't even think you haven't even mentioned duty once. That's what I want to know. I want to know because this whole thing came up when I said that this does come up in the debate at some point, that men have a duty, societally understood, socially accepted, and we just don't know if women have any duty, right? All we can really come up with is having babies, but even then it's like, well, we don't need babies right now, so we don't consider that a duty. But when we do need babies, will it be a duty? Duty, 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 okay? I'm not talking about race. I'm not talking about fucking countries. I'm not talking about populations. I'm not talking about fucking eugenics. I'm not talking about fucking flags and fucking dictators and fucking IQ scores or anything like that. I'm just talking about fucking duty right now. That is it, dude. All right, back to it.
Sex with a family.
Yeah, okay.
It will cause other problems.
You mean like every person on planet Earth does who has a family? What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about spouses, and I'm not talking about that. Of course, that exists.
So what the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking between individuals such as brothers, or such as a father and a son or daughter. That will lead to a perversion of the family dynamic because it's not the same.
But two homosexuals won't.
I know. I don't think so.
Why?
Why?
The only association that I can get here is stigma. The only thing I can think of here is stigma.
It's not stigma. I think it would lead to worse outcomes for the children. Now,
based on what?
Hold on. You're stipulating.
Yeah, based on what?
Based on the already available data.
When I don't know how you meant to say that. When will we need so many babies that it will become a duty? I don't know. That's the question. Doesn't matter. Nobody asks, well, how much protection do we need right now? Because Men have a duty to protect, but if we don't need that much protection, then we don't need the men right now. No, nobody fucking asked that. It's just men are expected to fucking protect. That's their duty. Nobody fucking thinks about, well, I gotta put the formula into the calculator, and if I get 1 + 2, X times Y, I don't think, nope, that doesn't meet our threshold for protection, so tell the men to go home. We don't need them. Nobody does that, okay? Nobody does that, all right? So if we don't do that for men, is there anything that we don't do that for with women? That's the point. Is there anything equal about this? Or do men have a duty and women just do not? Period. That's what I'm saying.
What already available data?
Of children who are products of incestuous relationships or experience incest.
They're not
good.
experiencing incest.
They're raised by, if the mom and dad are both parents.
But if it's the case that the outcomes for the children are on par with the outcomes of other homosexuals, what would your actual objection here be?
The problem with this type of argumentation is you're stipulating out the exact thing that
you
would
can do
make
the same
it wrong.
thing. Give me the stipulations and I'll give you my objections.
Okay.
But the thing is like, here we go. I just want to know, other than stigma, what would actually be the objection to this family unit? What?
I'm saying that it probably wouldn't lead to better outcomes. You're
based on what?
You're stipulating that it would.
What are you basing that on?
Already available data.
There's no already available data
of men and women who
are the data.
Are married and are related.
Yeah.
And when they have
they have biological children,
yes,
not for adoption.
Okay.
Can these people reproduce? Didn't we establish they can't?
I'm not saying they can reproduce.
So then what? So why is it your intuition? Remember, this is what I wanted to get to. You said that the purposes of what is good is going to be shared intuition.
Mm-hmm.
Great. So if that's the case, you would say that it's good two brothers don't get married and adopt children.
Don't get married and adopt children?
Yeah. Two brothers.
Two brothers.
Yeah.
They don't get married.
Yeah.
They're not sexual
That's
partners.
That's probably good.
They're not romantic partners.
Yeah. No.
That's fine.
No. You would say that two brothers should not get married. Two brothers should not get married and adopt children, right?
Yes, because they're
based
brothers.
on shared intuition.
Yeah, because they're brothers.
Yeah, because they're brothers.
Because I think most people.
So
would,
if there's a
agree with
shared
that.
intuition against homosexuals, you would have to bite the bullet then that you don't think homosexuals should adopt.
That's not necessarily what I'm arguing. I'm saying that I think
can
they
you
should.
make this
Hold on.
logically follow? People who have what is good is people's shared intuition.
Not necessarily.
Conditionally.
I'm arguing from conditional premises. If you reject things that I mentioned,
Let's
then
make
that's
sure
fine.
we got this right. Conditional means shared intuition. Your exact words.
Sure.
For the purpose of this conversation, Andrew.
Of these things. That doesn't mean that you throw out another thing that I didn't mention and then claim.
Bro.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Did you say, does conditional in this conversation mean shared intuition or not?
Shared intuition of the things that I mentioned, of course, because that's what I'm arguing. You can't just throw out another thing and be like, you agree with this. You agree with this,
it's
right?
It's only conditional on 5 things?
It's conditional on these things, yes. So that's what I'm arguing.
Hey, I just want to make sure.
You can't make the argument.
Hey, I just want to make sure I got this right. So, when it comes to this, we're not talking about shared intuition anymore. We're only talking about shared intuition when it comes to your few arguments against feminism, because you don't want to take an actual position.
No, I am taking an actual position.
No. You don't. You say these are conditional positions because I don't want my worldview to be investigated on these positions.
Andrew, the reason I don't want it is because, listen to me, because this is what you do is you go down a meta-ethics rabbit hole where you try to reduce a view to absurdity, and then a conversation because a conversation that was meant to be about feminism.
It is about feminism.
Then is dragged out into a 3-hour debate about the fundamental precepts of reality. And I think that gets so away from the conversation.
Didn't you say that alternative families are good?
Certain alternative families. It doesn't mean
certain
that all
alternative
of them.
families are good, right?
It depends what you mean by alternative families.
Yeah, but you said certain ones are good.
Sure.
Okay.
Fine.
So in this case, you said homosexual families
that's
are good, right? Why are they good?
Because it leads to the studies that I've seen. It leads to comparable outcomes to nuclear families, heterosexual.
Then just to be consistent here, if it was the case that you had studies that said that the results of an incestuous relationship between a man and a man, they have a kid that they adopted, and the outcomes were on par with that of other homosexual men. you would be for them adopting, right?
Yeah, if bad is good, then it's good. Sure.
Yeah, well, I just want to make sure that I got this right.
Hold on, you're stipulating things that just aren't the case.
What isn't the case?
It doesn't line up with any of the other available data of 3 men who are brothers or 2 men who are brothers having
What does that have to
children.
do with anything?
Because it doesn't lead to better outcomes. You're stipulating that it does, but it doesn't.
Wait, there's no data on this.
Well, I'm talking about the data that happens.
Yeah, I know,
between...
but great. So there's no data on this, though, and I'm just asking if there was data on this, you would have no objection to it, right?
Sure, but that's just because that's not how it works, because you would have to prove that there's a relevant difference as to why a mother and father who are related, raising, let's say adopting, just to keep it the same, adopting children and raising that's bad. There's been data on that. You would have to say that there's some relevant difference between 2 men that therefore would make it good, and not in this case. And I don't see how that would make any sense.
Whatever the same case would be for your objections for the incestuousness, right? Being some type of problematic caricature, even though we had a data set that said it was the outcomes for the child seemingly were okay. Do you think that you would still object to the incestuous part of this?
In the 2 dads cases, but not the heterosexual case, then I think you're just stipulating that that's going to be the case here and not here, and I don't think that makes sense.
Perfect. So then, my first argument is just conditional. I'm just saying that conditionally, for the sake of just this one argument, that if the intuition of the audience is that men who have sex with each other, right, and are in incestuous relationships shouldn't adopt because they have intuitions against it. And since that's, hang on, that's not my worldview, bro.
That's not my worldview.
It's not my worldview, but it's conditional to this one argument. I'm just appealing conditionally in this one argument that alternative families are bad, right? And the reason they're bad is because they're shared intuitions against men doing these things.
So that is fine.
Yeah.
And I'm not getting into a debate about alternative families
but
and
that's
whether they're good or not.
Wait, but I'm sorry, you did though, because you said that alternative feminism pushes alternative families, and alternative families are good.
It allows for alternative families, pushing and allowing for a different.
Right, so I'm just saying that conditionally, my argument back is that as long as we have a shared intuition, men against alternative family structures, that's good.
For this debate, yes.
For this debate, that's good.
Absolutely, because I'm not arguing in this debate right now why
then that's
alternative
perfect.
families.
Then I think that we have taken care of this one on alternative families, just conditionally. If you intuitively don't like that shit, it's good. We both agree. Moving to the next point.
Okay, sure.
Yeah,
okay,
ready?
Fine, yeah. So all of these are conditional statements on if you agree that those things are good.
Well, then I will just give a counter conditional that, well, if you just have an intuition that this guy's a fucking idiot, then he loses the debate. It's a conditional. I don't believe that, but it's conditional.
That's fine. Wait, but I'm arguing that these things are good. So, for example, would you agree that healthier families is a good thing?
Yeah, well, we haven't established what I think a family is yet.
Okay. Do you think healthier families, in your view, is a good thing?
Yeah, in my view, healthier. But hang on, we're equivocating though, because I don't want to talk past each other and equivocate. Where you say family, I say family, and we pretend that we're saying the same thing. To me, a family can be a cross-generational or nuclear family unit. I think the cross-generational unit's even better than the nuclear family unit. I think that if it's the case that you take away the female or male component from the family, it necessarily weakens it. Weakens it.
Based on
here's why.
Evidence
well, not only available evidence, but weakens what the outcomes are. When children have the mom and the father inside of the home, and we also see what happens.
Birdman. What Birdman? I was wrong the other day. I took the conversation personally and triggered my husband defense. I apologize to everyone. I'm gonna let you. I'll be again. I'm sorry. What? What is that? Is that what you're talking about? What's this Birdman stuff? You talking about this guy? Talking about the feminist? I didn't miss anything. I've already seen. Like I said, I watched like about half of this debate already.
Happens with single motherhood, the rates of abuse, various things like this when the father is not in the home. And this is usually initiated by women. Women are the ones who are the overwhelming initiators of the destruction of that family unit.
Sure. So from the data set that I've seen and what I've looked at regarding the health and well-being of children, it is true that children do better in a house where there's a mom and a dad than just a mom or just a dad. But that's because there's two parents in the house, not necessarily
Then
because...
explain lesbians.
What?
Then
What do you
explain
mean?
the lesbian conditions.
What
The
about the
rates of
lesbian
domestic
conditions?
abuse with lesbians and the outcome for lesbian children is not the same as that of gay men. They do not have the same outcomes.
So all that would prove then is that two men can raise a child, but then maybe two women should.
So then you think that, I just want to make sure then two lesbians raising a child, we should be, because that's not so healthy then.
Hold on. If the data shows that it would lead to worse outcomes for the child, no, because if you're making an argument about domestic violence rates, which I haven't looked that much into,
No, it's
frankly,
also abuse rates towards children.
Once again, conditionally on that statement being true, then it would probably not be best for the children.
Okay.
So I'm in agreement
So those alternative lifestyles. So if two gay men, right, they have a child, and I was able to prove, like, I don't know, that the children of gay men inside of the narrow study set, right, that you've probably looked at, I don't know if you have the studies handy, but I'm sure that I can reference them really quick, that the outcomes are just a little bit worse for children if they're raised by homosexuals rather than adopted by heterosexuals. And we know that every single child in the United States gets adopted, every single one, all of them, 100%.
Right. Like not foster care, yeah.
Then that would make a good case for why homosexual men probably shouldn't be allowed to adopt, right?
I don't think that's the case.
Why?
And here's the reason, because I bet there are certain heterosexual relationships among certain people that are better than others. So you talked about, wait a second, but you're saying if it's
talking about averages
hold
here.
on, no, but you're saying, fine. Would you say an intergenerational family, you talk about that, you said that's better than the regular nuclear family, right? Generally.
Yeah.
So would you say that because an intergenerational family is better, that therefore regular nuclear families are
because
bad?
Both of those family units, right, are still superior to any of these alternative family units.
Well, hold on, but you made the claim that if gay men who are raising a child, it's slightly
I'm not
worse.
a utilitarian. You are.
No. But you're saying it's
You're a
slightly
harm
worse.
reductionist,
Hold on.
not me.
No, I never made a claim of harm reduction.
Yes, you
okay?
did.
You're ascribing this to me.
Are you a harm reductionist?
I'm not making that argument here.
Are you a harm reductionist?
You're trying to pin me down.
Just answer the fucking question. Are you?
I would say largely I ascribe to threshold deontology. So not just utilitarianism.
No, threshold deontology.
I think it's
Where's the
both.
threshold before we switch to utilitarianism?
This is going to come back to bite him in the ass, this whole threshold thing. There's going to be several times where you hear Andrew Wilson asking him, like, the most ridiculous question, and then the guy will be like, yes or no, and then Andrew Wilson will just be like, well, why? Why? What's the threshold? You just seem to be, pulling yeses and nos out of your ass without explaining this whole threshold thing. You said earlier there's fucking this threshold deontology, whatever the fuck that is. I've never heard of that before. I mean, not that I have to have heard. Not that I have to have heard that before, but have any of you guys heard of something called threshold deontology?
I don't think that there are black and white answers to a lot of these questions, and that's because I don't want to ascribe a worldview, Andrew.
Okay, I just want to make sure I got this right. You're a threshold deontologist. So I just make sure I got this right. Threshold deontology is you believe in a universal form of ethics up to some threshold, and then you switch over to utilitarianism.
I think there's a balancing act between the two. I don't think that there is.
So
like,
what's
for
the threshold?
Example, I don't think there is one threshold for every single situation.
So it's just
I can't
intuition.
give it. No. Wait a second, Andrew. Just because we can't draw a specific line in the sand where two things differ doesn't necessarily mean there isn't a difference. It's the same thing as a Sorites paradox, and it's the same thing with the fallacy of like the heap and the pile.
Yeah. Okay. So the thing is, like, that's fair. If you want to say that there's a threshold fallacy in there where you can't ascribe from when one thing changes to another thing, right? I just want you to remember later in the debate that you said that when I make that same fallacy back when we get to a different topic. But just remember that you said that.
Fine.
Okay, great. Sure. So we have that.
Yes.
Now, back to feminism and why it's so great for society. Let's start with how does it reinforce heterosexual normative behaviors in society? How does it do that?
What do you mean heterosexual normative behavior? Like that they ought to act in a specific way? I don't think it does, and I don't think that's a bad thing.
Yeah, okay. So why is that a good thing?
because I think it's better if individuals have a more expansive version of masculinity or femininity that they can adopt into. So I don't think the man, wait a second, I don't think the man always has to be the provider, and I don't think that the woman always has to be the stay-at-home
those aren't masculine or feminine traits.
Well, that's largely things we ascribe to masculinity.
Oh, is it? What is masculinity first?
Well, it's hard to say exactly what it is. I mean,
what do you consider it to be?
I think it is considered a lot of traits such as, I don't know, courage, confidence, assertiveness. I don't think they're real. I don't think they're actually real categories.
Do you think that if a man is sick and he's in the hospital, right, because he has cancer, that other men consider him to be less of a man because his wife's providing?
No,
of
but
course
wait a second.
not.
But it's not.
Of course not.
It's not based exactly
Wouldn't
on
she be considered more feminine, in fact, by the fact that she's taking care of him while he's so sick, that she's doing her wifely duty?
I don't think necessarily. But I don't think you can also ascribe masculinity and femininity to these rigid, categorizations of things.
Yeah. So what is it? What is it then? What is masculinity? What is it?
I don't think there is a comprehensive thing. I actually agree. I don't think that masculinity and femininity are good categories to go off of because it reinforces already gendered norms there. So I'm not really positioned.
Well, let me give you a counter then.
Okay.
The reason that we utilize masculinity and the reason that we utilize femininity is because we're ascribing virtues to men and women, and they're shared virtues. So you would agree with me that courage is a shared virtue between men and women?
Yes, but
hang on.
Okay.
You would agree with me that temperance, shared virtue. You would agree with me that, generosity, perhaps shared virtue, things like this, right?
And they aren't exercised differently.
What's that?
And I don't think they're exercised differently.
And I'm not even saying that.
Okay.
So let's start with
shared virtues.
So you agree that they're shared, right?
Yeah.
But here's the problem, and here's where we get masculinity from. If it is the case that one sex does or does not apply one of these virtues, the social cohesiveness and the destruction to society drastically increases in comparison to the other sex. Meaning, let's take courage, for instance. Okay? Now, if females, right, lost courage when it came to dealing with intruders and things like this, right? If courage was not kind of on the menu there for social protection, right? Society would get objectively worse. Yeah. You would agree, right?
I think so. Yeah,
but if men lost courage, there wouldn't be fucking society at all. And so that's why it's ascribed as a masculine virtue. Because if men don't apply this virtue, society fails. Or if women don't apply this virtue, social cohesion and society begins its collapse.
Okay, fine. But I don't see how that necessarily boxes things into masculinity or femininity. I think if women started not...
How does it not?
Hold on. I think...
How does it not, bro?
Can I explain?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I don't think that if women just suddenly stopped expressing courage, it depends. We'd have to define what courage means. Like, what if women, by courage, you're courageous, maybe a woman doesn't want to get out of bed and raise her child.
Definition.
Okay, fine. If she doesn't want to take care of her children, if every single woman decided they weren't going to take care of their children and, let's say, I don't know, breastfeed their children, do the normal things that you would ascribe that women either ought to do in their role, I think that would lead to the downfall of society.
Well, let me give you an easier one. Temperance. Okay. Just take temperance, for instance. Okay. Temperance is necessary for both sexes in order to even have virtues to begin with.
Sure.
But if women become hysterical versus when men become hysterical, the side effects of this are much, much worse when men become hysterical versus women. Yeah.
Why? Why, though?
Because they're way fucking stronger.
I also think they exercise their hysteria in a more violent way.
Because they're way fucking stronger.
I don't think just because someone's stronger necessarily...
When women are hysterical, they become very violent, just like men do. The distinction is they can't do as much damage.
Okay.
And so if that's the case, then when we look at this virtue, for instance, if men lose control of that virtue, it's way fucking worse than if women do, right? That's why it's masculine versus feminine. Virtues are associated with the masculine and the feminine.
Okay, so I'm just curious on the view. What would be a virtue that I guess if women lost that virtue, it would be worse for society than men? Explain.
And we can, I mean, we can dive right into it. So chastity would be an easy one.
Okay.
So men, for instance, they can impregnate basically like as many women as they can make a deal for, right? As if there was 100 women who were lined up here today and you could have sex 100 times, you could impregnate 100 women.
Sure, we're assuming they're consenting to the sex?
Yeah, you could actually do that, right? But you agree that women can't. They can only get pregnant by one man at a time.
Yeah, sure, there is a difference
So then
there.
if that's the case, then when we're talking about the social cohesion, right? Women are basically going to be the gatekeepers of whose DNA passes on and whose DNA doesn't pass on. You agree with that?
How are they the gatekeepers, though?
Well, because you can have as many children as you want.
Sure.
They can't.
Yes.
Yes, they can't. So they get to basically be the selection for reproduction, not you.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying? They get to be they get to be kind of the gatekeepers for who gets to reproduce and who doesn't get to reproduce. Whereas you, right, you can just reproduce with like everything that you saw, as many partners as you could arrange for who would agree. You could actually impregnate all of them, right?
Sure, but would then you
So
would,
for
you would
women,
probably also agree they shouldn't do that.
Yeah,
though,
yeah.
right?
So if women aren't chaste, right? If they're not chaste and they have sex with like 50 men, right? At least this used to be the case, especially, then paternity comes into question. Other things come into question, right? Not really the case with men. If you had sex with 100 women, right, and no other men had sex with them, right, or 100 men had sex with this woman, and what are you doing, dude?
Bring me water.
Oh, fuck. This guy's like fucking shifting behind me. I'm like, what the fuck is he doing? Fuck. All right, so where were we at?
But
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so conditional, we're talking about the gatekeeping of female pregnancy.
Okay, I just don't see how it's different in terms of like men would have questionable about paternity if they have sex.
How would they have questions about
with 100
paternity?
women? Wait, are you assuming that only one man is having sex with these 100 women, or all of men are having sex with 100 women?
Yeah. So if it is the case that a woman has sex with 20 different men, right? It is the case that paternity is going to be in question, right?
Sure.
That is indeed the case.
Paternity is going to be in question. Yeah, paternity is going to be in question.
Yeah. So if we go back, the reason I'm tying this in with virtues, the reason I'm kind of moving from the back end to the front end, is to explain this concept to you. I wish I had home math skills so I could draw this out. Let us assume for a moment that you wanted to be assured that your child was yours, and you didn't have paternity tests.
Okay.
How could you do that?
In the old, like, I guess a long time ago?
Well, it's not that long ago. Paternity tests are modern.
Fine. And you want to be sure of it?
Yeah.
I guess then only you would be having sex with your wife or something like that, or you would want to have sex with a woman who wasn't actively having sex with other men at the same time, and I think that's perfect. I think that's a perfectly normal boundary.
So wait,
to
hang
have.
on. What is the last thing you just said? You would want to make sure what?
That you and your wife were the only people having sex with each other.
Right.
I think there's nothing wrong with monogamy.
What would be a good tell for that?
What do you mean?
That she wasn't having sex with a lot of men before you, right?
Wait. No, I don't necessarily think that's the case.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so. I think people can engage in a lot of sexual activity because they're enjoying that, and they enter a monogamous relationship and decide that that's what's best for them, and that's what they want.
Well,
I don't think that just because she chooses to have a lot of sex outside of a relationship means that she should automatically be distrusted within a monogamous relationship.
So let's just make sure we got this right.
Is it same for men, though?
We're going to set this. No, it's not.
Well,
but I'll get into that
okay.
next.
If a man has sex with a bunch of people, and he gets into a relationship,
I'm going to explain
should he be distrusted?
I'm going to explain it.
Okay.
But let's move into this because we're talking about the social destruction aspect. So let's start with this. You think that it is the case that if a woman has a promiscuous past, right, that should essentially not in any way show, men should show no distrust towards that woman for the purposes of having a family with her.
Hold on. Was she in relationships with people, and was she lying to them, and was she cheating on them?
She was just having a lot of promiscuous sex.
What's up, Sparkle? You watched this, huh? The Soy Boy Final Boss? Yeah. This was a good debate, right? This was fun to... I mean, like... sorry. Whether or not it's a good debate is, that's up to you, because I'm not judging it based on that. This was a good piece of content. That's why we're watching it. I watched about half of it, and I was laughing my ass off the entire time. Trust me, it picks up from here because they start going into like some really absurd shit. Every woman wants to have sex with 100 men? Yeah, exactly. Question to troll, but obviously, if half of the people are alive or whatever, it's better. There you go. Andrew absolutely pummels him. Yeah, this guy, the thing is, it's like, first of all, You have to fight fire with this guy, okay? You cannot fucking come in here and think it's going to be like going on a modern day debate panel where everybody's going to be like, well, it's my turn to talk now, and I'm going to show you a bunch of charts and data about fucking blah, blah, blah. And don't you know, from 2022, Harvard University did a fucking study on this and that. Nobody cares about that. This is content, all right? You have to fight fire with fire. You have to get some bullying, a little bit of jabs in there. You got to keep things on the same level. You cannot let him fucking just overwhelm you. Now, granted, I believe that the fucking final boss soy boy dude is like defending. He's defending the claim as like the highlight of the debate. So obviously a lot of the onus is going to be on him. However, I mean, have you never seen Andrew Wilson debate before? It's like it's he has a very clear method of overwhelming force. So if you come in here and be like, well, I think it's pretty reasonable if you do A, B, and C and blah, 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 and well, here's a data sheet and blah, 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 and here's a peer-reviewed study. Like, that shit is out the door, okay? Let's just talk about common sense shit that we can agree on, and we don't have to fucking hit each other with data every 2 seconds, okay? That's how you do it. There is no debate? Yeah. You find he's fairly young, but he's still, yeah. Well, he's like 20 years younger than Big Papa Fascist here. I'm older than both of them. so there's that.
With many, many men.
Then that's fine. Well, I guess we're assuming also like no STDs, no stuff like
Sure,
that.
we just bake it in.
Okay, fine. Then yeah, no, I don't.
There shouldn't be any trust distinction at all?
No, I mean, you have conversations with this person. Be like, yeah, no, I had that past. I enjoyed that part of my life, but I want to settle down now.
And would you say that
those
women would probably be on par with trust of like virgin women when it came to that?
Uh-huh.
Right. It follows, right?
Sure,
Except it doesn't, because you didn't think about it, and here's why.
Okay.
There's if I were to ask you about comparisons, right? Comparatively, if a woman only has sex with one partner, can she compare any other partners to that man she's had sex with?
No, I guess not.
So she wouldn't be knowing what she was missing out on or not missing out on, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so then if that's the case, if a virgin got married, right, she would have no other men to make comparisons against for any potentiality she might be missing out on, correct?
Hold on. Yes, but then you're claiming that you should marry virgin women because there might not be another guy, or they're not going to have a reference for another guy who's better at having sex than you are.
Or better at whatever the traits are. So the more that human beings experience partners, how's that weird? It just blows your position out.
No, it doesn't blow my position
You
up.
said there's no distinct thing that we could ever point to, right? And this is because when I asked you, hey, do you think that it's the case that if you have a virgin woman, right, versus a very promiscuous woman, they're equally as trustworthy? You said yes. However, you instantly blow your own position out the second you say that there is a comparative analysis which people are going to be making. That would erode the trust immediately.
Wait a second. So just so I can understand your position, I want to just restate what you're saying back to you. Are you saying that because a woman who had more sex before marriage has more experience with what men she likes and what men she doesn't like, that therefore within the marriage, if she's unhappy with the state of the current marriage, she has things to compare it to, and thus she might be more likely to leave? Is that what you're saying?
Well, not just that, right? But it could be that if she had never experienced, and in fact this is likely because women polled say this, if she had never experienced these other men and had no comparison, she would actually be much happier in the current relationship that she was in.
Well, that's just, okay, so ignorance is bliss is what
it's
you're arguing?
It's not ignorance.
Well,
right?
it is. She doesn't know about the other men.
It's a comparative. Well, then by your standards, should she just fuck a bunch of men so that she knows?
Not necessarily. Wait.
Which thing is more preferable for society then?
Wait, but you're making a false dichotomy.
What's the dichotomy?
You're making a false dichotomy.
I can't wait.
You are. You're saying that there's on one side that women do not have sex or before marriage whatsoever at all, and the other one is women just fuck people all the time, no matter what.
No, just promiscuity. I'm just asking. It would logically follow that if women had fucked two men, she now has a comparison.
Yeah.
Okay, so then
I think it's a good
we would just say that every single time there's an additional. Well, okay, then if you think it's a good thing,
then you have to be better.
Then wait a second. Then if you
have
think
to be better than the other guys.
No, let's back up. Then you think it's a good thing. You just said, I think that's a good thing. So that means if that's a good thing, why shouldn't they fuck a lot of men so that they have the largest comparison sample size possible?
I think it depends on the individual woman and what she wants. Some people don't want to have that much sex. Some people just don't.
That doesn't answer my question.
Wait.
If you think it's good that she had sex with one more person, right? Because now she has a comparative sample size, why shouldn't she have sex with hundreds of different people to make sure she has the best comparative sample size?
To absurdity.
Oh, bro, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it's upsetting to you. But
it's not upsetting. Hold on. Do you think that eating broccoli is good?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that we should just eat as much broccoli as fucking possible all the time?
But do I?
Did you think we just eat an insane amount?
No.
So there can be a good thing, and that thing can be good up to a threshold.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is that if I were to say, right, eating lots of broccoli is good, so I have a comparison against other, I don't know, other vegetables or something like this, right? And you rightly asked me then, well, shouldn't we eat like a ton of broccoli then so we have the highest comparison? We can also make that and say, well, but we cut it off at this before it gets to the point of like you're going to throw up or something like this, right? That's fair, but that would still equal a lot more men, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so then you think, honestly, that women probably ought to fuck a lot of men.
Not ought. No. Because I also think...
Then wouldn't they be missing out, bro?
No, I don't think they're missing out.
How do they really know what their preferences are, though, bro?
Because there's... Hold on. Because there are different women who want different things. You're ascribing a monolith. Some women might want to be virgins until marriage because they value sex in a significant way that other women don't.
Yeah, but how do they really know unless they're having sex with multiple men?
You don't necessarily have to have sex with multiple men if you don't want that comparison. Okay. You don't have to... Just because a comparison might be helpful in certain instances doesn't mean that the negatives for that individual person might outweigh the positive benefits that they're having.
Perfect. So then is it the case then, right, that if we're just looking at the cost-benefit analysis of comparison for outcome, if we are to have the best outcomes with women who've only had one sexual partner, because there's no comparative analysis...
best outcomes? Can you just...
Yeah, this means they stay in their marriages longer and report happiness levels that are higher. Which all virgins do, almost universally.
Almost.
Yeah, almost. What did I say? Overwhelming majority. Overwhelming majority do. Okay. Same thing. And the reason I say universal is because it doesn't matter the nation. It doesn't matter the nation, at least in the Western nation, doesn't matter the nation when it comes to dissatisfaction. Now, you can look at some nations, perhaps in the Middle East, where they measure dissatisfaction, but you can't tell if it's because they're virgins or because they live in the Middle East, right? Like, you can't tell. But in Western nations, you can tell. And here's how we know. We can do an analysis from the religious, right? The more religious they are, the less promiscuous they often are, and the more often they get married virgins, right? And here's what ends up happening. The non-religious, the secular women get married virgins, and the religious women to get married virgins both report a much higher sexual satisfaction rate, much higher attraction rate, right? And they have much less in the way of the marriage splitting up because they make no comparative analysis.
I think making a weird comparative analysis is kind of strange because what it feels like you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is I don't want my wife to have had sex with other men because I don't want her to compare the sex we're having to other men, which might make me feel insecure and make me feel that my sex is not as good. Let me ask you,
do you honestly believe that that's a less tenable position than yours, which is I want my wife to have had sex with multiple men to compare other men to me?
Hold on. It is. Oh, no.
I'm just saying.
No, Andrew.
That is what you're saying,
bro. No, it's not.
Well, then why would you be against it?
Wait, I'm not, because women aren't a monolith, Andrew, and women don't all want the same thing.
So what? That's not what we're talking about.
Wait,
did I say women were a monolith or they all want the same thing? Or did I say that if you make a comparative analysis for outcome, that the outcomes tend to be a lot better for the virgin women because they don't make the comparative analysis?
I think it is strange to say people ought to have less experience so they don't know what they're missing out on.
I think
so they don't know what they're missing out on.
So then you're right. They don't know what so then you want your woman to have previously been fucked a bunch. So you wouldn't want her to be with you only because she didn't know what she was missing out on.
Yeah.
Right?
So
okay.
Wait a second,
All right,
Andrew. Wait a second. Let me respond to this, Andrew.
Okay,
let me respond to this.
Bro.
It actually doesn't matter to me necessarily if she had sex before.
That's not what I asked you. I said, do you want your woman to have been previously fucked by other men so she doesn't know what she's missing out on? And you said, yeah.
Sure.
So here's the thing. And here's why I did this to you.
It's just not that important.
Here's why I did this.
This is going to come up again because they start talking about like, you know, would you date a virgin? And, I mean, Andrew Wilson's married, but obviously his answer to that be yes. That'd be preferable from the Christian worldview perspective. But the feminist dude was like, no, there's no way. I would never date a feminist. Or excuse me, I would never date a virgin. Which I don't know if that's crazy. I would say it'd definitely be different. It'd definitely be different if I was dating a virgin. But I wouldn't be opposed to it. I would just have to ask myself, like, how committed I'm anticipating myself getting with this. Because, if you start dating a virgin, you're talking about, like, some pretty serious commitment. Because it's very unlikely that the virgin's just gonna give it up. They're probably gonna want to stay a virgin until they're married.
It's just not that important to me,
Because you're a
Andrew.
clip chimp. Like, I went to your
No.
channel and you're a
Okay.
clip chimp, right? You ain't never living that clip down.
I don't.
Never living that clip down.
I don't think there is a universal here. I don't think.
I know.
For example, let me
say
say
it was
this.
universal?
Hold on.
I asked you.
Wait. I guess you would be holding all else equal, right? Are you holding all else equal? So someone who had a lot of sexual experiences,
don't run
for
away
someone
from
who
it.
never. No, I am, because I think
You
this
are?
is irrelevant. I think this is a relevant distinction, Andrew. If there is
Uh-huh.
someone who had a lot of sex and they are identical in every other character trait and quality, and someone who didn't, that woman is probably going to know what she wants sexually, and that's great.
Okay.
Because then she knows what she likes, and that's good.
And you would prefer that kind of woman?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would.
Okay. Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to promiscuity in society then, right, women who have a lot of sex, they have a lot more experiences to really know what they want.
Certain women, yes. Hold on, because some women might not want that, Andrew.
But how would they know if they haven't done it? They don't have the experience.
I actually do think it's probably good for people to have sex before they get married, because then you get into a marriage and the sex is terrible, and then it can
Then
be
why are their
terrible.
satisfaction rates so high, bro?
There can be high satisfaction rates.
No,
for
there
certain
mostly
women.
is.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Correct. I'm not saying there's not, but
Yeah.
I'm saying that for individual people, I think it's probably best to have some experience. That doesn't mean that every single girl should have sex with as many men as she can.
Well, but you would admit that if a woman's had sex with 1,000 guys, that chick really probably knows exactly what she wants.
She probably knows what she wants,
Yeah.
but also
That's a lot of experience.
Wait a second.
You
You're
wouldn't want
correct.
to keep her away
You're
from
correct.
that, right?
No, Andrew.
Let me ask you this. Would
No,
you have
but-
sex with a woman? Would you be with a woman, marry a woman who had sex with 2,000 men because she knows what she wants? Now she can compare you against 2,000 men.
I wouldn't want to marry someone who's a porn star, because that's just not that's not aligned with my lifestyle. I want someone with the same interests and who's interested in the same career field as me. What? So I want to marry someone.
So if they
within
could be
that
a
same
porn
thing.
star and interested in your career
No,
field,
wait, no.
bro?
I would want them to be interested in that field and working in that field, because I want someone who's comparable in that way, because I don't want to.
Why do they have to work in the field you're in to be interested?
I think, but that's something that I value. I value someone who's interested in the same things I am and pursues that as a career.
So you would never marry a woman who's not in the same occupation as you?
Not exact occupation, but same domain of thing. For example, I wouldn't want to marry someone who's a grocery store clerk if I'm a lawyer. I don't want that.
Why?
I don't want that power
Why?
differential. I want us to be
Power differential?
I think so, a little bit. I don't want someone to be
So
entirely
weird.
dependent on me and my income.
What do you mean a power differential? Do you think?
I think there can be in terms of income. If one person's making a lot more money than the other person,
Who cares about that?
I think then there can be a power differential if someone gets into a relationship and doesn't have the ability to get out of that relationship because they're financially tied to that person. And I would never want someone to be financially tied to me.
I see.
That's what I'm saying.
I see. So men shouldn't get married.
That's not what I'm saying. I think men should marry women who are on their level.
No.
I think men should marry women who are on their
I don't
level.
think you realize what you just said.
No.
The divorce initiators,
Mm-hmm.
you would agree, are mostly women, right?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. Do you think that when women initiate these divorces that they just do it out of pocket, or do you think there was a big buildup? They thought about it for a long time.
I would venture to say the second, but I'm sure you're going to say it's not.
No. It is, right?
Okay.
They think about it for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
However, if they're the ones who are springing the divorce on the husband, right?
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't thought about the divorce for a long time, has he?
I don't think that's necessarily the case. It
is.
Could be.
It is the case.
Wait a second. Is there data to show that
Yes,
men who
here's what the data,
men get blindsided by
yes,
the divorce?
and here's what the data shows,
Okay.
right? The women initiate it, and the men don't want it. They don't want the divorce. Women want the divorce, right?
Yeah,
not the men. So they've been thinking about the divorce for a while, right? So the thing is that if they can just go and get divorced whenever it is that they want, they can just literally go and file paperwork, right? And the man's not prepared for it. They have like an exit strategy. They're prepared. They've been thinking about it for a long time. Man, not right. Man, hang on. Man hasn't.
So man married the wrong woman.
So men would be. Hang on, bro.
Woman.
So the financial dependency aspect here, right? The man is also financially dependent that his wife's not going to divorce him, right?
I think that.
Right. Hang on. Right.
Hold on.
Answer my fucking question and then respond to it.
I don't understand your question. Are they partially financially dependent?
Every married couple is dependent on each other.
Yeah.
Yes, every one of them. So if she blindsides him with a divorce, right, then what happens here is when you make the case, financial dependency, there's financial dependency and that leads to like power dynamics, then that would mean women actually have the power dynamic interest here. Because if they can initiate divorce whenever they want and devastate a man financially,
so can men.
Men aren't.
Okay, but they can't.
But they descriptively aren't.
Then why aren't they?
Because they want to stay married. They don't think, they're not looking for an exit strategy. Women are plotting an exit strategy. So men get blindsided with this, bro.
I think that I think that women who blindside someone with a divorce and it's not a conversation of I'm not happy with this. I'm not happy. You're not, meeting X, Y, or Z needs. I feel like you're not communicating with me. Maybe there's infidelity involved. Then I think that if she doesn't talk about any of that, and then just suddenly
no, she can talk about all of that, but it's still blind. Here's the thing. Here's the problem with this, right? Is like you seem to want to take human nature out of the human aspect here. If you know that you're going to leave your significant other, right? Are you going to like try to leverage it so that they have the best chance for custody and they have the best chance for financial security? Or are you going to leverage things the best possible way for yourself?
No, actually the first one. And that's what my dad did in the divorce from my stepmom.
Your dad, yes.
I think it was a really
rational, reasonable man. Yes.
I think it was a very good thing of him to do. He didn't leave my stepmom completely like
that was awful
tarnished.
Good of him. But do you agree with me that within human nature, if you know that you're going to exit, you know that you're leaving, right? Just like with a job, aren't you going to try to make
job is different.
Aren't you going to try to make the best conditionals possible for the exit so that you're as financially set as possible?
Putting in your 2 weeks is not the same thing as signing
No,
divorce
it's not putting
papers.
in 2 weeks. Here's what you do when you change a job. You don't put in your 2 weeks.
Whatever, you quit.
You've already arranged a job for 6 fucking months before you ever put in your 2 weeks.
It's still not the same because you don't have
it's not.
You don't have obligations to that individual who you're working for in terms of emotional
Yes,
security.
Of course you have obligations to them.
You can quit a job.
Yeah, I know, but you still made you can quit a marriage, but you still made a fucking agreement.
I don't know. I mean, like I don't have this deep desire to have a million things in common, with my girlfriend or my future wife. I mean, do we need to be in the same similar circle? Well, she can't be a Scientologist, like hold on 1 second here. Do I absolutely require that my wife is on my, spiritual journey the same way I am? I mean, in terms of not being on one, that would be nice, but I think if my wife was Catholic, I'd be fine with that. If she's the shit, if I fucking really lucked out and found a fucking awesome woman, but she happened to be Catholic or fucking Lutheran or some shit, I think I could be fine with that. If she could be fine with it, she would likely not be fine with it, but it wouldn't bother me that much. But I don't know. This whole idea of like if you're a lawyer and she's a barista kind of thing, that's my dream. My dream is to fucking find a chick that's a waitress. Like finding a chick that's a waitress, that's my dream. That's my wife. That's probably like the only similar circle that I would really give a shit about. Is someone who knows who knows of something that speaks to me very personally, That would be huge for me. That would be a similar circle that I would consider pretty important. But this whole, like, should doctors marry doctors and lawyers marry lawyers kind of thing, I mean, I don't fucking care about that, it wouldn't bother me if I was a lawyer and I met a barista and she was hot. I would be like, yeah, let's go out. I don't really feel this need to do the similar circle thing. Although I will say, the hot waitress thing, definitely, that's like a fucking cherry on top. That's a fucking 10 out of 10 right there.
Like you do your job. Sure. And I think people in marriages have a responsibility to care for the other person.
They have a duty?
In a way.
They have a duty?
They have a duty.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
I think everyone has a duty. I just don't think the duties are gender specific.
Oh, they're not?
No, I don't think they are.
They're not.
Here we go.
So I guess we can dive into that next.
Yep.
This is fucking hilarious. So let's dive into the idea of gender itself. Okay.
Okay.
How many would you say there are? An infinite number?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I have no clue.
You have no clue how many there are?
No. How many names are there in the world, Andrew?
Do you consider every name a gender?
No, but I think they're a relevant category of identification. So, yeah.
Well, okay.
They're the same relevant category of identification.
Do you understand like a label versus a descriptor?
Sure, but I think
Okay,
I think there's a lot of overlap between the two.
No, there's not really a lot of overlap between the two. An empty label is, my name is Andrew. Do you agree with me? My name is Andrew?
Sure.
Okay. Do you agree with me that there could be many Andrews sitting at the table with me right now?
Sure.
So Andrew doesn't describe anything about me. It's a label, right?
There are certain connotations with it. For example, I would assume that you're a man. I would assume that that's largely an American
Andrew
name.
doesn't determine that.
But it's associated with it.
No, it's not even associated with it. So let's take something like Andy. Take something like Andy then.
Yeah, then we wouldn't know.
Okay, so it's just an empty label, right?
Empty is weird. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's just an empty label. So.
Yeah, what's up, Zadro? How you doing? Welcome in. We all white men have to apology for the history of patriarchy. No, I won't. I don't believe I'll be doing that. I don't believe I'll be doing that. I will be advocating on behalf of the patriarchy. Okay. That's what we're doing here. First, I have to decide on my gender. Here's where it is with gender, right? There's either two genders or there's infinite genders. Okay. Anybody that says there's 79 or 234 or whatever, okay, that's bullshit. You're just arbitrary pulling stuff out of your ass. You don't know anything about fucking numbers, basically. But we've been doing pretty good with two genders for a long time now. I'm not saying there doesn't need to be more genders, and I'm not saying somebody can't be fucking, hydrogender or whatever. I'm just saying there is either two or there's infinite. There is no other. Or maybe if you come from like the gender abolitionist perspective, maybe there's zero genders. Right. Or if you come from the Charlie Kirk perspective, it's like zero genders too, because he says there's no such thing as genders, only personalities. I mean, fine, whatever. The gender abolitionists and Charlie Kirk have something in common. I mean, I never thought that would ever happen, but apparently it is. So you got your people out there thinking there's zero genders. Fine, whatever. But fuck them. Who cares about them? There's either the people that think there are two genders, and there's the people that think there are infinite genders. Because when somebody asks, well, then how many genders are there? They mostly just say, well, I don't know. I mean, it's not really up for me to determine, blah, blah. It's like, okay, well, you just say infinite. Just say it. Just say infinite, Vocation is not an equal gender. Yeah, exactly. What gender is somewhat between a truck crane driver and a truck crane mechanic? There you go. I drove a truck crane. In the Army, I drove an AT4. What was it? An AT422? I think so. I think it was an AT422. Oh, I actually found like a bunch of. I found a bunch of my pictures from when I was in the Army. I thought I lost them. I had them on my old phone, and then it died, and I fucking never could get them back. But apparently, I fucking zipped them up and put them in a file on my fucking my Google Drive. So maybe I'll share those with you guys one day. Some of my old Army pictures. But some of the pictures that are there are me like operating the crane, the truck crane. But yeah, whatever. There's either two genders or infinite. Okay, that's it. That's the answer. I don't care if you say infinite, fine, whatever. But there's no 67. There's no 234. Okay, it's either two or infinite. Doesn't matter anything, and the race doesn't matter anything. Come from the same exact place. What does that mean? Started to see the army. I have to. Well, I have to go through them because like a lot of them would have like on my uniform I have a lot of things that would like dox me basically. So I need to go through them and see which ones are good and which ones I can kind of like blur out my name a little bit, stuff like that. But I'll bring them up one day. There's a bunch of them. I mean, they're not like, it's not like me, stacking bodies and killing terrorists or anything. It's just like a lot of like day-to-day stuff in the army. A lot of training. We did a lot of I have a lot of like urban search and rescue training photos. I have like construction photos of me like operating certain things, and there's a couple of videos in there too, I think. But I'll go through them and I'll see what makes sense to show. And then there's probably, for the one, I could probably show everything, but I'll have to go through some of them and kind of just blur out some things because there's a lot of things on your person that can indicate who you are. So I just want to make sure I'm not doxing myself, showing you guys all my pictures.
But if I were to say man or male, that is a descriptor which is trying to point at something specific. It's not an empty label, yeah?
Yeah.
So what is a man and what is a woman? Start with what a woman is.
Sure. So I think largely, and I claim this with my debate with Jim Bob, and I'll claim it.
The thing is, though, you won't even believe it's me because I'm clean shaven. You'll be like, "Who the fuck is that guy?" I look like 30 pounds lighter, and I have no facial hair. I do. There is like a series of photos where I have a mustache, and that's because we went to the field, and when you go to the field, most people just grow a mustache when you're in the field. It's just kind of like a macho kind of thing to do. So that's like the only facial hair I have. Otherwise, you won't even recognize me. You'll be like, "Who the fuck is that guy?" Yeah, it's definitely a porn. It's the dirtiest porn stash ever, bro. It's so bad.
With you, I'm not super well versed in
super young. No, this is like from a couple years ago. I joined the army in 2017, and I got out in 2021. So, it's basically for the past 8 years or so.
Gender ideology.
I guess I do look young though, because I'm just like I'm clean shaven in all my photos, basically most of them, because you have to be.
Or things of that nature. So I don't have comprehensive definitions or sets of necessary and sufficient conditions that must be met in order for someone to be in one category. So if we're talking about, for example, woman and man, there are biological definitions of this thing. If you look in the dictionary, this is the reason why there's multiple definitions.
So what's a
words.
Woman, dude?
Okay, so I think a biological definition could be something like an adult human female.
Okay.
But I do think there can be social definitions of woman, of someone who has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex.
Okay, so if a person did not have those norms but identified themselves as a woman, would you call them that?
So what did I just say
Answer
before?
my question.
No, but what did I say before?
You're
said, asking a question that shows that you didn't listen to what I said before.
Okay. In fact, I'll steelman it just to make sure that I got it correct.
Mm-hmm.
You think that there are scientific definitions which we can associate to male and female.
Correct.
You gave an example. The example for female was adult human, for woman, adult human female from the scientific end. You agree with that portion so far?
Yeah, but that's, you did miss something at the beginning.
Then when we go into gender, you say what gender is just a series of traits and cultural and social, like social norms in which we would attribute to somebody, which would then make them either woman or man.
So first, you missed the first part that I said, which I said that I don't think there is a comprehensive set of necessary and sufficient conditions that can be given for man or woman. There's going to be things that lie outside of there, and it's really hard to define.
Actually, that's perfect. Can we stop that?
Really hard to
Can
define.
we stop right there?
Okay.
Since you're confused as to how many necessary conditions there would be, then it would be just a descriptor or a self-ID, right?
No, not necessarily.
Then what else would it be?
I think... I'm not sure. I think...
You're not sure?
No, but Andrew...
You're not sure, bro? What else would it be besides a self-ID then?
Besides self-ID, other people recognizing it. If people don't recognize
other people are recognizing it based on the scientific definition.
Some people aren't.
They conflate it with the scientific definition.
Some people are also with social, though.
Yeah,
but definitely do. Do you know someone's chromosomes when they walk down the street?
Brian, if Brian looked exactly like he looks right this second, but said that he's a woman, right?
And you wanted to use she, her pronouns? I don't really give a shit.
Yeah, you would agree that he is then.
Yeah.
I also served in the Army as a crane driver. I only held a weapon in the Army when I was taking the basic Army course. The rest of the time we were not given weapons because there were cases when our soldiers forgot their weapons in the malls, in parks, on a hook in the toilet. Okay. What were you doing with weapons in the mall? Why would there be any scenario where you'd have a weapon in a mall, though? Or a park? Are you talking about... You're not talking about the United States military, because there's no way they would have given you fucking weapons over there, dude.
Right?
Sure.
Okay, so then a woman would have to be anybody who identifies as a woman.
That's one of the first things you do. Is you get assigned your weapon. In the case of the United States, you get assigned an M4, or if you're in the Marines, I think they give you an M16. And then you take it with you everywhere you go. You take it to sleep. You don't take it in the shower. You basically have like they have like designated people that watch it while you take a shower, and you just basically rotate through weapons watch. But you sleep with it. You fucking clean it every day. You take it. You don't take it when you eat, because there's no weapons allowed in there. But you have like that rotating people eat, and then they go watch weapons, and it just keeps rotating. But you take it everywhere. You take your weapon everywhere. You know. What are they doing with an M16? I don't know. The Marines do different shit. I don't know if they're still using the M16. My brother was in the Marines, and they had M16s over there. We had M4s. So sus as fuck. I mean, that was the thing. Like you literally like you fucking live and die with that thing. Like I said, there's a few scenarios where you don't bring it into the mess hall. You don't bring it into the shower. Other than that, you bring it everywhere you go. So it's supposed to be a part of your body, you know. HK 416. Oh, nice. That's fancy. Fancy schmancy.
Woman.
Well, no, because that would be a circular definition.
So then tell me what it is then. If you agree that Brian can be a woman right now by saying he is.
I think he can be a woman in the social sense of it, but I don't think he can be a woman in the sense of the biological.
How can he be a woman in the social sense of it?
Because there's not a set of necessary and sufficient conditions.
Then it would just be self-ID.
Just because there's ambiguity around boundaries doesn't mean the categories don't exist.
Oh, no. So hang on. I agree, unless we have a category to point to, which we do. So we have a category, man, woman, which points to male, female.
Okay.
Right? So those categories do exist. When we're talking about ambiguity here, you're creating the ambiguity by just failing to admit that you just believe it's a self-ID.
I don't necessarily think it is a self-ID.
Then just tell me what it is.
I think it's a combination of someone identifying as and them being recognized by other people in the society. So if Brian said he was a woman right now, full honesty right now, I don't really think I would think he was a woman.
You would think he was.
No, I wouldn't think he was.
You wouldn't think he was.
Because I think most people wouldn't recognize him as such. And I do think that...
I mean, the main rule about self-ID is that you have to mean it. You have to mean it. It has to be good faith, or else they won't believe you. Like, so for example, if someone who, like Gorp, if Gorp said I identify as a man, not that everybody here is like all about recognizing other genders or whatever, or trans identities, but generally people would be like, okay, like that fits into that puzzle piece fits into the puzzle. But if I said I identify as indigenous, then people would be like, what do you mean by that? And I'd be like, I identify as indigenous. I belong to this land. They'd be like, no.
That if most people in a society don't recognize someone as a woman, even if they identify as a woman, then for a lot of functional purposes, they aren't treated as a woman, and they aren't. So even if their self-ID is that way, it's not going to match up to the treatment that they're going to have.
I see. So you wouldn't believe Brian if he said he was a woman?
Right now? No, probably not.
Probably not.
I might use she/her pronouns if Brian wanted to use that information.
Would you treat Brian like a woman?
I don't think there's a proper way to treat a man or treat a woman. So I would treat Brian like a human being.
There's
the
not
same
a
way I would
proper
treat
way
men
to treat
and
a
treat
man
women.
or treat a woman.
So, but you would use his pronouns.
Sure.
Okay, and you would use those pronouns as a matter of respect that.
Yeah.
He said he's a woman.
Well, yeah, I just don't want to be an asshole. Like I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
That's just being a jerk.
I think intentionally misgendering someone, like I don't. And it's like, yeah, it's kind of it's kind of
I'm
a
really
jerk move.
just not really kind of satisfied here. I'm sorry. I want to be so that we can move into the proper gender roles for society. But if we can't really nail down what a woman is, I'm not sure how we're supposed to nail down how men and women are supposed to function with each other in intersexual dynamics, or how they're supposed to interact with each other in social dynamics. I'm not really sure that we can even get to that part unless we nail down what even a man and a woman is.
So, I mean, we nailed it down largely biologically, but I think...
No, we haven't. Well, we haven't nailed down what your definition of these things are.
I don't... See, here's the thing, is you're going to rigidly categorize men and women into male and female and then say that certain gender roles follow from that.
They do.
I'm basically saying that I don't think those gender roles follow.
Yeah, that's great, but you won't nail down what a man and a woman even is.
Because I don't think you can give a comprehensive...
Well, then how can you make social prescriptions for what they ought to ought not do?
What's a chair?
What's a chair? This is interesting, right?
What is a chair?
A chair, just like sports team, you could use that same analogy. This is one of the it's the same thing. Okay. I'm explaining it, right? And I'll answer the question. I'll give you the descriptor of what a chair is. Okay. Right? My proprietary definition of a chair is that it's a thing you sit on that has like 4 standing legs and a cushion and things like this, right?
They have a beanbag chair?
But but here's what's interesting, right, about this. I'm trying to point to something. Correct. Just like with sports teams, if I say there's a sports team, right, or a sports fan, sports fan, you could say, what is a sports fan, right? Is it just an empty label? Nah, it's really not. You would assume that there's things that come with it, like,
I don't think they're empty labels.
Hang on. Like, you would assume for a second that they support the team, they support this, they support that, right? When I give a definition of a chair, while it is true that there can be a very comprehensive, descriptive definition of a chair, I'm actually not wrong about my definition of chair. And you're not wrong about your definition of chair either when you say beanbag chair, right?
I'm also
because
not wrong
we're still trying to point to the same idea of what a chair is. In this case, we're not pointing to the same idea of what a woman or a man is.
Sure, I don't necessarily think so. And I think that the social definition, there are a lot of people who ascribe to that. And when people think of woman and think of man, they do think of traditional woman and traditional man.
They think of pussies and dicks, dude.
I don't necessarily think so, dude.
Yeah, I think when you would make an association of man versus woman, right? Well, if somebody's asked a person, what is the thing that you would think of if a person was naked that would identify them immediately as a man or a woman?
Right.
What do you think they would say?
Naked is different. Because
what do you think they would say?
Sure, Andrew.
What would they say?
If their genitals are out, they're going to point out their genitals, Andrew.
Yeah, because why do you think they're going to point out their genitals?
Are most people's genitals out a long time?
Bro, what does that have to do with anything?
Because if someone were to ask me, what do I associate with womanhood, I would say a lot of things that are associated with femininity. Longer hair, wearing certain type of clothing, things of that nature.
Fashion?
To me, that's...
Fashion?
Wait,
Longer hair?
Hold on. In a sense, I'm not saying that that's a comprehensive definition of woman.
Well, it doesn't even point to the same thing.
I'm saying for me, those are things that I value and find attractive in women.
Okay, when I'm saying woman or man, I'm giving a descriptor which is trying to point to something.
Yes.
Right? Point to it. You're trying to say that there's 2 categories, that man and woman is not just a biological categorization, but there's a social categorization.
And they do adhere to largely their social roles.
But when you say that it's not a comprehensive social categorization, right? What else could it be besides self-ID? What else could it be?
I don't think it has to be one or the other, Andrew. There is ambiguity in definitions. Like, if someone says I'm a woman and like if people say they're not, like what?
Well, first of all, there's not ambiguity in all definitions. Then
we're butting heads.
But secondly, definitions also operate. They have definite ends. They have definite ends. What is the definite end? What are the things which are the undercurrent of the definition that they're pointing to? They're saying like a chair, right? You might have like little things under the definition of a chair that point to things you sit on, right? Things that you relax on, things like this.
Yes.
That's what's doing all the heavy lifting for the word.
Yes.
What's doing all the heavy lifting for the word man and woman? What is it?
I think it can be and is social roles.
No, it's sex. It's 100% sex doing the heavy lifting for man and woman, dude. Give me a break.
I don't necessarily think so.
Okay, they demonstrated. All of the definitions, all of the things which support the definitions of man and woman, all of them are pointing to sex. Literally all of them.
Okay.
Like basically every one of them.
Sure.
If you think reproduction, right? If you even woman, even with when it comes to woman, right?
Okay.
Adult human female. If you look up the definition of female, especially human female, it says like one a member of the human race which is associated with reproduction, right?
Okay.
It's literally utilizing the reproductive categorization of genitalia, right?
Well, there's genitalia. I mean, there's a difference between
It's
the reproductive...
genitalia. Oh, how do they get pregnant, bro?
Difference between the reproductive system
Yeah, how do
and
they
genitalia.
get pregnant?
I'm not saying it doesn't involve genitalia.
Of course it does. All of it is being held up by sex. All of it, dude.
Okay. If someone
Okay.
doesn't have the internal reproductive organs but has a vagina, do you think they're a woman?
Of course. And I
They
can
are?
even dive into that too. So the monolithic argument for gender is my favorite one. I wouldn't say that a man who was castrated, right, through no fault of his own, he was in a terrific accident and the genitals were ripped off. Of course, he's still a man, but here's why. Because people only develop around 2 pathways. That's it. There's no third sex. There's never going to be a third sex. Nobody alive has ever been able to impregnate themselves, not even chimeras. Because of that, there's only 2 reproductive pathways available, period. You're still a woman. Even if you don't have a uterus, your reproductive pathway was still developed to that of a woman, to that of a female.
But it didn't develop.
It did develop.
Well, a lot of these people who have this condition, complete androgen insensitivity syndrome, are those who have XY chromosomes and develop along a male pathway.
No, they
but it goes
develop
wrong.
that. Even if you have XXY, right? Or you have, there are actually men who just have XX, but their reproductive pathway can only be one of 2. They can only develop along 2 reproductive pathways, period, regardless of chromosomes. And that's every human being who exists. Even ones who have the nature of their, the nature of them is ambiguous, right? The ambiguity around genitalia and things like this are ambiguous. They still can only go down one phenotypical pathway, period.
Okay.
And genotypical. So if sex is doing all of the heavy lifting, I think that it is fine for us to point at man and woman and say a man, right, is someone who developed along the reproductive pathway for the production of small gametes, and woman for ova.
Sure.
Doesn't require they have a uterus.
Yeah,
they still develop down that pathway,
sure.
right?
And yeah, that absolutely is a biological definition. But we use those words in other ways, right?
No, we don't.
We don't. When we say well, then how come we can say a woman is manly and the sentence makes sense? Because we're
pointing to masculine or feminine virtues.
Agreed.
Virtues.
But we use those terms to refer to social phenomena, right?
Well, no,
manly,
not always.
And womanly.
Actually, most of the time, right, when you're doing that, there is times when this is done. I agree with you, where you're like, oh, that chick is, or you're nagging me like a woman.
Yeah.
Right.
How many people in the comments right now do you think are calling me a woman?
But the whole point of that, right, is to say that like you're weaker than me or this or that. You're still actually associating this with the sex. You're still associating it with the fact that that's the weaker sex or that's the more dominant sex. Basically, all of those social interactions still revolve around that same idea.
Sure, I haven't denied that.
Yeah, I mean, so they're always pointing, in other words, all extremes for gender are always actually only pointing to 2 things, male, female. That's it. So if that's the case, when we're talking about social roles in society, men and women, male, female, are completely different. I mean, totally different across the board. We're humans, true, right? But everything from our developmental pathway for reproduction, right, to our physical characteristics are completely different. Why in the world would you prescribe a society which didn't bank on the ideas of that and understand that if we are to push the very things which combine our physiology with the social status of people creates a better society? For instance, would you prescribe, like if we're talking about the military, would you prescribe that we had more women in the military than men?
More women than men in the military? Largely probably not, because they don't meet the same standards. And
Of course not.
I'm not denying that.
Yeah, of course not. So then a failing of courage of men, considering that they have to take on that role, that dominant, but they have to, right? No, they always have to.
No man is obligated to join the military. Therefore, it's not.
Yeah, they are. They can be drafted.
Okay, I don't agree with the draft.
It doesn't matter if you agree with it or not. They can descriptively be drafted, and women can't.
And that's unjust.
That's unjust.
Yes.
Okay, so
there shouldn't be a draft.
So what about police officers, police force? You can be deputized.
Yeah, I think that's no. You shouldn't
That's
be able to do
unjust
that.
too.
Yep.
You can be compelled into a posse. That's unjust.
Define. Sorry.
Compelled into a posse, just like you can be compelled into jury duty, right?
Sure, jury duty. I think it's a little bit different because you're not putting yourself in as much harm's way. I don't think that anyone should be conscripted into being a police officer or being that. Because of course there are
there's always dangers. There's always dangers associated with all of this, including jury duty, right?
And there's going to be a threshold, right? Okay.
Which is what?
We don't know exact. Of course, I don't have to point. Wait, I don't have to point to an exact point to say that there is a difference between sitting on a jury duty and having a gun on you and potentially people shooting at you.
You do if you say that the consistency of the ideology is that you don't believe in this thing because it can put you in harm's way. But this thing also puts you in harm's way.
Significant harm. What do you?
Okay. So
fine. Okay. Yeah. Of course. I'm not arguing there's not a threshold, Andrew.
But not just that.
I'm not arguing there's not a threshold.
Let's start with the Titanic. So should the men have given up the lifeboats to the women?
Men giving up the lifeboats to the women?
And the children?
If they were largely stronger, then yes. However, if there wait a second, if there was a disabled man, if there was a man who for some reason was weaker, then I think then he should have gone with those people. So it's a strong versus weak, not necessarily along sexed lines. There is a lot of overlap there, but it's not necessary.
Whoa. Okay. So to make sure I got this right, though, you agree with me that the average man is many times stronger than the average woman.
Largely in terms of like upper body strength or something like that? Yes.
No, lower body too.
Lower body, yes, because it would depend what you mean by strength, because for example, like endurance and things of that nature, women in certain cases are stronger in those categories. What did I say?
Average is certain cases now?
Well, I think that women in general are better at endurance running. I would have to look more into it. I think in certain...
No.
Okay.
On average, they're not. They're not better at anything physical than men. Nothing. Literally nothing. When you say children? What's really funny about this too is like when you say, well, what about lower body? It is true that proportionally women have stronger lower bodies than men, right? For women, proportionally that's true. Men still have much stronger lower bodies than women.
Of course,
it's just that proportional to the size of men versus women.
I'm not arguing that women are physically stronger.
Yeah. So then, if that's the case, aren't you creating a bias in society by saying that the strong, right, should be necessarily like giving up their spots for the weak, when you agree with me that on average, men are going to be much stronger than on average women?
I don't think it's a bias. I think it's people who have certain advantages should use those advantages to help those who are less well off.
Okay.
That would be an example of
courage,
right?
How would that not disproportionately affect men?
It would disproportionately affect men. I'm not saying it
So you're okay.
That's not Miss
Sanders. Bro, come on.
How the fuck is that Miss Sanders?
Okay, so why should they do that?
Why should they do that?
Yeah.
I already said because people should protect those who are weaker than them. Once again, claim that I'm stipulating. If you disagree and don't think those who are stronger should use that to protect those who are less strong, then I guess this doesn't follow. But I think that's a pretty strong intuition that most people hold.
Let's make sure that you hold this intuition then, okay?
Yeah.
So would you consider like a 13-year-old boy to be a child?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with me that 13-year-old boys can be about as strong as an average woman?
Sure. I would depend. I'm not sure.
So should 13-year-old boys give up their seats on the lifeboat for women?
Maybe it's a case-by-case dependent basis. I think you should try to save women and children. Because
should the 13-year-old give up their spot in the lifeboat for a 70-year-old woman?
No, because I think there's a longer lifespan. Wait, Andrew, this is what you did.
Yeah, here we go.
No, this is what you did. I'm gonna explain what you did. You took one categorization that I made and general prescription.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's not consistent, bro.
That those who are stronger should generally protect those who are weaker. That's what I said. And you were saying, so in every single case where there's someone who's stronger, they should protect someone who's weaker overriding consideration?
You didn't say generally.
Did I not say generally?
No, you actually just said that stronger people should protect weaker people.
Okay, then I meant that in the general sense. I'm sorry for not specifying.
So generally speaking then, men are going to be disadvantaged in society under your view.
I don't think they're going to be disadvantaged because they have the advantage of more strength. So them using that strength to protect others.
Yeah, but you're prescribing a duty. You haven't actually told me why it is. So for instance, do you agree that men and women's lives are equally valuable?
Equally valuable? Yeah.
Okay, then why the fuck would you say that they should give up their spots on the lifeboat because they're stronger?
Equally valuable, because I think if you were talking about a boat sinking, I think most men would probably be better able to swim longer, be able to survive
in the icy fucking waters of the fucking... Are you serious? The icy waters of the Atlantic Ocean, they're going to have a better fighting chance against the sharks? Like, what are you talking... What?
Wait, hold on. Andrew,
come on, bro,
dude,
this is fucking crazy.
No, there were Andrew. Are you not agreeing with me, who do you think would survive longer in the icy water?
I
Man or
think
woman?
you're talking about seconds or minutes, perhaps.
Okay. And if there were rescue boats going by?
There's
Men
not
should get to
rescue
them?
boats. There wasn't rescue boats going
Okay,
by,
well, I'm
bro.
glad we're not in that situation anymore.
Yeah, but
So
I
what
am
should
asking you
happen
about
now?
that situation. You said
Okay.
they should
Okay.
give up their spots on the Titanic. The women get the lifeboats
Yes.
because the men are stronger, even though their lives are both equally valuable.
Yes.
Why?
I think that some men should do that. Absolutely. Because
Why?
Why? Because you should want to protect those who are
Because it's their
weaker
duty.
than you.
Why though?
'Cause
Why
it's their
though?
duty.
If it's just a
Say
matter
it.
of you saying because
Say
you're
it.
stronger,
Say it.
then you switch. What you're doing is switching your case use here, which is fucking. It's equivocation's pissing me off because it's not even genuine. You're making the equivocal case that wait a second. Right? Men generally are stronger than women, so therefore should protect them because generally stronger people should protect weaker people.
Yes.
Okay, that follows in that aspect. You're a bit stronger, right?
Yes.
You have some sort of like duty or obligation to protect those weaker than you. But when you're in a situation like the fucking Titanic, right, where your strength differential doesn't fucking matter at all, right? You still prescribe that the women get the lifeboats, bro. And I need you to tell me why.
Why should they get the lifeboats? I think I am then expressing an intuition based on that case that is based on the fact that men are generally stronger than women. So maybe in
How
this
is
case,
that helpful?
Hold on. Maybe in this case, then they shouldn't because this case doesn't involve strength or anything like that. So in this case, then maybe not. In the Titanic, in that case, then yeah, maybe not.
Okay, so you're
If we're talking
retracting that?
and I'll
Okay, so you're gonna retract
the claim
that.
for women. I'll retract the claim for they should give it up for women. Maybe not children though, because children would have a longer lifespan ahead of them. And men and women's lives, I would agree, are roughly equal. But you can argue that children's lives, many people would consider them more valuable because they have a longer life to live.
Okay, so then men don't have an obligation to sacrifice their lives for women.
No. I don't
Okay.
think necessarily.
Got it. They don't have.
I don't think each individual man. I think society has an obligation to protect those who are weaker, but I think that no individual person should be compelled to risk or like.
Well, I didn't say
their
compelled.
life.
I asked about duty. That wouldn't be
Men.
like a foreign compellence.
No, I don't think men have that duty. No.
They don't have that duty.
Men in general, no. Those who are stronger, not to die for other people necessarily.
So you don't think that there's a social obligation inside of society which shames men if they don't protect women who are physically weaker than them?
I think there is, but the thing is also I think a man is much less likely to die than a woman in those situations.
Yeah, so what?
So then it's much
But
less
he's
likely.
much more likely to be shamed for not interjecting himself in the situation, which would mean that he actually would be more likely to die
and
than
I
the
think
women.
it's because he's stronger.
Yeah, but that actually would increase his risk of death over women.
All right, Andrew.
And the average man would increase the risk of death if they're interjecting more than women. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. What's your point?
Is that correct?
Yes. What's your
Okay,
point?
so then you're assisting with a bias against men.
No.
With the social shame of men. Do you think that men, because they're the stronger sex, should interject on the behalf of people who are weaker than them?
If they are stronger.
If they're strong, and on
Yes.
average they're going to be.
Yes.
Then what you're doing is interjecting them into significant amounts of danger over the weaker sex.
It's not on the basis that they're men. It's on the basis that they're stronger.
Yes,
So
but
it
the
would
bias
apply-
selection's still
so
gonna
it
apply
would-
to men.
Fine. So it would apply. So are you endorsing disparate impact theory here? I'm just really
What is
confused here.
disparate impact theory?
The idea that if something overwhelmingly affects a group, then therefore it ought to be considered I guess, prejudice or harm against that group. So, for example, if a policy was passed and it overwhelmingly disproportionately affected a racial minority or any minority, regardless of the intent
No,
of the
I
bill.
wouldn't endorse that, but what I will say is
Well, this is a type of
no,
disparate
it's
impact.
not. Here's why. Here's the distinction, right? Do you agree with me that people can hide their true intentions towards a thing, right, by kind of equivocating based on their intention? So, for instance, if I said, "Look, okay." This isn't a bias against midgets, but I just think that people who are 3 feet and below shouldn't work in Hollywood. Right?
Okay.
I'm not biased against
Here's a lot
midgets,
of
though.
privacy.
Right? I'm
Which one?
universally applying that standard to all people, but who does it disproportionately affect the
Yeah, it
most?
does.
Is that what that's called? An on the run fallacy, or
Affect them. But the
Now,
question-
hang on. If
What's the-
I
what's
now
the
hang
purpose?
on. Now hang on. Now, if I held a bias, a secret bias against midgets, I really fucking hated them. Right? Would that be a really good way for me to enact my will, my hatred towards those midgets, by making that universal claim that all people 3 feet and under shouldn't work in Hollywood?
Sure, but Andrew, what would the benefit be of banning those people from working
I would just
in
say
Hollywood?
things like they can't get hurt as easy.
Can't get hurt.
Yeah,
as
people
easily?
who are 5 feet or above, they don't get hurt as easy as people who are 3 feet and below.
Then I think
especially when you're on Hollywood sets and things like that.
If you were making then standards that were, I mean, we have this. Do you think it's prejudicial?
It would universally apply to all people.
Okay, then do you think it's prejudicial that we hate children because we have
what
height,
I'm saying,
because we have height limitations on rides at roller coasters?
So hang on.
Is that prejudice
I'm not
against
making
them?
the claim that you can't make even universalized prescriptions based on safety. I'm asking a specific and narrow question, which is that if I hated midgets, would it not then follow that if I was making prescriptions, right, that seemingly on their face were a bit absurd, seemingly a bit on their face absurd, right, but did universalize them by saying it's for all people, but the inaction of that really was going to disproportionately affect midgets, that it might stand to reason that I had some bias against midgets? Do you think hang on, I'm just saying this is conditional. Let me look at the camera too. It's just as conditional. But don't you think that if I passed legislation which was disproportionately affect only one group, right? But I was doing it as a universal claim for all, right? That people might think my motivations were to try to like disproportionately affect that group. Don't you think that follows?
It could be, but it's not necessarily. I don't think we think men should...
Isn't it interesting, though, that you endorse feminism while at the same time having a bias against men because they're stronger?
I don't have a bias against men.
Sure sounds like you do.
I don't. I think that those... I already said this. I think those who are stronger, regardless of sex, should protect those who are weaker.
Yeah, but again, here's the problem. When you claim that I'm a feminist, right, which you have, and that you're here to defend feminism... Isn't it interesting that part of this, kind of like a prescription for society based around feminism is that it just so happens that men need to, of course you don't mean men, you just mean stronger people, but men have to interject and put themselves in harm's way more than women do, and you happen to be a feminist, you don't think people are going to put two and two together and think that, well, perhaps you have a bit of bias towards men?
Bias towards men or biased against men?
Yeah.
No, I don't necessarily think that follows at all.
Okay, why not?
Because I don't think that it means that you hate someone if you think that because
I didn't say hate. Did I say hate
fine,
or bias?
Fine, Andrew. I don't think that you're biased.
You can fine Andrew, but
I don't think that you're biased against someone or a group of people if you think because they have advantages, they should use them to the less well off.
Okay.
Do you think it would do you think that like taxing the wealthy is like a bias against rich people that
I think it can be.
So but do you think it necessarily is?
I never said anything about any of this being necessarily the case.
Okay, so
Did I?
It's not necessarily. Fine. Okay.
Yeah.
I agree.
What I said was
they should debate me after a few drinks on God. There you go. What's up, man? How you doing? It's like learn more than he can't get rid of because of his opponents. It's stuck. I'm thinking about how he's using the word while interrogating him rather than debating the point. Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, like, you know, the soy boy guy is like defending the topic, so he's gonna have the onus is gonna be on him. But I mean, he hasn't fucking attacked Andrew at all this entire fucking debate, dude. Even if the onus is on you to defend your claim or prove your case, again, like, we're making content here. You haven't fucking attacked him at all. You're just sitting there. You're just doing this. Like, you're just getting fucking Andrew's like this, and you're just doing this the whole time. The whole time, all you're doing is blocking, man. Interviewing him, yeah. That's the ultimate salty debate discourse right there. It's always that was what I was doing, right? I was always interviewing people. Who else was doing that? Other people were doing that too. I don't know. I think at this point, like, he's so cooked that at this point it's kind of like just, you know, sparring or like target, like right now it's just like target practice because he's already been cooked. The soy boy dude has been fucking cooked as fuck. That's what it is. Yeah, I guess it just depends. Like, I don't think I did that during the debate I had with Casey. Like, for sex work. You know, like the debate death match I did with Casey. Like, I don't think that was an interview. I know you would probably think that. I don't know what you want. What do you want? Do you want blood sports or? Resorts to interview and then there's no argument. I mean, well, Casey and I argued about sex work the entire time, so. Debate? Okay. That's brilliant. Brilliant. Thank you, Salty. Debate. Yeah, that's what I want. Want actual kickboxing? Yeah. Yeah, I just think that at this point it's like target practice. This soy boy guy definitely fucking... I mean, yeah, like Salty's right. He definitely should be debating, so. But he's not. He's just sitting there like, you know, absorbing all of the blows. Asmongold is objectively smarter than you. That's true. What's up, Karenko? Welcome in.
That people can hide the motivation, and I do think, by the way, using this example of the wealthy, that oftentimes progressives do fucking hate the wealthy and blame them for problems inside of society because they think they're selfish and want to punish them. They want to punish them.
Some people might do that. I'm not denying that they're going to do that.
Yeah, and so the thing is, is like,
fine. Then I am in full agreement with you that wanting to punish people is a bad reason for doing that.
So what
I am
reward?
Fully agreeing.
Okay, so for this duty that is going to disproportionately affect men, but isn't meant to target men, just people who are stronger. What do they get out of this?
What do they get out? I don't think that duties necessitate rewards. For example, I don't think we should reward people for like using their strength to benefit others. I just think that's something that you ought to do. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, you shouldn't beat your wife. It's like, I didn't beat my wife today. You should give me more money. It's like, of course not.
Isn't a draft duty which necessarily benefits others based on strength?
I don't agree with the draft because it's compulsory.
Yeah, so is this duty, though. It's compulsory, right? People ought do it, you said? Isn't that a compulsion?
Sure. I'm not, 100%. I'm not, but that's a legal compulsion. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be general societal like pushes towards certain things, but I don't think it should be legally compelled in which you go to jail or are killed for not joining the draft. But yeah, absolutely. I think that if society is on the brink of collapse or something like that, those who are stronger should step up and try to defend that.
And what would the equal female duty to this be?
There's not an equal female duty. And I've had this before. You had the same conversation. There is not a...
Here we go. This is my favorite part. The fucking duty. Let's fucking go.
Equal fee.
You playing Fallout? Yeah, I'm playing 76. Just kind of going around. I mean, when I'm like listening to fucking content, I'm just like playing games where I can just fuck around. So
there's not equal duty for those who would
is there
typically
any
be associated
duty
with
that
weaker.
women have at all?
Yeah, I think so. Same duties that men would have in terms of kindness towards others, being respectful towards others.
Those aren't duties.
Wanting to lift people up. I think it is.
No, it's not a duty to be kind and respectful. We've been disrespectful this whole time. Where's your kindness and duty?
Wait, I think people should be... Okay, Andrew, I'm sorry that I wasn't specific enough in saying that you should be generally kind. I don't think that
generally.
someone... Hold on, Andrew, fine.
Come on, dude.
Wait. When I say people have a duty to be kind, what you interpreted that as incorrectly is you have to be kind all the time, which is not true.
Okay, so you just generally think people should be kind.
I think being kind in general is a good thing.
Yeah, but the
you should be a kind
ought,
person.
The strong ought to protect the weak.
Sure.
Ought.
Are they always protecting the weak?
No, but you think they always should.
If that situation arises. Yes.
So that would be always.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a monolithic statement for an ought, but it's interesting how you move between the monolithic situation of your ought when it comes to that. But with the second we get to women, suddenly they don't have any of those monolithic oughts. That's very strange. What monolithic ought do women have?
They don't because they're not stronger than men. Like what situation?
What other monolithic? Well, there's one thing they can do men can't.
Sure,
what is
reproduce, Andrew.
How come that's not a monolithic ought?
Because they should not have to have children.
There it is, right there. Here we go.
Why?
Because we can have a society where people voluntarily have children without forcing them to do so. We can increase incentives.
Have a society where men don't voluntarily assist anybody with their strength. What do you mean?
We can have a society where no one voluntarily does that, but I think we can always use incentive structures to get to that.
Yeah, but you said that they ought. If you agree with me that there can be a society in which men are not interceding on behalf of the weaker sex, in this case women or children, right? Why ought they do that?
Why ought they do what?
Why ought they do that?
Protect women and children?
If women have no compellence for duties for anything, they ought to do.
So hold on. I don't think that you should protect other people because you think you're owed something in return. That's the biggest problem here. I don't think men should protect women because like, oh my God, I saved you. Now you have to bear my children. I don't think that's how these things work.
Nobody made that conflation that because you saved a woman, they now have to have your children.
Well, you're saying,
however,
there's a duty.
What I'm saying,
I saved your life, therefore women in general have an obligation to have children.
On the monolithic odd, I'm even willing to be super charitable here and say that you didn't mean every single time, but like in most cases, it is the case that men are stronger than women, and so it should intercede on their behalf, right?
Sure.
Right? That would be pretty charitable of me to say, right?
Largely.
Okay, so then if it's the case that women are the only ones who can have children, right? I want you to grant me the same charitability and say, you know what? I'm not saying that all of them ought to have children, okay? But we should make a prescription that they should be moving towards the idea of having children, that's really good for society prescriptively, and that generally speaking, they have a duty to do it.
I think it's a good thing when people have children, including
So generally speaking, women have a duty to have children.
I think that society has an obligation to keep its population growing.
So generally speaking, do women have a duty to have children?
Yeah, men and women.
Okay, great. So then women, generally at least, have a duty to have kids.
I think that individual women are not subject to this because, Andrew, we can have
Oh my God, you keep changing your position. I'm going to have a smoke while Brian lets chat in. Fuck him. It's like a tube of toothpaste here.
All right, we're going to read a couple chats, guys, just during the break. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, kindly like the video. And we're going to let a chat in. Guys, now's a good time. If you want to get a chat in, we have a $100 TTS. That's streamlabs.com/whatever if you want to get it in. Also, you can support the show without any of these platforms like YouTube, Streamlabs taking their cut. Venmo, Cash App, we are whatever pod on both. We've got Colin on Cash App, thank for the 10, and then Laura.
Asking you because this other guy did it and she really likes it, right?
Wait, no, she can tell me that it's another guy.
So can you do this thing that John used to do? I really liked it.
During the act or just in conversation?
Yeah, in conversations.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, so you wouldn't mind hearing about that?
No.
It wouldn't bother you a bit?
No. I mean, if she's constantly talking about the sex that she's had with other guys, then that would be a little bit strange.
Now, let me ask you this. How do you think it would go over if you were with your girlfriend and you were like, look, the problem is that like Stacy used to really suck my dick good and you just don't. And so what you need to do is get at least 2 more inches of yaw down your throat.
Okay.
Do you think
that's incredibly crass and crude?
So what you would do instead is lie, right?
I would not lie.
What would you say?
I would have conversation with her in previous relationships.
But in your head, you really want her to suck your dick like Stacy.
I think you can, but I just don't think you have to say it in such like
but you know
language,
how you
Andrew.
can do it without lying?
Oh, you don't have sex with anyone ever.
Isn't that true?
And be a virgin.
How is that not having sex with anyone ever?
Wait, before you have sex with one person?
Yeah, so necessarily, if we're talking about
Andrew,
exactly.
that's a really uncharitable.
No, it was totally charitable. You were obfuscating.
No, I was not obfuscating.
You were obfuscating. So the question is, right? Why would you not prefer, if it led to more happiness for your woman, she was actually objectively happier, right? And you were objectively happier. Why would you prefer to have a higher sample size to compare yourself against if it led to like these worser outcomes in relationships?
What do you mean worser outcomes? What would the worser outcomes be?
They're less happy. Less happy because they are making comparisons to other people where those comparisons don't need to be made.
I think there's a balancing act between the truth and happiness. Do you think people like live? I mean, this is a really interesting way to put it. Do you think like living in like bliss where you don't know reality but are really happy is preferable to being less happy but being in tune with reality?
No, I think actually this goes to my point, not yours, right? So I think that you don't need to do heroin. I think you don't need to do heroin to ever make a comparison, right, between like beer and heroin. I like beer. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep drinking it.
Sure.
I'm not going to do heroin though.
But isn't heroin different
heroin
than beer?
Could be.
Isn't heroin different than beer?
But hang on. But isn't Chad different than you?
It's sex, Andrew.
Yeah, and sex is very different with people, isn't it?
Sure, it can be.
Yeah, great. So the thing is, it's like, so I have a beer, right? Heroin could be fucking amazing. It could be fucking like the shit. It could be black tar, like laced with some fucking insane shit. I could feel like I'm on cloud 9.
The shit.
But I'm not going to do it, right?
Sure.
And I still like beer.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm not going to like, why do I need to have the comparison to know what I'm missing here?
So what I think is going on here with that is there are a lot of negative outcomes associated with heroin. You would say there's a lot of negative outcomes with promiscuity. Wait a second. Do you want me to let me? Do you want to let me finish what I was saying before I say that? You're going to say that the comparison is there's a lot of negative outcomes to promiscuity. Yeah. What I would say is I don't think those outcomes are necessarily related to the sex that the people are having. I think it's a lack of communication. I think it's largely can be a lack of consent.
Then why is it that,
I think it could be because you.
Then why are virgins reporting happier sex lives, dude?
They're reporting happier sex lives. I don't, because they prefer that.
Because they don't have a comparison.
Hold on. But you are. I'm so confused.
Because they have no comparison. It's so simple. And it's like, do I need to compare heroin with beer to like beer? To have like this ongoing long-term relationship and be very happy with beer? I never need to take heroin. Why is this
Why would you ever try another beer then?
Why is there necessary preconditions here, right? Well, here's the thing, right? You're
satisfied with that beer, right?
Yeah, I would say that sex for a woman with like a 6'6" man, right, versus a sex with a woman with like, I don't know, a 4 foot fucking tall pygmy dude, right, is going to be so fucking different on scale. It's going to be more akin to like this and something like heroin than it would be between light beer and heavy beer, dude.
I don't think, I mean, we're completely going out on a limb here. I don't think it at all necessarily entails that someone who's taller is going to be better at having sex. There's
no. It's the idea of attraction level, the idea of well, I mean, there's all sorts of massive factors which would go into this. So, but I do think that it is the case, right, that if you have a lesser sample size, right, you seem to be making this claim like ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss with heroin, isn't it?
Wait, we know the bad things.
We know the bad things for promiscuity.
Hold on. And this would go to the question of heroin. If there were, and people have proposed like safe injection sites for people to do it safely. If that leads to them being better off, then yes, I'm in favor of them getting the good without the bad.
Don't you?
And I don't think they're inherently intertwined. I just think they so often are.
As a harm reductionist,
and they can't be separated.
So as a harm reductionist, don't you think that if we have heroin injection sites and things like this, that you're normal, like I'll give you a perfect example of this. The pro-marijuana crowd, right? Let's all smoke weed, right? They said once marijuana is legal, it's only going to be the people who were smoking it before who just won't go to jail, right? But that's not actually how it happened at all. What actually happened is after marijuana was legalized, now it's advertised fucking everywhere nonstop, and tons of people who ordinarily would never have smoked marijuana are smoking it. Tons, right? It creates a normalization, and the normalization creates the ability to have the discourse around propaganda. This is actually good.
What?
Right? Yeah. So, like, for instance, beer commercials. Do you think beer commercials would lead more people to drink or less?
Probably more people.
Probably more. That makes sense to me. It follows. Same thing with legalization of a thing. It generally seems to lead to more of that behavior, not less.
This is then a moderation thing, right?
Well, yeah, actually, it is a moderation thing.
But your moderation thing is just only one person, and I'm saying that there is a there can be
no. My moderation thing is that every subsequent person you now have more experiences to compare to for negative experiences when you never needed to do it. Just like with drugs. Just like with drugs, shrooms are better than heroin, beer is better than me, right?
Wow.
It's all a negative connotation of bad behavior.
I read a book, and then I read a better book, and that book made the first book seem less good, and I read another book, and it made both books seem less good.
The problem is that following your logic, you're fucked on this one, because following your logic, if we're talking about books, right, what's the harm, generally speaking, of reading Lord of the Rings and then reading like The Sword of Truth and thinking The Sword of Truth is less good than The Lord of the Rings? You want to have those comparisons for knowledge. Those are actually good comparisons.
Sure.
Not so good. Like, nobody's ever going to report their happiness level. Their general wellness level in society has decreased because they read The Lord of the Rings, and then after that, The Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, bro. They definitely will do that with drugs, and they will definitely do that with relationships, especially interpersonal ones, because they're elongated. Relationships are elongated.
I guess so. Then I'm curious for you. Do you hold the same standard for men and women, that it's bad for them to have promiscuous sex and they should wait until marriage?
I definitely think think that promiscuity in men is a fucking problem.
Okay.
100% hold the same exact standard. But here's my caveat. It is generally less damaging overall in society if men are promiscuous than women are. Generally.
And like based on
So here's generally why that is true. Now, again, the caveat here is both are bad.
Okay.
So I will make this distinction that if there's no male promiscuity, there can't be female promiscuity. You agree with that? And same thing, if there's no female promiscuity, there's not going to be male promiscuity, right?
well, unless they were same-sex relationships, but yeah.
Between men and women, dude.
Okay, well, you said a general
Good
prescription
Lord.
on society, and I was putting... Fine, okay.
First of all, in same-sex relationships, even when they're married, there's massive amounts of promiscuity by the numbers, right? The unfaithfulness rating for married gay men is outrageous. The amount of sex parties they have, outrageous. The amount of promiscuity is fucking outrageous.
Well, first...
Anyway, so there's that.
Well, statistics on that, we would have to look at...
The statistics aren't even questioned on that.
Hold on. What do you think gets reported more?
Bro, what?
What do you think gets reported more in terms of infidelity? I think within
What do you mean?
same-sex relationships, because that's
It's
much,
easier with
I think
same-sex
that's much more
relationships
normal.
be-
Marriage was arranged.
Oh, fuck yes. Absolutely.
Okay, I
you
think that's
could
pretty
never
crazy.
make a case why that would be bad.
I think so.
How?
Because I don't think that people should be choosing who other people's partners are.
Why? If that led to the best outcomes, you would have no argument for that.
So wait, then can I just make the same argument towards you about, you were talking about the whole incest and brother case?
What about it?
Then you're saying that there is a better reason as to why we shouldn't do
if
that.
it were the case, right? Then and you said it had the best outcomes, but you were still against it based on intuition. That's where you would have the inconsistency.
But I wasn't
not
against
me.
it based
you
on
were.
intuition.
You said intuitively, conditionally, you're intuitively against it.
Because
I literally told you the opposite.
Hold on.
I'm gonna skip back over. They jump into duty again here. Let's see. Return to men's duties.
You are inherently obligated to serve.
It sure does.
The chats come through. We have...
Riles donated $100.
Thank you.
Oliver, your position appears to be that being born a male means you are inherently obligated to serve.
It sure does.
If you are born a female, you are entitled to be served by males. Is this fair?
Correct. Your response,
No,
Oliver.
I'll respond to this. It is not the case that that is what I'm arguing. I'm saying that those who are stronger have an obligation to protect those who are weaker. I'm acknowledging that there is an overlap in who is stronger and who is weaker. An individual,
Is it an overwhelming overlap?
An individual man is not obligated to serve anyone. There should be no idea of service. There should be people partnering in a relationship.
No, that's not what you said. You
What did I
said
say?
that if it is the case that a man is stronger than a woman,
Serve?
exact words were
One second.
ought.
Protect is different.
Well, that's serve.
No, it's not. You're conflating two things.
Whoa. How is that not service, bro? How is that not service? Of all the things I can think of that are serving...
Hold on.
That is the one.
Who are they serving then?
At that point, they would be serving the interest of whoever it is they're protecting.
They would be serving the interest of society because it is in the societal interest that those
Is
who
it
are
also
stronger.
the individual interest?
Of course. It's
Then
in the
you're
individual,
serving the
it's in
individual and society. Okay.
You're serving everyone.
So,
in that
you're
sense.
serving the individual, and it's going to mostly be
Like
men serving
everyone.
the individual, right?
Men should protect other men
So
too.
it's service.
Yeah. Men
And women
should
are going to
serve-
primarily benefit from that service?
and also be hurt by men. Yeah. So, I
But
don't
they're
see the point.
primarily going to benefit from the service.
Men too. I don't.
But
get your
no,
point.
not men too. Men actually would primarily not benefit from the service, right?
Okay.
Right?
No.
Oliver? No? Oh, no? Okay.
All right, next chat. Guys, if you want to get one in, we just have a few more, then we'll continue on with the discussion. Streamlabs.com/whatever if you want to get a message in. And just really quickly, because we have a few people via Venmo through Cash App. Whatever pod, Venmo, Cash App. Nafia, thank for the 20. Bert, thank for the 10. Thomas, thank for the 3. Those
Why
are on
blue,
Cash App.
though?
Blue?
Instead of why didn't you do pink?
Oh, are you talking about the nails?
Move on, Andrew.
I'm serious.
Move on,
if they did
Andrew.
pink, that wouldn't be demasculating, right?
No, it wouldn't. Move
Okay.
on.
Into the mic.
You just don't
Move
like
on.
pink?
No, move on, Andrew.
You
This
don't
is
like pink?
fucking ridiculous.
What's
Why are
ridiculous
you so
about it?
focused on the color I painted my
I was just
nails?
curious. I'm making friendly conversation.
Uh-huh.
I'm being nice.
Time out. Is that bad faith, Andrew? Answer me
I'm
honestly.
being nice.
No, answer me honestly. Is that bad faith?
Of course not.
Uh-huh.
I'm just
You're
curious why
actually
you
trying
chose
to be
blue.
nice, yeah.
Well, blue seems kind of masculine-ish, like a more masculine color.
Oh, this is good.
I don't.
This was really good. This is age gaps. This was actually pretty good. Guy only came to the fight with Ix. This is actually pretty funny.
I would not want to date someone who was not in the same life experience as me. And maybe that's because when I think of people, Andrew, who are virgins, I think of people who are much younger than me.
Why?
It's Achilles heel.
Because I don't look. This is like feels like the same argument of people who are like,
what's wrong with dating someone much younger than you anyway?
Okay.
Honestly, what's wrong with dating? Like if you date an 18-year-old, what's the problem?
Date an 18-year-old?
Yeah.
At a different stage of life.
So?
What do you mean?
Why do you have to be at the same stage of life to date someone? That's stupid.
Because I think you should want to date someone who's on your level.
Yeah, but people fall in love, have massively dissimilar interests, different IQs, different everything, and absolutely love each other.
Mm-hmm.
What's the fucking problem with that?
I don't think there's a problem with it when you get a lot older, but I do think like men of your age dating women who are like in their late teens, even if it's legal, is weird.
Why is it weird? That's quite the argument. It's weird.
Hold on.
Weird.
Are you arguing that there is nothing problematic whatsoever at all with, how old are you, like 50?
Well, no, I'm younger than you probably. How old are you?
I'm 21. 22, sorry.
Oh, okay. That accounts for the stupidity. No. I'm 41.
Nice.
41.
41.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think nothing wrong with you if you wanted to go by UC Santa Barbara right now and,
So what would be wrong with me dating an 18-year-old woman who wanted to date me? Why would that be problematic?
Strange.
Why? What's strange about it?
Because you are in different life experiences than she is. She is vastly...
Do you think 41-year-old women are going to be... Like, let's say I wanted children. Don't you think I should date younger if I wanted to have a lot of children?
Date an 18-year-old to have children?
Well, you're going to be able to give me the most amount of children, right?
Okay.
Can you tell me what's wrong with that, Oliver?
Yes.
What?
Because you were taking advantage of someone.
Oh, taking advantage.
Yes.
So let me get this right.
No, someone who's much
younger.
younger
You agree
than
that
you?
I have tons more resources than the average 18-year-old woman?
Correct.
Huge amounts more resources.
Correct. The power differential.
And if it is the
different.
case that woman gets all the beneficiary of all of those resources, right?
Yeah,
Plus
right?
the added benefit that if she stayed with me, let's say for like 25 years, it is true that I could die much earlier than her and she would be set with massive amount of resources and our children would have way more resources than the average 18-year-old couple's children.
I think it's weird that it's a 41-year-old.
Can you answer my fucking question, Oliver? Answer to my argument. Isn't it the case that if I'm 41, I have more resources she benefits from?
Sure.
Isn't it the case that if I'm 41, she's 18, the chances that our children are going to have more resources than if she had children with another 18-year-old, our children are likely going to have way more resources, right, Oliver?
I think having a differential like that is going to introduce a lot of other problems.
Can you answer the fucking question, Oliver?
I don't know, Andrew.
You don't know?
No.
You don't know if the average 41-year-old has children with 18-year-old, that 18-year-old's going to have more resources for their children than with the average 18-year-old, Oliver?
I think she's going to be traumatized as fuck.
Can you answer the fucking question, Oliver? I'm not interested in like your emotional state.
You're also not interested in the emotional state of 18-year-olds if you want to date them. That's
answer the question. What if their emotional state is they love it?
No.
No?
Mm-mm. You should not date someone
Are
that
you
young.
going to answer my question? Would the average 18-year-old woman who had children with a man who was 41, would those children have more or less resources probably on average?
Do you think the resources...
Answer the fucking question.
Sure, in terms of pure monetary thing. But that tells us nothing, Andrew.
Why does
that
this
tells
woman...
us nothing.
So this woman can vote?
Sure.
But she can't choose her partner?
Can and should are different things.
Should 18-year-olds vote?
Yes, Andrew.
But they shouldn't be able to choose their partners?
They can choose their partners. Just because someone makes a choice and can make a choice doesn't mean that you should make that choice.
So for a society, let me get this right. For a societal prescription, do you think that 18-year-olds should be able to nullify a 41-year-old's vote?
Yes.
Okay, wait a second. That's really weird. Why should an 18-year-old who you claim is at a different stage of life and doesn't know as much as a 41-year-old and can't compete with that 41-year-old's power dynamics because they're so much more intelligent, should be able to nullify his vote? Why should they be able to nullify that person's vote, Oliver?
Everyone should have a vote. And I'm not going to argue about you with women
answer
having the right to vote.
Question.
I will answer it, and I'm telling you I'm not going any further on this.
Yeah, I'm going further on this.
Okay, well then I'm not going to...
I'm not giving you a choice, Oliver. You don't get to run, Oliver.
No, I'm not...
I don't care what you want, Oliver. It's a debate, Oliver.
I'm not going to justify why women have the right
I don't give a fuck. I want to know, Oliver, why should they be able to nullify the vote of a man?
Because it's not nullifying. They are both.
If they vote against me, you nullify my vote.
They are okay, and everyone nullifies other people's votes all the time.
No, they don't.
What you are?
No, they don't.
What you are voting? Yes, if I vote against you, I nullify your vote.
If 40 million people vote for Trump with me, are they nullifying my vote?
Oh my God, there are always people who will nullify your vote.
That's not everybody nullifies everyone's vote, Oliver.
Okay, I'm sorry that you took that statement.
So
as literally
40 million.
as you did.
If 40 million people vote with me, are they nullifying my vote or enhancing my political
Andrew,
power?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Okay, congrats, you won the language game.
Okay,
I'm talking
so now
about,
back to this.
Okay,
Yeah.
Everyone is governed under the system of laws, and everyone is affected by our system of governance. Thus, everyone should be represented politically in our government and have their voice heard.
They would still be represented the same way a 16-year-old is.
Wait,
what do you mean?
Articulate an actual argument against age gaps.
Oh, they're adults, but they can't pick a partner.
Not that it's weird or IT gives you the ICK.
Sorry, did we? I'll let the. I'll let the first part cut. Okay, I'll just let the beginning part.
Zigl Octavius donated $69. Articulate an actual argument against age gaps, soy boy Oliver.
Yeah,
Not
do
that
it.
it's weird or IT gives you the ICK.
I think.
I don't want to hear about the fucking ick. I want to hear an argument.
I think it's really weird that you want to have sex with 18-year-olds.
Why?
Because that's really fucking weird.
Why would that be? That doesn't mean anything.
Power differential.
I think it's really fucking weird that you endorse homosexuality.
Okay,
That's
sure.
fucking
That's
weird.
fine. That's fine.
Can
Fine.
you tell me? Can you give me an
Fine.
argument
I
for
think-
why it's problematic or immoral? Can you do it or not,
I just
Oliver?
did it, Andrew.
What is it?
They are in a very different stage of life than you.
Then why should they be able to vote against me?
Because people are always in different stages of life, and they're voting differently. What do you? I don't. How
People
does
are
this
always in
follow?
different stages of life,
How does it
and they're
follow?
dating
Should
each
someone
other.
be able to spend money differently than you?
Well, of course.
Yeah.
My argument is that that's fine.
Okay.
Your argument is
Hold
that's
on.
ick.
I'm confused. Then you're saying because like an 18-year-old can buy something at a restaurant and you can also buy something at a restaurant, that therefore both of you are in the same stage of life and can date each other.
Well, first of all, I would argue that men and the way that they psychologically have relationships with women is different than how women psychologically have relationships with men. That's one. The second is that if this woman is 18 years old, she's an adult by your metric and my metric, but somehow she's barred from dating a man who would give her...
Not barred. It's a bad idea.
Why is it a bad idea?
I just explained it because you are in very different life stages. I've said this multiple times.
And do you think you have
Because
data to back that up?
Power differentials.
Yeah, do you think you have data to back that up?
Data for what?
That age gap relationships are problematic?
Sure.
You have data?
I don't have the data off the top of my head right now.
I can
but
give you the most comprehensive.
I would be shocked.
Yeah, here's
if
the
it
this.
wasn't. Okay,
I'll give you
go
the
for
data.
it.
The most comprehensive study ever done on this was done in the UK. And they
Oh.
took all marriages which have ever happened inside of the United Kingdom for the last 100 years and did a comparison by decade, by decade, by decade. And you know what they found out? They found out that there was no more likelihood or less the likelihood of divorce, right? And that the satisfaction rates were higher.
Okay. Well, divorce is interesting because if someone is entirely financially dependent on the other person, which I think is largely the case, it would be if you are 41 and dating someone who's 18, it might be a little difficult for them to leave
What's wrong
that
with
marriage.
being financially dependent on your husband?
I'm not saying there's anything inherently wrong.
So
I'm
what's
saying
the
it's
problem?
harder for them to. You're pointing to a lack of divorce.
No, it's super
rates.
easy for women to
You're pointing-
leave. They have
you're pointing-
years to plan for it. Do you think
what?
they're getting divorced at 18?
I'm not saying they're getting divorced.
What are you
at
talking
18.
about
I
then?
also don't think they should be marrying someone who's 41.
I think 40-year-old women get the heat for 18-year-old men. Yeah, I think Andrew brings that up at some point, actually.
One at 18.
Should they be marrying an 18-year-old at 18?
They should be marrying anyone at 18.
So you don't think that women should get married at 18?
At 18, probably not. I think that's probably too early for most people.
19?
20s, probably. There's no universal for...
So arbitrary. This reminds me of the whole fucking age gap, age of consent, fucking ridiculous shit show conversation with PPG many, many moons ago, where he was just pulling fucking numbers out of his ass and like he wanted to up the age of consent to like 25. What was it, like 25 or something like that?
For every
So then
single
a
person.
20-year-old with a
There's no
41-year-old, that's okay?
There's... Andrew, I'm not... Just because I can't draw a specific line, we've done this before, doesn't mean that a line doesn't exist somewhere.
I just want to know...
Can I just keep walking you back? Like, how crazy can we get? Let's put the law aside. Let's say you could... I mean, technically, the age of consent in some states is like 16 or 14.
Not the
would there be...
marriageable age.
Well, sure, not marriageable. But then do you think it would be wrong for someone to have sex of your age with someone who's 16 or 14?
Of course.
Wrong?
Yeah, and I can give you the demonstrable reasons why.
Okay.
One, I would base it on faith, right? So I would utilize Christian ethics and say that that was wrong, and here's why. If you look at reproduction in women, guess when finally their reproductive tract is the most developed that it's ever going to get for the rest of their life? Can you imagine? What age would you think that was?
You tell me, Andrew. I'm sure it's super young, which is going to justify. Yeah.
18 is when their reproductive, when their reproductive body is at its zenith. Right, meaning
I've heard people say 16. I've heard this argument used for 16 as well.
It is true that but they have way more health complications. But they're better than a 15-year-old or a 14-year-old, I guess. But at 18 and above, there's no greater health complications, which happen in childbirth, than if they're 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay. At 17 there is, 16 there is, 15 there is, because of the developmental stages of the woman. So that's one. Hang on, that's one. That's the utilitarian argument.
There could be exceptions, though,
The second is the Christian ethics argument. Okay. And then, I mean, I can keep going. There's actually really good reason to set the precedent at 18 years old instead of 16 or 15. And I'm glad that you, like most leftists, bring this up. You try to reduce it down, but there's actually really great reasons from both sides why we would want 18 to be the age. And on top of that, let me just point this out. If they're allowed to vote, they can join the military, right? They can do all of these fucking various things. They can sign contracts. But you say that they can't date somebody who's 40 or 41. Hang on. Hang on. You say shouldn't. You say shouldn't. But what are the negative outcomes? What are the negative outcomes then?
Negative outcomes of dating someone who's a lot older than you?
Then let's compare them to the positive outcomes.
Sure. So if we look at from what now granted, I don't have a ton of data right now, Andrew, so I'm not going to cite direct data.
So what's the negative outcomes?
But it's very easy for someone to get groomed in that type of relationship in which someone is a lot older than them and they are swooning over them and they are completely blinded by everything. I can't say that?
No, it's totally fine. Just for the sake of the conversation, though, can you just clarify grooming? Just so we understand what does that mean? Talking about
sure,
when you say
I'm happy to do that. It's basically just this idea of when you're like emotionally priming someone or you're going after someone who is much less emotionally developed than you are for the sake of manipulating them or being in a sense that you are much more developed than they are.
Got it. And would you argue that men have trouble with displays of emotion, empathy, and various things like this?
Sure.
And that women have a higher emotional intelligence?
I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think in certain cases
you don't think women have a higher emotional intelligence?
I think largely they do, yes.
Okay, so then women who have the higher emotional intelligence and men who have a repressed emotion, if they're dating, hang on, if they're dating, isn't the woman in this situation of power here?
Nice, Andrew. I don't think that 41-year-old women should also date 18-year-old men. So I'm being consistent here.
Why not?
Okay, I want to move on to something
I don't
else.
care. I want to finish this.
No, I'm not.
I don't care. I want to finish it.
I'm not going to say anything.
Stop running, bro.
No, I'm not going to say
Stop
anything.
fucking running. Stop running. You're right here having a debate about your views, especially when it comes on feminism. A big feminist talking point is that men are predatory if they're older men and they want to date younger women. That's a massive talking point. There's no way for you to run from it. Now justify the fucking view.
It's fucking weird, dude.
That doesn't mean
it's weird.
Why don't you date a 41-year-old? You are 41. Why would you not date a 41-year-old?
What if you want to have a bunch of kids?
Then you can date someone who's younger, but why would you want to date someone who's fresh out of high school?
Well, wait a second. What if the age of high school ended at 15?
Oh, okay.
By the way, let me ask you this, right? You think that is weird because they're freshly out of high school?
Sure.
So are the fucking men that 18-year-olds are dating at 18, aren't they?
Yeah, and they're in a similar stage of development.
Weird. Why would a woman want to date a man who's fresh out of high school?
Because she's also out of high school, dude. What the fuck?
That's like dating your brother.
No, wait, what?
Yeah, it's like dating your brother. It's stupid rhetoric.
Okay, Andrew. Yeah,
that's not a justification. Who cares? Like, why is it if they're fresh out of college that's better?
I wanted to write down Andrew's vision for the world and my vision of the world. So why don't we just add that to the list? That there's nothing wrong with 41-year-olds. Is there?
You have not made a justification for why there is.
Is there ever an? Yeah, because I'm not.
Because you can't. You fucking can't. No, you don't get to run.
Yep.
You don't get to run. This is a massive feminist talking point. The age discrepancy between older men. They say that they're predatory. You made the argument they're predatory.
Men are inherently predatory.
Only if they want to date younger women.
Younger and 18-year-olds is
okay.
So
41
different.
and 20.
It's still kind of weird.
41 and 24.
So arbitrary.
There's
based on what?
That's exactly what happened with fucking PPG. That's exactly what happened with PPG. It was just like, he was going to draw a hard line at 25, and then it's like, okay, well, all I got to do is combine a couple numbers, and I'm going to throw your whole fucking formula off. Skate called me a pedo an hour ago, so on a live stream. I'm done with those guns. Why? Why would he do that? Rafa was fronting the game. What do you mean? Next minute, he's chasing a minor on Twitch who was underage drinking. What? Yeah, 20. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I wrecked him on China. Ooh, that's his wheelhouse. What was it about? Was it about like military infrastructure, economy? Now I'm a rock spider. Oh man.
Not a precise line,
Yeah, 'cause
Andrew.
you're a fucking liar.
Hold
You
on.
don't know why.
We can say that it is okay for someone to date someone who is 40, and if they're 41, and not okay at 18. And that doesn't mean that there's a precise age right there that this age is too much, this age is too little. I think it's easy to be like, you shouldn't date someone.
So if you observed, well, but you wouldn't make laws against it.
Laws against it?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't make laws against it.
But
no.
they shouldn't do it.
Yeah, people should not do things a lot, even if
there is. So I would make this case, but on this, that's really weird because we do tailor laws towards predatory sexual behavior in a big way, and I'm sure you're for those laws.
Sure.
Why wouldn't you be, if you consider this to be a predatory sexual behavior, why would you not want to target laws towards this, though? That's fucking weird.
Here we go. And the reason is because I think that, once again, you can prioritize different values here. I think autonomy of women is fine. If an 18-year-old genuinely wants to marry someone who's a lot older, I think it's a bad decision. I think she's likely it's going to lead to a lot of negative emotional outcomes, but I don't think the state should necessarily bar her from doing it because she's over the age of 18. Okay?
Okay, no, that actually doesn't track.
Absolutely.
So when you're talking about, you made the bold.
Was that in Turbo Stream or was that PPG? Well, you're not, I can't imagine that. You're not hanging out in PPG Stream. I know that. That must have been in Turbo Stream, I imagine. You paid like a fucking girl for a month.
Claim that it's weird, and the reason it's weird and bad is because you think that at least most of these relationships must be predatory?
It has a high potential for it. Not all of them are.
I didn't say all. What does most mean?
Yeah.
You think most of them are?
I think most of them can be.
What other criteria would you have for most of this thing, hang on, which is sexually predatory? Hang on, sexually predatory shouldn't be outlawed?
We have to draw the line somewhere, Andrew. So if you would like to say that maybe...
Same here. I don't go to his stream at all. He's banned here. And fucking, yeah, whatever. That's a fucking toxic fucking lying loser, man.
Actually, I've heard that before, that maybe you should raise the age of consent to like 21, or there should be like Romeo and Juliet laws so that it does get higher, so that a 41-year-old couldn't date an 18-year-old.
Would you be for that?
I think in those cases, there's a good argument to be made there.
Okay, can we disenfranchise 18-year-old women then?
What do you mean disenfranchise? How
Make sure that between 18 and 21...
Because I can't have sex with you, you can't vote. What the fuck, dude?
Why, wait a second. Isn't the justification for why they can't vote the same as why they can't have sex?
No, because sex and voting are very different. People make uninformed decisions.
Why shouldn't adults be able to have sex with 16-year-olds? Isn't it for the same reason the 16-year-old shouldn't vote?
No.
Oh, it's not?
Do you think if a 16-year-old votes or doesn't vote, they're going to be deeply traumatized?
Well, I mean, if enough 16-year-olds do, yeah. Yes, they could be. Absolutely.
Do you think that parallels the harm of child abuse?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure that, like, if a 19-year-old has sex with a 16-year-old, the 16-year-old is deeply traumatized, honestly.
Okay.
Do you think so? Do you think that, like... not really.
It's weird.
I would say that that's, like...
19, 16?
Yeah, I'd say that's a little gross, but, like, what about 1917? Yeah, you don't really care, right?
There's always going to be a line here, and there's always
so the
different
thing is,
things.
is like, if that's the case, if you're like, they're 19 years old and 17 years old, right? And that's still predatory behavior from your view.
No, I don't think necessarily it is.
But it should stay illegal.
No, I didn't say that.
It should be legal.
19 and 17. There are some Romeo and Juliet laws that I would say I'm in favor of.
Does she hang out in anybody's stream anymore? I don't think I've seen her around in anybody's stream. Her or Ophelia. None of them.
How is the 1-year displacement then from 16 to 17? That is stupid.
What do you mean?
Like if you give the displacement, you're like, at 17 years old to 19 years old, that's too much. But at 16, it's
Andrew,
not. That is fucking.
Of course,
that's
these
dumb.
are. Of course, there's going to be an arbitrary distinction. I'm not
But
saying
I mean,
there
that's
can't be an arbitrary.
that's super arbitrary.
I think 2 years in that age gap is as large as you should go.
Yeah. So I mean, but the question here still remains, right? What about 35 and 18?
I think if you're older than like
29,
23 or 24, you shouldn't be dating someone fresh out of high school.
Yeah, what is the fresh out of high school thing?
He's just, I mean, this age gap thing is just so fucking dumb. Because it's so arbitrary. No, he was just like, oh, yeah. 25, what was it, 41 and, I don't know, 41 and 18, it was like, okay, well, yeah, if it was exact, I think Salty said it earlier. Yeah, if it was a 40-year-old woman with an 18-year-old man, it would be like, you go, girl. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's right there. I thought he might bring it. I think he brings it up though, like the whole cougar concept.
Yeah. Because you're in a different stage.
You
of
could
life.
also be a CEO at 18,
you're
right?
in a different stage of life. Yeah, Andrew. Are most 18-year-old women CEOs?
Yeah, are most 18-year-old women dating 35-year-old men?
No, and they shouldn't be.
Yeah, but the thing is like when it comes to attraction, right? Most people are generally attracted and meet people within their same demographics and groups. That is the case with all dating.
I love this argument. 35-year-old dudes shouldn't be dating 18-year-old chicks. But if 18-year-old chicks want to get on OnlyFans and start spreading their legs and putting their body all over the internet, that's totally cool. Yeah, go for it. I'm sure if we asked him about his opinion on fucking 18-year-olds and sex work, I'm sure he'd be all girl bossing it up. Oh boy, at least, yeah, exactly.
So if it's the case that this woman is seeking older men, right? If she's seeking them, what's the problem?
I don't think she should be seeking people that old. I think it's going to lead to her.
So I
becoming
consent.
more
I consent.
traumatized.
You don't consent.
No.
Yeah, you don't consent.
Hold on, but Andrew, you
don't consent to their relationship.
You make the same claim for people under the age of 18.
How?
You don't consent to someone who is 41 dating someone who's 16.
Yeah, but I gave justifications for that. You have given none for this. You just say it's hyper predatory. Sometimes
still
maybe.
Predatory.
Sometimes maybe.
I think someone who wants to date someone that young, it's revealing.
Sometimes maybe.
I think more times than not.
No, I'm not sure. Like, you haven't made that case, though. That's the case I'm waiting for.
You're almost like asking me to argue against why it's wrong for adults to have sex with
41 and 18. What's the age gap there? It's 23 years? That's 23 years. Okay. Well, what if it was someone who was 70 dating someone who was what would it be? 47. Would that be too weird? Would you think that the 70-year-old is taking advantage of the 47-year-old? These numbers are so fucking arbitrary. This is what pissed me off about the PPG debate. It's just pulling numbers out of your ass because of vibes. And choosing attracted to an already made nest. Yeah, I'm mentioning Letterman. Yeah. I want safety males with a nurturing part for kids. Yeah. Opposite kicks in. Yeah, exactly. Then it's more like, okay, now we're worried about the 47-year-old taking advantage of the 70-year-old. Fuck me, man.
like who are fundamentally children at that
point. So you 18-year-olds are fundamentally children?
I think to a 41-year-old, there's almost no difference. Virtual zero difference.
Can you tell me what makes 18-year-olds children?
I'm not saying children in the legal sense of the term.
No, that's not. Whatever sense.
I'm saying they are much younger.
I know they're younger.
And they have
what makes them fucking children, bro?
They obviously had much less life experience than you have.
Okay, so that's what makes them children? That they have less life experience?
To a 41-year-old?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
How does that make him a child?
Functionally a child? Absolutely.
They're not functionally a child. Oh my God. Okay. Why do they just like not have fucking agency? Because
they can vote, they can join the military, they can get tattoos. I mean, children can't do that. They're not fucking child. 18-year-old big tits dating granddad? Yeah, exactly. Yep. The gold digger, not a granddad being a pervert. Yeah. Well, it could be both, but either way, it's still, no one ever thinks of it that way. If like on this podcast, they bring on these fucking, 19-year-old chicks who have sugar daddies. And it's like, and when they go around the panel and they're like, yeah, I'm a 19-year-old and I got a couple sugar daddies. One of them is like 48. The other one's like 54. I have one who I don't see anymore, but he's 60 years old. And you go around the panel and all the girls are like, oh, okay. Fucking boss babe. Yeah. Empowering. Blah, blah, blah. So they're a child to date 40-year-olds, but not to join the military. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Yeah. To sell their bodies. Yeah, exactly. If Granddad's happy, then I'm okay. Yeah, I'm fine with it. Look, if you're 18, good luck. That's all I got to say. If you're 18, good luck. You are an adult. Go do whatever the fuck you want to do. Go ruin your life, okay? Go. But you're not a fucking child. It's ridiculous, man.
Young.
I'm not saying they don't have agency. I'm saying there are better and worse decisions that people can make.
What's the bads in this decisions? That keeps being my question. You won't answer. What are the bads? What? You got nothing, dude. You never have anything. When I put you to the question, you fucking run every time. What are the bads versus the goods? Can we go over them? No.
I'm done talking about 40.
Dude,
I'm done talking about 41-year-olds.
You're such a coward, dude.
I'm done yeah,
you're
I'm a coward. I'm a coward because
seen.
I'm refusing to engage anymore.
You're refusing to engage with a legitimate social question from your view about feminism. That's what you're doing.
Okay.
This is a very common talking point from feminists that women are being hyper-predatorized by older men, and then when I say, okay, well, let's get into whether or not that's happening or not, you fucking run. It's pure cowardice. I'm gonna go have a smoke while you let Super Chat.
If I asked you to justify, if I asked you to like justify something like PDF files, would you do it?
Bro, am I asking you to justify PDF files?
No, but I'm saying they're in a similar category. I'm saying
here's
they're
what
in a similar
category. I would make great arguments for why it is that PDF files should be fucking roasted and put up against a wall.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would do.
Okay.
You're making zero fucking arguments. None.
Okay, Andrew.
You suck, dude.
Okay.
All right, we're going to read a couple chats there. Andrew's just going out for a brief smoke break. All right, guys, if you want to get some messages in, we've lowered the TTS, $69 TTS. If you want to get a message in, that's Streamlabs.
I knew that was good. I remember hearing that portion. I was like, man, this guy's going to get roasted, bro. Roasted.
.com/whatever a read TTS. We'll do various breaks to get those through. All right, so since Andrew's gone, I'm going to try to do the ones that are just kind of asking you questions, Oliver. We have
dating like his like teacher. That's kind of weird. He like dated his drama teacher like out of school.
It totally didn't.
The opposite direction where the 20-year-old stripper is like there's way more opportunity for her to be predatory towards the 35-year-old, like kind of naive.
In what way would
lack
it be
of
predatory?
experience?
Like for instance, Emmanuel Macron, his wife.
Oh, dating like his like teacher. That's kind of weird. He like dated his drama teacher like out of school.
It totally didn't work out.
That's true.
What is the moral backing
Totally didn't work out, right?
Age gap dating?
Totally didn't work out.
Don't you get it, vampire-looking bunnies boy?
The most powerful man?
18-year-old's lived experience is not the same.
I think if you want to date your former students, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, so Emmanuel Macron shouldn't be married to his wife by your metric.
I think it is weird that he chose to do that.
No, let's
or
not.
A teacher.
Here's the thing. I'm actually unwilling. I'm actually unwilling. If he says I'm just going to check out of the conversation, I am unwilling to move the conversation forward until we finish this.
Okay.
I'm completely unwilling to.
Okay. Can we do this? What if we...
That's it. If you check out... When you say I check out of the debate on a pinnacle talking point from feminists, right? I am unwilling to move the conversation forward to fucking anything until this is settled.
I will check out of the conversation on you trying to justify 41-year-olds dating 18-year-olds.
Well, then we're at an impasse. If you refuse to engage in the conversation without giving me a single justification for the fucking view with a common feminist talking point, I won't move the conversation forward until this is settled. I haven't run from any fucking thing that you've said. It's intellectual cowardice, and it's all designed to demonize men and try to make them into hyper predators because they're attracted to younger women.
Men aren't hyper predators, Andrew. I'm not saying they are.
Then tell me the justifications for your fucking view, please.
When we are talking about older men dating women who are just out or are 18 years old, I am arguing.
You said 22. You said 20 was unacceptable. What? 35 and 20. They're not fresh out of high school
35 and 20. I don't think you should date someone who's like, if you're not in college, I don't think you should be dating someone who is like in college. If you're working,
so it's not high school. So you're fucking lying.
No,
you're
I'm not.
Such a disingenuous liar.
18
because
is high school.
It's not fresh out of fucking high school. You're saying that you don't think if you're out of college, you should date people in college either.
Probably not.
So you're just lying. The view still is that men are predatory.
They're not inherently. Men who are 41 and date 18-year-olds are
men
predatory.
who are 41.
How does that mean all men are predatory?
You said 20, 22, 23 is still in college, by the way. And on top of that, what is the problem with a man who is 35 or 40 dating a woman in college? What?
It's
icky.
You
got fucking nothing. I need a justification, please.
Because you are dating someone who you are in an incredibly different life stage.
Everybody who dates everybody's in an incredibly different life stage than everybody else.
And age can be an equalizer.
What does that mean?
It means that a 35-year-old and a 35-year-old or a 35-year-old and a 30-year-old have probably had more life experience to mature, to figure out what they like and don't like, to figure out how to navigate relationships where potentially there could be bad things that happen.
Beta boy should stay on point instead of getting bugged. This guy reminds me of like like the Dean Withers, whatever the fuck his name is, like that blonde fucking woke fucking soy boy kid from the Jubilee debates. I think he did they did one where he was like the debater, but I think he started there where he was either debating Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro or maybe both, I'm not sure. But this guy reminds me of them, where it's like, for the past few years they've just like mainlined Destiny fucking talking points directly into their veins. And they think that they have fucking superpowers now. And this kid's, he actually looks older than like Dean and Parker and all these other fucking, TikTok debaters, whatever. But he's not. I think he's 21. So it's just like for the past few years, they've just been mainlining Destiny fucking debate talking points into their veins. And they think that they're fucking Iron Man now. And they have no idea what's happening, I would argue that this guy shouldn't even be on this debate because he doesn't have enough life experience to express the worldviews that need to be expressed from a feminist perspective. He's a fucking 21. First of all, he's 21. He's a man, right? So, like, what makes you qualified to speak on any of this stuff?
Is there
an
also
18-year-old likely doesn't have.
This is the narrative that causes girls to girl boss until they're 40 and they find out people at their age of 20-year-olds when they won the game. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 60 Minutes just did a whole piece on women freezing their eggs and how fucking tragic it is because, most of them don't even come out viable. You see some of these women who fucking froze their eggs when they were like 33 and then they try to go, cash in their 40s and they had 3 or 4 samples or whatever. Most of them didn't work, and the ones that almost worked ended up not working also, and you just see them in tears. It's like, oh, I thought I could just rely on fucking IVF or whatever the hell, whatever the technology's called. Pulls up fallacy beta mate knows. He just can't stick to his guns and talk over him. Yeah. He's a theater kid into philosophy. Yeah, exactly. I remember him saying that. That's when they were talking about him like doing makeup and stuff like that, wearing dresses and
have a lot of that. So they might
how
not
about
have
a
the
20-year-old?
skills.
20.
There's not a precise line, Andrew.
Yeah, okay, so great. So then the case is a 35-year-old dating a 22-year-old. 35-year-old, 22-year-old.
I'm not the arbiter of this.
Right?
Andrew.
I don't care. It's a feminist talking points, demonization. I need the justifications for the view.
Sorority's paradox. You're trying to.
There's
pin
no
me down.
paradox.
Yes, you are. You're trying to nail me down on one specific year. Well, this is too much, and that's not.
No.
Explain the paradox.
You can use whole decades. I don't give a fuck. Okay? You can use, I just want the justification for this because it makes no sense. It's contrary to your other views. At 22, 23, 18, 19, they're fully able to sign contracts, vote, do all these other things which you think they ought to be able to do.
Sure.
But for some reason, this somehow is predatory. And you say, quote, weird. But weird isn't really it. It's predatory from your view. I want to know why it is then. Why is it that you think on the attraction metric that when men are shown attractive young women who are between the ages of 18 and 25, almost all respondents universally say that they're very attracted to that, okay? Very few respondents on the female side say that they're attracted to much older men. Why do you think that is?
I mean, this largely makes sense. Who people are attracted to biologically doesn't have bearing on what necessarily
it largely makes sense. Why?
I'm not saying that fertility is not a thing, Andrew. And
it largely makes sense. Why?
Because people want to date people who they probably can have children with. Are attracted to. Why? Why are they attracted to them, Andrew?
Because they can have the kids.
Correct. And
right.
I said that. So you know what you should do? You know what you should do? If you are 41 and you didn't have kids, don't outsource that to an 18-year-old.
Why?
You should have had kids earlier.
Why? I don't understand.
Should have did it earlier. I love this. He's talking about me. He's talking about me right now. You know, I'm fucking 42. I got no kids. I would like to have kids at some point, at least one. I'm glad I haven't because fucking I got everything I wanted to do out of the way, checked all my boxes, and now it's like now I'm fucking no alimony, no child support, no drama. I'm on top of the fucking world. I could have kids if I want to. Oh, but you should have done it. You should have done it back then. What kind of fucking what kind of logic is that, dude? You should have done it back then. Do we say that to women? Do we ever say that to women about anything? You should have did it back then. 25-year-old Asian honey. That's the goal. That's the goal, brother. But do we do that with women? Do we say like something like that? Oh, you should have did this. You should have did that. No, you'd be fucking shamed for it for whatever it is. You know, well, you could say it in any context and you'd be shamed for it.
That.
I don't understand.
You shouldn't prey on an 18-year-old.
So you're saying, wait,
just because
I just want to make sure I got
you
this
didn't
right.
have kids at the right age.
I just want to make sure I got this right. This is fun. So it is the case then, right, that if older men are attracted to those younger women, and there is a subset of younger women who are attracted to older men, by the way, okay, then evolution made a mistake.
I think things can be evolutionarily beneficial and not actually beneficial to how we run our society. Let's think about
why is that subset of women attracted, even though most of these men are physically less attractive than men that are in their own age gap. Why would that subset of women be attracted to those men, do you think, evolutionarily?
I think that women can be attracted to older men because they think that they're more like secure. They think they're more financially stable. That's why I don't think it's as problematic for those women to want to date those men than it is for those men to want to date those women.
What?
Wait,
what? Wait. You got what?
I don't think it is as. I think it's still weird, and I don't think they should do it.
Whoa, no, back up.
What are the?
It's not as. Let me just hang on.
What are the reasons?
Hang on. It's not as problematic. For women to be attracted to older men as it is for older men to be attracted to younger women.
Attraction is different than acting on it.
Acting on it.
Yes.
Why is it more problematic?
I'll say, okay, what are the reasons why women are attracted to older men?
For all sorts of reasons. We can go through the entire list, right? Because they want safety and security for their children.
Okay.
Big one. Safety and security for their children, which, by the way, most men inside the age bracket of 22, 23, 24 can't provide that. They can't provide it.
Then you should wait to get married later.
Well, what if you want to have a lot of children?
Then have a lot of children within that age bracket. Like, I don't know.
Then if you have a lot of kids within that age bracket with someone around your age, they're not going to be as secure, yeah?
Then find someone who is secure, Andrew.
Well, what if you can't?
then
What
I
if the
don't-
case
then I don't
is
think you
that
out- I don't
most?
think you
Do you think that
outsource.
most men at 24, like if a woman wants to have 6 kids and make sure they're all secure, do you think that there's like a huge market for 20-year-old men who want that?
20-year-old men who want that?
Yeah.
Probably not 20-year-olds, but
24. 24.
24?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
No, there's not.
How?
That's such bull, because we can look at the polling data for men and see what they want at these ages, 22, 23, 24. They're still in like playing the field mode. They're still in college themselves.
Sure.
Right? They haven't even established a fucking career. They're not thinking about how do I support 6 children yet.
Gets painted in the corner easily.
Right?
Yeah.
Doesn't that
Yep.
follow?
I don't think that therefore that justifies older.
That's the thing, though. That's why I mentioned that destiny point. It's like the arrogance, the arrogance to think that you could come on here. This guy also debated Jim Bob the other day too, and it did not go. I think it probably went better than this, but Jim Bob's a little bit more of a nicer person than Andrew Wilson is. But the sheer arrogance to think that, first of all, you're 21, okay? What do you know about feminism? What do you know about feminism? You read a couple books? Maybe you took a gender studies course? Like you're coming on here to talk about feminism and you're 21, okay? You don't know shit. You don't know anything. You've just been fucking mainlining Destiny talking points into your veins for years, and you think you fucking got this down. And maybe a little bit of, of a spotlight on a podcast like this might, help you make a name for yourself. But it's also the sheer arrogance of thinking that you could fucking take on this topic and then also take on somebody like fucking BPF over here. When you think about the following position, I think there's an argument to be made against having kids at young age, just because it's risky for health of the mother. Birthing, pregnancy is still posing risks still towards health on all levels, affects the body image. When would you? Yeah, when would you propose that they do have babies then? I think there's an argument to be made against having kids at young age. You have to define young age. Do you mean 18? Do you mean 23? Like, what do you mean by young age? I'm 43 and I don't think I'm ready to have a kid economically, even if I would love to have a daughter and name her Sophie. I could have one kid right now and be okay. I couldn't have like 3 kids right now, like economically. I could have one kid right now economically. Yeah, but either way, I mean, this guy's talking points are so ridiculous. They're so shifty. It's like you have to date within your age range. Okay, well, what if you want to have 6 or 7 kids? Well, then you're just gonna have to do that later on when I determine that it's appropriate for you to do it. Okay, well, when is it appropriate? Oh, probably like 25, 26, 27. Okay, well, do you think you're going to be popping out 6 kids by the time you're 32? You're just going to be just a constant baby factory for fucking 6 years until your eggs freeze up? Or should you start doing it when you're 20 years old and give yourself a decade to do that, Started bringing up 2 kids at 18, not mine. End up having 4 of my own. Yeah. But Grand Designs, I need to know, I gotta, what do you mean by young age? What is that?
Men dating really
Yeah,
young
but
girls.
what if it is the case that there's a subset of women, and there obviously is, that are attracted to older men, and one of the major reasons they're attracted to those older men is because they want security and safety for their children, and they know they have high access to resources through that man and security and protection. And men in their own age peer group cannot almost ever provide that.
Okay, why do men want to date younger women then?
Because they want also to have a vessel for which to reproduce many children. And the attractiveness level is high because of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're reducing women to vessels then?
No, I didn't. What did I say? I gave 2 criteria.
You said that men are attracted to younger women because they view them as
You don't date people
vessels.
you're not attracted to, right?
Of course.
So
I
if
think
their attraction level is really high to a younger woman and that woman can provide a lot of kids, it seems like it seems really beneficial to me that in a society, if there are a subset of younger women who are attracted to older men, and there's older women who are attracted to those younger women, and those younger women can give them many children, and those men can take care of them, that seems super fucking beneficial to me, to society.
If you only care about having children and being physically attracted to the person you're married.
Both are physically attracted to each other.
No, but fine. But so the only things you care about in a marriage or something like that is whether you're physically attracted to the person and whether they can bear you children.
I think without the first component of attraction, there's no relationship anyway.
For sure.
Okay, so that's going to be the most important criteria is attraction. Absent attraction, there's no fucking relationship. You agree with that?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so both these people are attracted. So the major building block, which is their attraction, is there. Okay? The second criteria is safety, security for the woman, right? And perhaps she wants a sophisticated man, or she wants somebody who has more access to being able to take her on vacations, or be able to show her the world, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, and he has access to those things. Do men generally in her age bracket have those things?
Probably not.
Probably not. So how is this not a completely beneficial relationship to both?
Because I don't think this bears out like you are claiming that it does. I would like to look.
What do you mean?
I would like to look at how many 41-year-olds are marrying 18-year-olds and then how it works out.
Well, I would like to look at how many fucking 22-year-olds marry 22-year-olds and how often that works out.
Okay.
Guess what? It has like a 30 or 40% failure rate.
Okay.
So
Because
it's like marrying in your own age bracket. The most comprehensive study that I looked at, which is in the UK, which really judged this by marriage, saw no additional failure in marriage rates. No additional failure.
Okay. Cool.
I can send you that study.
Okay, sounds good.
So what if that was the case? What would be your objection then?
What would be my objection?
Yeah.
I'm still saying that it is predatory.
How?
Because they are preying on people who are much younger than them.
That's not predatory. What is a predator to you?
Someone who is looking for someone who is much more vulnerable than they are.
Yeah, that's not what they're looking for.
Are you saying that 18-year-old women are largely not more vulnerable?
No.
Than
no, hang on.
41-year-olds?
What you just said was they're looking for that. That is not a provable case that these men are looking for their 22-year-old bride because she's more vulnerable. That is you making an assertion. What is the case, right, is that they both have a beneficial relationship when it comes to the resource allocation for one, the attractiveness level of both, and the childbearing, which is capable. Okay. Why is it that you make the assertion that they're specifically searching for vulnerable people?
Correct. Because do you think that that man probably wants that woman to be submissive, follow his lead, do whatever he says?
No. In fact, I think,
pick up and move across the country if they say you want to go to Nevada?
I talk to who are in those age gap relationships say the opposite. They say, I love the energy that she has. Right? That's kind of wonderful that she has this kind of like positive energy and a bit of like exuberance. And you know what the big key is? Not as much fucking baggage. They don't have as much baggage. So because they haven't fucked everybody on planet Earth, right? They haven't had these massive, promiscuous relationships and shit like this. They come into these relationships with less baggage. How does that make them more vulnerable?
Make them more vulnerable?
Yeah.
I already said.
It would actually make you more vulnerable if you had baggage.
How does it make you more vulnerable?
Oh, because then suddenly you have fucking kids which can be leveraged against you perhaps. You have exes that have to be dealt with perhaps. You have all sorts of negative associations with men that now this new man has to deal with.
Okay.
There's all sorts of vulnerability issues which arise from that.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on.
No, let's not move on. I want a refutation to this.
I'm not engaging with this
I'm not
anymore.
fucking engaging. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Then
well,
would you
hold
wanna
it
end the
fine. Then
debate?
just don't engage in the debate. I won't engage in the debate until we settle this.
We should talk about other things, right?
What if we do this? We have a bunch of chats to come through, get through, and then Andrew, if you want to bring it up again, see if you'll bite. Let me get through.
I just don't know why you are so fucking terrified of this convo, dude.
I think it's pretty terrifying trying to justify 41-year-old.
I think it's terrified that if you have such a worldview like this, where you consider these adults to be fucking vulnerable, but can't make a single good argument for why, that terrifies fucking me.
Okay.
All right, let's do this. If you guys want to continue the conversation a bit,
I've had OnlyFans hookers who can make better justifications than you have for this, dude.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Sounds good. I'm sure you would date them too.
I would date OnlyFans hookers? No, you're the one who says you want lots of sexual experience for your woman so that she feels good about you. You would be the one who would date OnlyFans hookers, dude, not me. What do you mean?
Okay.
By the way, I'm happily married.
Okay.
Was my wife an OnlyFans hooker, bro?
No.
No. Just fucking dumb.
All right. If one request though, guys, just because we have a lot of chats that have come through.
All right.
Let me get through. There's like 15.
Yeah, I'll have a smoke while you get the chats through.
Do you want to stay for a few of them? Stay for like 5 and then take a break.
Yeah,
Okay.
no problem.
You just had the smoke, Andrew.
I want another one.
This guy's chain smoking, man.
Have you ever seen me debate?
Shouldn't vote too.
Yeah,
They
but
thought they were 3/5 of a person
But here's the
too.
thing.
Why are you appealing to them?
Do you think that if they didn't like X group, that they're wrong about everything? Do you like your First Amendment? Do you like your First Amendment?
Hold on.
Because racists gave you your First
Wait a
Amendment,
second.
bro.
No, I didn't say that.
It's the
I didn't
same
say the
conflation.
founding. I didn't say. I didn't say the
conflation.
founding fathers were all wrong whatsoever at all. However, they did give us a document that was meant to be amended, meaning we don't just look to their original purposes and what they necessarily wanted to determine how we should go.
Yeah,
because
but
they didn't say.
There's some case use, right, for us making the good and credible claims that a lot of our founders were against racism, considering the fact that against slavery, because it was internationally abolished under their watch. It was only inside the United States that these were grandfathered slaves. Do you know what year international slavery was abolished in the United States?
International slavery?
Yeah, meaning they could no longer import Africans from Africa.
It was sometime, definitely after 1619, but sometime between 1619
Long
and
before
18.
the Civil War, right?
Okay, no, I don't.
So
I'm
the
not
thing
doubting
is,
that.
it's like we have good, credible evidence for what they wanted on that front. And the fact they even included a 3/5 clause, the fact they even included that showed that they were trying to, at least in comparison to the rest of the world, give some humanity.
Some humanity.
Yeah.
Treating people as 3/5 of a person.
In
is better.
comparison to the rest of the world who utilized...
Bro, for the fucking, for 18th century, yeah, that's pretty good, dude. That's pretty fucking good for the 18th century. Yeah, no, is it perfect? No, of course. Maybe it should have been 5/5. A whole person. You are a whole person, right? But we're talking about the 18th fucking century, bro.
It's nothing but slavery, right? That would be a progressive doctrine, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, you killed 38 people, but you didn't kill the 39th. So I'm really happy.
Okay, here's the thing. If homosexuals in early United States were castrated rather than killed, isn't that a progressive doctrine for the time?
No, it's not progressive.
For the time?
No, but just slightly better.
So, wait, and that would be progress?
It's not progress. Things that are slightly better, they're still in the same category of thing.
They're still bad.
Yes.
But it's still a progressive doctrine for its time slot, right? Same thing. Same thing when it comes to slavery.
No.
They were still very progressive for the time. Yes. Look at all the rest of the world.
Okay. Things that being better doesn't mean that it was progressive, because they.
What does progressive mean?
What does progressive mean? It means largely you want to change things to better the future. They weren't.
All right, we can do the next chat. We're clipping it. Clip it.
How?
Watch the performative.
No.
Watch him literally say it's not progressive. And then when I ask him why, give me the exact definition for why that was
a
fucking
lot of
progressive.
people for the 3/5 compromise did it because they didn't view black people as human beings.
That's why there was a compromise, which made it progressive.
Okay.
All right, I'll let some of the guys. We got a bunch of chats, so let's let some of the chats come through. If you guys can give short commentary.
Blue.net donated $69.
I love
Yo, what's up, Ogle? Thank you, man.
What if it's a very rich 18 years / old lady and a very poor 41 years / I man? How does this affect the power argument? 2. What age is okay for an 18 years / O to reproduce with if not 41? 38? 32? 25.5?
Can't give you a number. It's complicated. It's a threshold. I don't. Yeah.
Oliver, do you want to give a quick answer to what if it's a very rich 18-year-old lady and a very poor 41-year-old man?
So there's obviously various considerations to be had in terms of power dynamics. I'm not saying money is the only thing involved there. So I still think it would be not a good idea.
Okay. All right, we have Nevermind here. Ogle, thank you for your message. Thank you, Nevermind.
Nevermind donated $70.
Thank you.
Oliver, Riles again. Your societal views are entirely based on your experience with hardship. Go, experience war, or real struggle and see if you have the same perspective on what is equal.
Okay.
Quick response to that.
This is a very strange argument because you're basically claiming that, when things get worse, there isn't equality, or this idea that if this idea, this fallacy of relative privation, that like things can't.
That is
we
not
can't,
relative
we
privation.
can't want to improve society now because in a different state things would regress to a different time.
It's not relative private, and here's why it's not. I'll explain it. Because you said that these are, all of your views on this for today's debate are conditional.
Sure.
And so because every one of them is conditional, you're basing them around the intuition of other people. That's going to require experience, right? Hang on, is that going to require experience?
Sure. Well, I don't know how that has anything to do with that. If you deny...
Because it wouldn't be the fallacy of privation if you gave the criteria for conditionals. That's why.
And yes,
learn philosophy, dude.
No,
you're fucking terrible at it.
If you want to deny the things that I've said here...
Hey, woman over there, grab me a beer, would you? Oh, did that make you mad?
No.
Can we get Oliver some water, too? All right. Here, I'm going to
get my own one.
Oh, you got to get it yourself? You wouldn't want to put her out, Oliver. You don't want to put her out, would you?
Oliver, it's fine.
You're not going to contribute to my massive massage. Look at how upset she is, dude. You see how pissed she is that I said, hey, woman, grab me a beer? You're pretty upset, aren't you? Look at her. Look at how mad she is, bro. Mm-hmm. She is fucking seething right now.
Yeah.
Oliver put his foot
That's
down.
what makes that beer taste so good.
I'm sure. Yeah.
But Oliver, was that in response to Andrew's beer comment that you were going to get your own water, or you just want...
Yeah.
Oh, okay, it was like so you're making a statement.
Yeah.
I'm not going to contribute to the fact that Andrew does that, portrays women as that is their proper role or something like that, because Andrew does think that.
You see how upset she is.
Okay.
Look at her.
I know.
Look at
That's
her.
fine.
She looks pretty mad.
Yeah.
While she's smiling and laughing her ass off. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, it's almost like she's not confused with interpersonal dynamics the same way you are.
All right. Sounds good, Andrew.
And Andrew's bantering, a little bit.
Interpersonal dynamics.
Anyways,
It's not,
let me
it's
let
not
the rest.
banter when you genuinely think that's what women should do.
Do you think that I have a history of mistreating women?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Then why would you make this kind of claim? Like, do you think that she was just mistreated?
Your other views.
Do you think she was just mistreated?
Mistreated?
Yeah.
I think there was.
Well, I said woman, and very precisely told her to get me a beer. Was she mistreated?
I think so. I think you.
You think I was mistreating her?
I think you made. I think.
Should we ask her?
I think you said something
Should we ask her?
misogynistic.
Ask her?
I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure she says she doesn't feel mistreated, and that's fine. I'm not telling her how to feel.
Because you have goddess worship, bro. I told you worship fucking women.
I'm not telling her how to feel, Andrew.
You worship women.
I don't worship women.
Even when they're not offended, you get offended for them.
I'm not. You're
not offended on her behalf.
I'm not.
You had to go
her.
make an example and get up and get your own water.
Because I'm not going to contribute to that for myself.
Contribute to what?
Handing her my water right after you said. You said, "Get me a beer, woman."
Yeah. What's her job?
I'm not gonna.
What's her job?
You can be respectful.
I thought that she was a strong, powerful woman.
Hey, Mary, would you mind getting me some water, please? Thank you so much. That would be different. No, I'm good now. But that's how I would say that.
Oh, wow.
I wouldn't involve saying, "Woman, get me a beer."
Yeah, I know. But
it's
you see the
gross.
difference in why she's laughing at the one because she understands interpersonal dynamics and why she thinks you're a fucking idiot.
That's fine.
Right? The reason is, right, is because you don't understand human interpersonal dynamics.
I understand that there's interpersonal dynamics.
No,
Andrew.
you don't.
Wait, are we on camera or are we off camera?
On camera.
Okay, so if this was off camera, then maybe you'd have a better point. But right now, what you are doing is
Do you think that I would say that off camera?
Yeah, probably.
Then you have no point.
You wouldn't say that off camera, but on camera?
I would say it on camera and off camera.
Okay.
Then you have no point.
But it becomes worse when it's on camera. That's
Why?
what I'm saying. Because you are perpetuating that type of rhetoric as if it is
Perpetuating
normal.
what? I think it is normal and fine.
That's why it's not a joke to you.
Yeah, it's not. It's fine.
Thank you.
What's wrong with it?
You think women's proper role is to serve men
I
drinks.
think her job is to serve men.
Then why'd you say Mary? Why didn't you say Mary get me a beer? You said woman get me a beer.
I forgot her name. I'm old.
Yeah.
Look at her laughing. Look. She's dying. She's literally dying laughing right now, bro. That's interpersonal dynamics. And you need to fucking learn them.
Okay.
Is it early?
Look at her. She looked like she was about to gag. She was laughing so hard, bro.
Is it early onset dementia?
Yeah, you can't blame me. I'm too old.
It's the Alzheimer's.
I'm so old,
It's
bro.
Alzheimer's. Guys, $69 TTS, streamlabs.com/whatever. If you want to get it in, get one in. Streamlabs.com/whatever.
You know what they call that? The kids call it Riz.
Riz.
The
Riz.
Andrew's
the Rizzler.
I think
the charisma.
Andrew's the Rizzler. Okay, guys, let me let some chats come through. All right, thank you, Ogle. Thank you.
Ogle_glue.net donated $69.
His part 2, yeah.
Okay, ignore my part 2 question. Andrew got to it before the TTS went through.
Hey, what's up, by the way, Ogle? It's always nice to
Always
see you
good
over
to
here.
see Ogle. Ogle's a legend.
He gives me some shit, but I let it go.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good guy, and he's popped a couple champagne bottles.
What are we
too.
running live today, by the way?
What's that?
What are we running live today?
Running live?
Yeah, on numbers.
Oh, viewership.
Yeah.
We have almost 8,000 concurrent viewers, and I think we have about on YouTube, and we have just under 8,000, and we have about.
I'm gonna fucking send you guys over to Casey, and we'll just do the rest of this tomorrow. There's still like an hour or so left, so. But I'm nodding off here. Go say hi to Casey. Tell him to do Casey poll. Casey poll. But thank you, Sparkle, Salty, Croneko, everybody. Great designs. I'll be on later today. You're already in 2 of 3. Gotcha. All right, cool. I'll be on later. And we'll watch the rest of this, so. I'll see you guys later. What's the name? Goma? Stealth Legend? Star Trek? I don't know. Go say hi to Casey. I'm gonna go to bed. I'll see you guys later. Peace.
Please and thank you.